Ennead 4, Book 5, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fourth Ennead, Book 5. Psychological Questions 3. About the process of vision and hearing. It is uncertain whether an intermediary body be implied by vision. 1. Above, we suggested the question whether it be possible to see without some medium, such as the air or a diaphanous body. We shall now try to consider it. It has already been asserted that in general the soul cannot see or feel without the intermediation of some body. For, when completely separated from the body, the soul dwells in the intelligible world. But as touch consists of perception, not indeed of intelligible entities, but only of sense objects, the soul cannot see or feel without the intermediation of some body. For, when completely separated from some body, the soul dwells in the intelligible world. But as touch consists of perception, not indeed of intelligible entities, but only of sense object, the soul, in order to come in contact with these sense objects, must enter into cognitive or affective relation with them by the means of intermediaries, which must possess an analogous nature. And that is why the knowledge of bodies must be acquired by the means of corporeal organs. Through these organs, which are so interrelated as to form a sort of unity, the soul approaches sense objects in a manner such as to establish affective communion. That contact between the organ and the cognized object must be established is evident enough for tangible objects, but is doubtful for visible objects. Whether contact be necessary for hearing is a question we shall have to discuss later. Here we shall first discuss whether sight demand a medium between the eye and color. Refutation of Aristotle's insistence on a medium of sight. If a medium of sight exist, it exists only by accident, and in no way contributes to sight. Since opaque and earthy bodies hinder sight, and as we see so much the better as the medium is more subtle, it may be said, indeed, that mediums contribute to sight, or at least, if they do not contribute such thereto, they may be hindrances as slight as possible. But evidently a medium, however refined, is some sort of an obstacle, however slight. Though the medium experience affection, the organs feel it better without the medium. There is an opinion that the medium first receives and then transmits the affection and impression. For instance, if some one stand in front of us and directs his gaze at some color, he also sees it, but the color would not reach us unless the medium had experienced the affection. To this it may be answered that there is no necessity for the affections to be experienced by the medium, inasmuch as the affection is already experienced by the eye, whose function consists precisely in being affected by color, or at least, if the medium be affected, its affection differs from that of the eye. For instance, a reed interposed between the hand and the fish, called the torpedo or electric ray, does not feel the same numbness, which it nevertheless communicates to the holding hand. Still the hand would not be affected with numbness unless the reed formed a communication between the fish and the hand. However, the matter is not beyond discussion, For even without any intermediary, if, for instance, the fisher were in direct contact with the ray inside of the net, he would also feel the electric numbness. This communication, therefore, seems based on sympathetic affections, that by virtue of its nature, one being can be sympathetically affected by some other being, does not necessarily imply that the medium, if different, shares that affection. At least, it is certain that it is not affected in the same manner. In such a case, the organ destined to experience the affection experiences it far better when there is no medium, even when the medium itself is susceptible to some affection. Necessity of a medium in the theories of various philosophers. 2. If vision presupposes the union of the light of the eye with the light interposed between the eye and the sense object itself, the interposed medium is the light, and this medium is necessary on this hypothesis. On the theory of Aristotle, the colored substance produces a modification in the medium, but nothing here would hinder this modification from reaching the eye itself, even when there is no medium, for in this case the medium is necessarily modified before the eye is. The Platonic philosophers teach that vision operates by an effusion of the light of the eye. They have no need to postulate a medium, unless indeed they should fear that the ray of the eye should lose its way. But this ray is luminous, and the light travels in a straight line. The Stoics explain vision by the resistance experienced by the visual ray. They cannot do without a medium. The atomists and the believers in images, such as Epicurus, insist that these images move in emptiness, thereby implying the existence of a free space to avoid hindering the images. Consequently, as they will be hindered in a direct ratio to the existence of a medium, this opinion does not run counter to our own hypothesis that there is no medium. A cosmological medium is necessary, but it affects sight only accidentally. Those who, with Plotinus himself, teach that vision operates by sympathy, assert that vision is poorer through a medium, because this medium hinders, fetters, and weakens sympathy. In this case, indeed, the medium necessarily weakens sympathy, even though it shared the same nature, as the eye and the object, and was affected in the same manner. It acts like the integument of some body that is deeply burned by fire applied to it. The interior parts are less affected because they are protected by the exterior parts. There is no doubt that the parts of one and the same animal will be less affected in experiencing sympathy because of the existence of a medium. The affection will be weakened according to the nature of the medium, because such a medium would hinder excess of affection, unless indeed that which is transmitted by one part to another is not such as to fail to affect the medium. But if the universe sympathize with itself because it constitutes a single organism, and if we are affected because we are contained within this single organism and form part of it, why should any continuity be necessary for us to feel a distant object? The single organism, indeed, could not be continuous without the continuity of some medium. This continuous medium is affected only by accident, but otherwise we would have to admit that all can be affected by all. But if these two objects are affected in one manner, and other two objects are affected in another manner, there might not always be need of a medium. Whoever asserts the need of a medium for vision will have to advance a very good argument, inasmuch as that which traverses the air does not always affect the air, and often limits itself to dividing the air. Thus, when a stone falls, the only thing that happens to the air is that it fails to support the stone. As falling is part of the stone's nature, it would be unreasonable to assert that its falling was due to the reaction exerted by the ambient air. Otherwise, we would have to assert that it is this same reaction of the ambient air that makes fire ascend, which is absurd, because the fire, by the rapidity of its motion, forestalls this reaction. That by the very rapidity of the motion, reaction is accelerated takes place only by accident, and has no relation to the upward impulsion, for trees grow from above without receiving any upward impulsion. Even we, when walking, divide the air without being pushed by the reaction of the air. The air behind us limits itself to filling the void we have created. If then the air allow itself to be divided by bodies without being affected by them, what would hinder the air from permitting free transit for the images to reach the eye, without being thereby divided? Images do not reach us by effluence. If these images do not reach us by some sort of effluence, why should the air be affected? And why should we ourselves be affected only as a result of the affection experienced by the air? If we felt only because the air had been affected before us, we would attribute the sensation of sight not to the visible object, but to the air located near us, as occurs with heat. In the latter case, it is not the distant fire, but the air located near us which, being heated, then warms us. For the sensation of heat presupposes contact, which does not occur with vision. We see not because the sense object is imposed on the eye, but because the medium is illuminated. Now, it is necessary for the medium to be illuminated because the air by itself is dark. If the air were not dark, it would have no need of light, for to effectuate vision, the obscurity which forms an obstacle to vision must be overcome by light. That is perhaps the reason why an object placed very near the eye is not seen, for it brings with it the darkness of the air, together with its own. Uselessness of air as transmitting medium proved from sight of objects at night. 3. A strong proof that the forms of sense objects are not seen merely because the air, on being affected, transmits them by relays from point to point, is that even in darkness the fire, the stars, and their forms may be seen. In this case, no one would claim that the forms of the objects being impressed on the obscure air are transmitted to the eye. Otherwise, there would be no obscurity, as the fire, while transmitting its form, would illuminate. Indeed, in the profound obscurity in which the light of the stars is not seen, the fire of signals and of lighthouses may be perceived. Should anyone, in opposition to the testimony of his senses, claim that even in this case the fire penetrates the air, he should be answered by having it pointed out to him that in that case human vision should distinguish the smallest objects which are in the air, instead of being limited to the perception of the fire. If then we see what is beyond a dark medium, it would be much better seen without any medium whatever. Absence of medium would interfere with vision only by destroying sympathy. It might indeed be objected that without medium vision ceases. This occurs not because of the lack of medium, but because the sympathy of the universal organism is in such a case destroyed, since a medium presupposes that all the parts of this organism together form but a single being. It would indeed seem to be a general condition necessary for sensation that the universal organism be sympathetic with itself. Otherwise, no one thing could participate in the power of any other thing that might happen to be very distant. Vision is not dependent on the affection of the medium. Here is another important related question. If there existed another world and organism which had no relation with our world, and if on the surface of the sky was an eye that was looking, would it perceive this other world at a moderate distance, or would it have no relation thereto? This question will be considered later. Now, however, we shall give a further proof that the medium has nothing to do with vision. If the air were affected, it would experience a material affection similar to the figure impressed on wax. In this case, a certain part of the object would be impressed on a certain part of the air, and consequently, the part of the air nearest to the eye would receive a part of the visible object, and this part would be of a size equal to that of the pupil. Now, a visible object is seen in its entirety, and all those who are in the air equally see it, whether they behold it from the front or side, or whether they be one behind the other, without, however, forming mutual obstacles. This proves that every part of the air contains the entire visible object. This cannot be explained by any corporeal affection, but by higher laws suitable to the soul, and to the universal organism, which everywhere responds to itself. Mutual relation of the eye's light and the objective light. 4. What is the mutual relation between the light that emanates from the eye and the light which is exterior to the eye, and which extends between the eye and the object? Light has no need of air as a medium, unless indeed somebody should undertake to say that there is no light without air, in which case air would be a medium only accidentally. Light itself, however, is an unaffected medium, for there is no necessity here for an affection, but only for a medium. Consequently, if light be not a body, there is no need of a body to act as medium. It might be objected that sight has no need either of a foreign light nor of a medium to see nearby, but has need of them for vision at a distance. Later we shall consider whether or not light without air be possible. Now let us consider the first point. Intermediary light is unnecessary, partly being an obstacle. If the light which is contiguous to the eye should become animated, and if the soul should, so to speak, interpenetrate it, uniting with it as she unites with the interior light, there would be no need of intermediary light for the perception of the visible object. Sight resembles touch. It operates in light by somehow transferring itself to the object, without the medium experiencing any affection. Now consider, does the sight transfer itself to the visible object because of the existence of an interval between them, or because of the existence of some body in the interval? In the latter case, vision would occur by removing this obstacle. If, on the other hand, it be because of the existence of a mere interval, then the nature of the visible object must seem inert and entirely inactive. This is, however, impossible. Not only does touch announce and experience the neighboring object, but by the affection it experiences, it proclaims the differences of the tangible object, and even perceives it from a distance, if nothing oppose it. For we perceive the fire at the same time as the air that surrounds us, and before this air has been heated by the fire. A solid body heats better than does the air, and consequently it receives heat through the air rather than by the intermediation of air. If then the visible object have the power to act, and if the organ have the power of experiencing or suffering, why should sight need any intermediary besides light to exert its power? This would really be needing an obstacle. When the light of the sun reaches us, it does not light up the air before lighting us, but lights both simultaneously, even before it has reached the eye, while it is still elsewhere, we have already seen, just as if the air was not affected at all. That is the case, probably, because the medium has undergone no modification, and because light has not yet presented itself to our view. Under this hypothesis, which asserts that the air receives and transmits an affection, it would be difficult to explain why during the night we see the stars, and in general any kind of fire. Not even the light of the eye is to be considered as medium. On the hypothesis that the soul remains within herself, while making use of the light emanated from the eye, as a rod to reach the visible object, a very sharp perception would be caused by the resistance experienced by the light in its tension and sense color. Insofar as it is color, the light itself would possess the property of reflecting light. In this case, the contact would take place by a medium. But already before this, the light has reached the object without any medium, so that the later contact operated by a medium would produce cognition by a sort of memory or reasoning, which is not the case. The objective light does not transmit the image by relays. The hypothesis that the light contiguous to the visible object is affected, and transmits this affection by relays from point to point into the eye, is essentially identical with that theory which supposes that the medium must be preliminarily modified by the visible object, a hypothesis that has already been discussed above. Neither for hearing is the air necessary as a medium. 5. As to hearing, there are several theories. One is that the air is first set in motion, and that this motion, being transmitted unaltered from point to point, from the location of the sound-producing air as far as the ear, causes the sound to arrive to the sense. Again, another theory is that the medium is here affected accidentally, and only because it happens to be interposed, so that if the medium were annihilated, we would feel the sound immediately on its production by the shock of two bodies. We might think that the air must first be set in motion, but the medium interposed between the first moved air and the ear plays a different part. The air here seems to be the sovereign condition of the production of sound, for at the origin of the sound, the shock of two bodies would produce no sound if the air compressed and struck by their rapid concussion, did not transmit the motion from point to point as far as the ear. But if the production of the sound depend on the impulsion impressed on the air, the qualitative difference between voices and instrumental sounds will challenge explanation, for there is great difference of timbre between metal struck by metal of the same kind or another. These differences are not merely quantitative, and cannot be attributed to the air, which everywhere is the same, nor to the force of the stimulus, which may be equal in intensity. Another theory of Aristotle's is that the production of voices and sound is due to the air, because the impulsion impressed on the air is sonorous. To this it should be answered that air, in so far as it is air, is not the cause of sound, for it resounds only in so far as it resembles some solid body, remaining in its situation before it dilates, as if it were something solid. The cause of the sound, then, is the shock between objects, which forms the sound that reaches the sense of hearing. This is demonstrated by the sounds produced in the interior of animals, without the presence of any air, whenever one part is struck by some other. Such is the sound produced by certain articulations when they are bent, as the knee, or certain bones when they are struck against each other, or when they break. In this case, air has nothing to do with the production of the sound. These considerations compel a theory of hearing similar to our conclusions about sight. The perception of audition, like that of vision, therefore, consists in a repercussion, an affection sympathetically felt in the universal organism. The relation of the air to the light. 6. Could light exist without air, if the sun illuminated the surface of bodies, and if there were a void in the interval which is accidentally illuminated by virtue of its location between the sun and the bodies? It is certain that if the other things were affected because the air itself was affected, and if light were nothing more than an affection of the air, that is, its substance, then indeed this affection could not exist without the experiencing subject, the air. But in our view, light is not essentially characteristic of air as such, for all fiery and brilliant bodies, among which are precious stones, possess a luminous color. Could that which passes from a brilliant body into some other body exist without that other body? If light be but a simple quality of an object, and as every quality implies a subject on which it depends, light will have to be sought in the body in which it resides. If, on the contrary, light be only an actualization produced by some other thing, and if there be no body contiguous to the luminous object, and it be entirely surrounded by a void, why could light not exist and radiate upwards as well as downwards, and in every direction? Since light radiates, why should it not radiate without hindrance? If its nature be to fall, it will spontaneously descend, for neither the air nor any illuminated body will make it issue from the illuminating body, nor can force it to advance, since it is neither an accident that implies a subject, nor an affection that implies an affected object. Otherwise, the light would remain in the illuminated body, when the object from which it emanates should happen to withdraw. But since the light withdraws with it, it radiates. In what direction does light radiate? Its radiation demands no more than the existence of sufficient space, Otherwise, the body of the sun would lose its actualization, that is, the light it radiates. In this case, light would not be the quality of a subject, but the actualization that emanates from a subject, but which does not pass into any other subject, as a kind of undulation. But if another subject be present, it will suffer an affection. As life which constitutes an actualization of the soul affects the body if it be present, and does not any the less constitute an actualization if the body be absent, likewise light constitutes an actualization subject to the same conditions. It is not the obscurity of the air that begets light, nor obscurity mingled with the earth which produces an impure light. Otherwise, one might produce something sweet by mingling something with what is bitter. The statement that light is a modification of the air is incomplete without the addition that the air must itself be modified by this modification, and that the obscurity of the air is no longer obscure after having undergone that change. The air itself, however, remains what it was, just as if it had not been affected. The affection belongs only to that which has been affected. Color, therefore, does not belong to the air, but subsists in itself. The air's only function is its presence. But enough of this. Does the withdrawal of the luminous source abandon the light to destruction, or does the light follow it? 7. It might be asked whether the withdrawal of the object from which light emanates abandons the light to destruction, or does the light follow the source into withdrawal? This question is related to the former one, and it may be said that if the light inhere in the illuminated body in a manner such as to have become characteristic of it, the light perishes with it. The light is an immanent actualization, for otherwise it would surround the object from which it emanates and remain within it, accumulating there. If this were so, the light could not vanish so long as the object from which it emanates itself continues to subsist. If this object pass from one place to another, light would pass thither also, not because it turns back on itself or changes locality, but because the actualization of the luminous object exists and is present as soon as nothing opposes it. If the distance from the sun to the earth were much more considerable than it really is, the light of the sun would nevertheless reach us, providing no obstacle were interposed. On the one hand, there is in the luminous body an actualization, a kind of superabundant life, a principle and source of activity. On the other hand, beyond the limits of the luminous body exists a second actualization, which is the image of the actualization characteristic of this body, and which never separates itself from the body. Every being has an actualization which is its image, so that as soon as the being exists, its actualization exists also, and so long as the being subsists, its actualization radiates nearer or further. Actualizations differ indeed. Some are feeble and obscure, others are secret or hidden, others are powerful and radiate afar. When an actualization radiates at a distance, it must be admitted to exist there where it acts, where it exercises and manifests its power. Consequently, one can see light shine from the eyes of animals whose eyes are naturally brilliant. Likewise, when the animals that exert a concentrated interior fire happen to open their eyelids, they radiate rays of light into the darkness, while when they close their eyes, no more light exists outside them. The light, therefore, does not perish, only it is no longer produced exteriorly. It does not re enter into the animal, but merely ceases to exist exteriorly. For the visual fire does not pass outside, remaining inside. Is light itself then within? At least this light remains within. But when the eye is closed, the eyelid forms an obstacle to its diffusion. Light as actualization is the being of the luminous body, and is incorporeal. Thus the light that emanates from bodies is the actualization of the luminous body, which is active exteriorly. The light in the bodies whose original nature is such is the formal being of the originally luminous body. When such a body has been mingled with matter, it produces color. The actualization alone does not suffice to give color. It produces only the hue, because the actualization is the property of a subject and depends on it, so that nothing can be withdrawn from the subject without simultaneously being withdrawn from its actualization. Light is entirely incorporeal, though it be the actualization of a body. It could not, therefore, properly be said of light that it withdraws or is present. The true state of affairs is entirely different, for the light, so far as it is the actualization of the luminous body, is its very being. The image produced in a mirror is therefore an actualization of the visible object, which acts on anything that is passive, that can suffer or experience, without letting any of its substance escape by any wastage. If the object be present, the image appears in the mirror. It is, as it were, the image of the color that possesses some particular figure. When the object withdraws, the diaphanous body no longer possesses what it possessed, while the visible object was acting on the mirror. A similar condition is that of the soul. Her actualization dwells within the world's body so long as this soul herself dwells within it. Life and light do not perish, but are no more there. Curiosity might lead someone to ask about a force that were not the actualization of the soul, but which only proceeded from this actualization, such as the life which we say is proper to the body. Is the case of such a force similar to that of the light characteristic of bodies? We said that the light inheres in colored bodies, so far as that which produces the colors inheres in the bodies. As to the life proper to the bodies, we think that the body possesses it so far as the soul is present, for nothing can be inanimate. When the body perishes, and when it is no longer assisted by the soul which communicated life to it, nor by the actualization of this soul, how should life remain in the body? What? Has this life perished? No, this life itself has not perished, for it is only the image of an irradiation. It would not be correct to say more than that it is no more there. A world outside of our world would not be visible. 8. If there were a body outside of our world, and if an eye observed it from here without any obstacle, it is doubtful that the eye could see that body, because the eye would have no affection common to it. For community of affection is caused by the coherence of the single organism, that is, the unity of the world. Since this community of affection or sympathy supposes that sense objects, and that the senses belong to the single organism, a body located outside of the world would not be felt unless it were part of the world. In this case, it would be felt. If it were not a part of the world, but yet by its color and other qualities it was conformed to the organ that was to cognize it, would it be felt? No, it would not be felt. That is, if such a hypothesis of a body located outside of the world were at all admissible. If, however, anyone should refuse to admit such a hypothesis, he would pretend that it is absurd that the eye should not see the color located in front of it, and that the other senses do not perceive the qualities before them. That is the reason of its absurdity. For we are active or passive only because we are integral parts of the single organism, and are located within it. Is anything still left to be considered? If what we have said suffices, our demonstration is finished. Otherwise, we shall have to give still further proofs to support our proposition. Sensation is limited to common integral parts of the universe. Every organism is coherent, that is sympathetic with itself. In the case of a single organism, our demonstration suffices, and all things will experience common affections so far as they constitute parts of the single organism. The plea that a body exterior to the world could be felt because of its resemblance is ill-founded, because perception is characteristic of an organism, and because it is the organism that possesses perception. For its organ resembles the perceived object. Thus, sensation would be the perception presented to the soul by means of organs similar to the perceived objects. If then the organism feel not only its contents, but also objects resembling them, it will perceive these things by virtue of its organic nature, and these things will be perceived not because they are contents thereof, but by virtue of their resemblance thereto. It seems rather that perceived objects must be perceived in the measure of their resemblance, because the soul has familiarized herself with them, and has assimilated them to herself. If then the soul which has assimilated these objects to herself differ from them, the things which were supposed to have become assimilated to her will remain entirely foreign to her. The absurdity of this consequence shows us that there is a flaw in the hypothesis, for it affirms simultaneously that the soul exists and does not exist, that the things are both conformable and different, similar and dissimilar. Since then this hypothesis implies contradictories, it is not admissible, for it supposes that the soul exists in this world as a result of the world both being and not being universal, both being and not being different, both being and not being perfect. The above hypothesis must therefore be abandoned, and since it implies a contradiction, no reasonable consequence could be deduced therefrom. End of Ennead 4, Book 5. Ennead 4, Book 6, by Plotinus, translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fourth Ennead, Book 6, of Sensation and Memory. Stoic doctrines of sensations and memories hang together. If we deny that sensations are images impressed on the soul, similar to the impression of a seal, we shall also, for the sake of consistency, have to deny that memories are notions or sensations preserved in the soul by the permanence of the impression, inasmuch as, according to our opinion, the soul did not originally receive any impression. The two questions, therefore, hang together. Either we shall have to insist that sensation consists in an image impressed on the soul, and memory in its preservation, or, if either one of these opinions be rejected, the other will have to be rejected also. However, since we regard both of them as false, we shall have to consider the true operation of both sensation and memory, for we declare that sensation is as little the impression of an image as memory is its permanence. The true solution of the question, on the contrary, will be disclosed by an examination of the most penetrating sense, and then by induction transferring the same laws to the other senses. A. Of sensation. The sense of sight does not possess the image seen within itself. In general, the sensation of sight consists of perception of the visible object, and by sight we attain it in the place where the object is placed before our eyes, as if the perception operated in that very place, and as if the soul saw outside of herself. This occurs, I think, without any image being produced, nor producing itself outside of the soul, without the soul receiving any impression similar to that imparted by the seal to the wax. Indeed, if the soul already in herself possessed the image of the visible object, the mere possession of this image or type would free her from the necessity of looking outside of herself. The calculation of the distance of the object's location and visibility proves that the soul does not within herself contain the image of the object. In this case, as the object would not be distant from her, the soul would not see it as located at a distance. Besides, from the image she would receive from within herself, the soul could not judge of the size of the object, or even determine whether it possessed any magnitude at all. For instance, taking as an example the sky, the image which the soul would develop of it would not be so great as it is when the soul is surprised at the sky's extent. Besides, there is a further objection, which is the most important of all. If we perceive only the images of the objects we see, instead of seeing the objects themselves, we would see only their appearances or adumbrations. Then the realities would differ from the things that we see. The true observation that we cannot discern an object placed upon the pupil, though we can see it at some little distance, applies with greater cogency to the soul. If the image of the visible object be located within her, she will not see the object that yields her this image. We have to distinguish two things: the object seen and the seeing subject. Consequently, the subject that sees the visible object must be distinct from it, and see it as located elsewhere than within itself. The primary condition of the act of vision, therefore, is not that the image of the object be located in the soul, but that it be located outside of the soul. Sensations are not experiences, but relative actualizations. 2. After denying that sensation consists of such an operation, it is our duty to point out the true state of affairs. Though it be objected that thus the soul would be considered as judging of things she does not possess, it is nevertheless plain that it is the characteristic of a power not to experience or suffer, but to develop its force, to carry out the function to which it is destined. If the soul is to discern a visible or audible object, The latter must consist of neither images nor experiences, but actualizations relative to the objects which naturally belong to the domain of these actualizations of the soul. Those who deny that any faculty can know its object without receiving some impulsion from it imply that the faculty suffers without really cognizing the object before it, for this soul faculty should dominate the object instead of being thereby dominated. This is true not only of sight, but of hearing, taste, and smell. The case of hearing is similar to that of sight. The impression is in the air. The sounds consist in a series of distinct vibrations, similar to letters traced by some person who is speaking. By virtue of her power and her being, the soul reads the characters traced in the air when they present themselves to the faculty which is suitable to reception of them. As to taste and smell also, we must distinguish between the experience and the cognition of it. This latter cognition constitutes sensation, or a judgment of the experience, and differs therefrom entirely. Cognition of intelligible objects still less admits of an impression. The cognition of intelligible things still less admits of an experience or impression, for the soul finds the intelligible things within herself, while it is outside of herself that she contemplates sense objects. Consequently, the soul's notions of intelligible entities are actualizations of a nature superior to those of sense objects, being the actualizations of the soul herself, that is, spontaneous actualizations. We shall, however, have to relegate to another place the question whether the soul sees herself as double, contemplating herself as another object, so to speak, and whether she sees intelligence as single in a manner such that both herself and intelligence seem but one. B. Of memory. Memory acts through the sympathy of the soul's highest self. 3. Treating of memory, we must begin by attributing to the soul a power which, though surprising, is perhaps really neither strange nor incredible. The soul, without receiving anything, nevertheless perceives the things she does not have. The secret of this is that by nature the soul is the reason of all things, the last reason of intelligible entities, and the first reason of sense objects. Consequently, the soul is in relation with both spheres. By the intelligible things the soul is improved and vivified, but she is deceived by the resemblance which sense objects bear to intelligible entities, and the soul descends here below as if drawn by her alluring charm. Because she occupies a position intermediary between intelligible entities and sense objects, the soul occupies a position intermediary between them. She is said to think intelligible entities when, by applying herself to them, she recalls them. She cognizes them because, in a certain manner, she actually constitutes these entities. She cognizes them not because she posits them within herself, but because she somehow possesses them, and has an intuition of them. Because, obscurely constituting these things, she awakes, passing from obscurity to clearness, and from potentiality to actualization. For sense objects, she acts in the same way. By relating them to what she possesses within herself, she makes them luminous, and has an intuition of them, possessing as she does a potentiality suitable to a perception of them, and, so to speak, to begetting them. When the soul has applied the whole force of her attention to one of the objects that offer themselves to her, she, for a long while, thereby remains affected as if this object were present, and the more attentively she considers it, the longer she sees it. That is why children have a stronger memory. They do not quickly abandon an object, but lingeringly fix their gaze upon it, instead of allowing themselves to be distracted by a crowd of objects. They direct their attention exclusively to some one of them. On the contrary, those whose thought and faculties are absorbed by a variety of objects do not rest with any one, and do no more than look them over. Memory is not an image, but the reawakening of a faculty. If memory consisted in the preservation of images, their numerousness would not weaken memory. If memory kept these images stored within itself, it would have no need of reflection to recall them, nor could memory recall them suddenly after having forgotten them. Further, exercise does not weaken, but increases the energy and force of memory, just as the purpose of exercise of our feet or hands is only to put ourselves in a better condition, more easily to accomplish certain things which are neither in our feet nor our hands, but to which these members become better adapted by habit. Besides, if memory be only storage of images, why then does one not remember a thing when it has been heard but once or twice? Why, when it has been heard often, is it long remembered, although it was not retained at first? This can surely not be because at first only some part of the images had been retained, for in that case those parts would be easily recalled. On the contrary, memory is produced suddenly as a result of the last hearing or reflection. This clearly proves that in the soul we are only awakening the faculty of memory, only imparting to it new energy, either for all things in general, or for one in particular. Again, memory does not bring back to us only the things about which we have reflected. By association of ideas, memory suggests to us, besides, a multitude of other memories through its habit of using certain indices, any one of which suffices easily to recall all the remainder. How could this fact be explained except by admitting that the faculty of memory had become strengthened? Once more, the preservation of images in the soul would indicate weakness rather than strength, for the reception of several impressions would imply an easy yielding to all forms. Since every impression is an experience, memory would be measured by passive receptivity, which, of course, is the very contrary of the state of affairs. Never did any exercise whatever render the exercising being more fitted to suffering or receptive experience. Still another argument: in sensations, it is not the weak and impotent organ which perceives by itself. It is not, for instance, the eye that sees, but the active potentiality of the soul. That is why old people have both sensations and memories that are weaker. Both sensation and memory, therefore, imply some energy. Last, as we have seen that sensation is not the impression of an image in the soul, memory could not be the storage place of images it could not have received. Memory needs training and education. It may be asked, however, why, if memory be a faculty, a potentiality or disposition, we do not immediately remember what we have learned, and why we need some time to recall it. It is because we need to master our own faculty and to apply it to its object. Not otherwise is it with our other faculties, which we have to fit to fulfill their functions, and though some of them may react promptly, others also may need time to gather their forces together. The same man does not always simultaneously exercise memory and judgment, because it is not the same faculty that is active in both cases. Thus there is a difference between the wrestler and the runner. Different dispositions react in each. Besides, nothing that we have said would militate against distinguishing between the man of strong and tenacious soul, who would be inclined to read over what is recalled by his memory, while he who lets many things escape him would, by his very weakness, be disposed to experience and preserve passive affections. Again, memory must be a potentiality of the soul, inasmuch as the soul has no extension, and therefore could not be a storage place for images which imply three dimensions. Soul events occur very differently from what is supposed by the unobservant or unreflective. In general, all the processes of the soul occur in a manner very different from that conceived by unobservant men. Psychic phenomena occur very differently from sense phenomena, the analogy of which may lead to very serious errors. Hence, the above unobservant men imagine that sensations and memories resemble characters inscribed on tablets or sheets of paper. Whether they consider the soul material, as do the Stoics, or as immaterial, as do the Peripatetics, they certainly do not realize the absurd consequences which would result from the above hypothesis. End of Ennead 4, Book 6. Ennead 4, Book 7, Part 1, by Plotinus, translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fourth Ennead, Book 7, of the Immortality of the Soul. Polemic against Materialism. Is the soul immortal? 1. Are we immortal, or does all of us die? Another possibility would be that, of the two parts of which we are composed, the one might be fated to be dissolved and perish, while the other, that constitutes our very personality, might subsist perpetually. These problems must be solved by a study of our nature. The body as the instrument of the soul. Man is not a simple being. He contains a soul and a body which is united to this soul, either as tool or in some other manner. This is how we must distinguish the soul from the body, and determine the nature and manner of existence, being, of each of them. The body is composite and therefore perishable. As the nature of the body is composite, reason convinces us that it cannot last perpetually, and our senses show it to us dissolved, destroyed, and decayed, because the elements that compose it return to join the elements of the same nature, altering, destroying them and each other, especially when this chaos is abandoned to the soul, which alone keeps her parts combined. Even if a body were taken alone, it would not be a unity. It may be analyzed into form and matter, principles that are necessary to the constitution of all bodies, even of those that are simple. Besides, as they contain extension, the bodies can be cut, divided into infinitely small parts, and thus perish. Therefore, if our body is a part of ourselves, not all of us is immortal. If the body is only the instrument of the soul, as the body is given to the soul only for a definite period, it still is by nature perishable. The soul is the individuality as its form and as a skilled workman. The soul, which is the principal part of man, and which constitutes man himself, should bear to the body the relation of form to matter, or of a workman to his tool. In both cases, the soul is the man himself. If the soul is incorporeal, we must study incorporeality. 2. What then is the nature of the soul? If she is a body, she can be decomposed, as every body is a composite. If, on the contrary, she is not a body, if hers is a different nature, the latter must be examined, either in the same way that we have examined the body, or in some other way. A. The soul is not corporeal, as the Stoics thought. (a). Neither a material molecule nor a material aggregation of material atoms could possess life and intelligence. First, let us consider the nature of this alleged soul body. As every soul necessarily possesses life, and as the body, considered as being the soul, must obtain at least two molecules, if not more, there are three possibilities: either only one of them possesses life, or all of them possess it, or none of them. If one molecule alone possesses life, it alone will be the soul. Of what nature will be that molecule supposed to possess life by itself? Will it be water, hippo; air, Anaximenes, Archelaus, and Diogenes; earth or fire, Heraclitus, Stobaeus? But those are elements that are inanimate by themselves, and which, even when they are animated, possess but a borrowed life. Still, there is no other kind of body. Even those philosophers, like the Pythagoreans, who posited elements other than water, air, earth, and fire, still considered them to be bodies, and not souls, not even attributing souls to them. The theory that life results from the union of molecules, of which, nevertheless, none by itself possesses life, is an absurd hypothesis. If, further, any molecule possesses life, then a single one would be sufficient. Neither mixture nor its principle will explain life as a body. The most irrational theory of all is that an aggregation of molecules should produce life, that elements without intelligence should beget intelligence. Others, like Alexander of Aphrodisia, insist that to produce life, these elements must be mingled in a certain manner. That would, however, imply, as thought Galen and Hippocrates, the existence of a principle which produces order, and which should be the cause of mixture or temperament, and that should alone deserve being considered as soul. No simple bodies could exist, much less composite bodies, unless there was a soul in the universe. For it is seminal reason which, in adding itself to matter, produces body. But surely a seminal reason could proceed from nowhere except a soul. No atomic aggregation could produce a self-harmonizing unity. 3 (b). No aggregation of atoms could form a whole that would be one and sympathetic with itself. Others, on the contrary, insist that the soul is constituted by the union of atoms or indivisibles, as thought Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus. To refute this error, we have to examine the nature of sympathy, or community of affection, a Stoic characteristic of a living being, and juxtaposition. On the one hand, an aggregation of corporeal molecules which are incapable of being united, and which do not feel, cannot form a single sympathetic whole, such as is the soul, which is sympathetic with herself. On the other hand, how could a body or extension be constituted by a juxtaposition of atoms? Soul is a simple substance, while every body is composed of matter and form. (c). Every body is a composite of matter and form, while the soul is a simple substance. Inasmuch as matter possesses no quality, the matter of no simple body will be said to possess life in itself. That which imparts life to it must then be its form. If form is a being, the soul cannot simultaneously be matter and form. It will be only matter or form. Consequently, the soul will not be the body, since the body is not constituted by matter exclusively, as could be proved analytically, if necessary. If soul is only an affection of matter, whence that affection? (d). The soul is not a simple manner of being of matter, because matter could not give itself a form. Some Stoics might deny that form was a being, asserting the soul to be a mere affection, or manner of being of matter. From whence then did matter acquire this affection and animating life? Surely matter itself could not endow itself with a form and a soul. That which endows matter or any body with life must then be some principle alien and superior to corporeal nature. No body could subsist without the power of the universal soul. (e). No body could subsist without the power of the universal soul. Besides, no body could subsist without the power of the universal soul. From Numenius. Every body, indeed, is in a perpetual flow and movement, as thought Heraclitus in Plato Cratylus. And the world would soon perish if it contained nothing but bodies, even if some one of them were to be called soul. For such a soul, being composed of the same matter as the other bodies, would undergo the same fate that they do, or rather, there would not even be any body. Everything would remain in the condition of shapeless matter, since there would exist no principle to fashion it. Why, there would not even be any matter, and the universe would be annihilated to nothingness, if the care of keeping its parts united were entrusted to some body which would have nothing but the name of soul, as for instance, to air, or a breath without cohesion, which could not be one by itself. As all bodies are divisible, if the universe depended on a body, it would be deprived of intelligence and given up to chance. How, indeed, could there be any order in a spirit which itself would need to receive order from a soul? How could this spirit contain reason and intelligence? On the hypothesis of the existence of the soul, all these elements serve to constitute the body of the world and of every animal, because all different bodies together work for the end of all. But without the soul there is no order, and even nothing exists any more. If the soul is not simple matter, she must be a substantial form. For (f). If the soul is anything but simple matter, she must be constituted by a substantial form. Those who claim that the soul is a body are, by the very force of the truth, forced to recognize the existence, before and above them, of a form proper to the soul. For they acknowledge the existence of an intelligent spirit and an intellectual fire, as do the Stoics, following in the footsteps of Heraclitus (Stobaeus). According to them, it seems that without spirit or fire, there cannot be any superior nature in the order of beings, and that the soul needs a location where she may be built up. On the contrary, it is bodies alone that need to be built up on something, and indeed they are founded on the powers of the soul. If really we do believe that the soul and life are no more than a spirit, why add the qualification of a certain characteristic? A meaningless term employed when forced to admit an active nature superior to that of bodies. As there are thousands of inanimate spirits, not every spirit is a soul. If only that spirit is a soul which possesses that special characteristic, this special characteristic and this manner of being will either be something real or will be nothing. If they are nothing, there will be nothing real but spirit, and this alleged manner of being is nothing more than a word. In that system, therefore, nothing but matter really exists. God, the soul, and all other things are no more than a word. The body alone really subsists. If, on the contrary, that manner of being is something real, if it is anything else than substrate or matter, if it resides in matter without being material or composed of matter, it must then be a nature different from the body, namely, a reason, by a pun. The body exerts a uniform action, while the soul exerts a varied one. Brackets G. The body exerts an uniform action, while the soul exerts a very diverse action. The following considerations further demonstrate the impossibility of the soul being a body. A body must be hot or cold, hard or soft, liquid or solid, black or white, or qualities differing according to its nature. If it is only hot or cold, light or heavy, black or white, it communicates its only quality to what comes close to it. For fire could not cool, nor ice heat. Nevertheless, the soul produces not only different effects in different animals, but contrary effects even in the same being. She makes certain things solid, dense, black, light, and certain others liquid, sparse, white, or heavy. According to the different quality of the body, and according to its color, she should produce but a single effect. Nevertheless, she exerts a very diverse action. Three more proofs of the incorporeity of the soul. 5 brackets each. The body has but a single kind of motion, while the soul has different ones. If the soul is a body, how does it happen that she has different kinds of motion instead of a single one, as is the case with the body? Will these movements be explained by voluntary determinations and by seminal reasons? In this case, neither the voluntary determinations nor these reasons, which differ from each other, can belong to a single and simple body. Such a body does not participate in any particular reason, except by the principle that made it hot or cold. Bodies can lose parts, not so the soul. Brackets I. Souls cannot, as do bodies, lose or gain parts, ever remaining identical. The body has the faculty of making its organs grow within a definite time and in fixed proportions. From where could the soul derive them? Its function is to grow, not to cause growth unless the principle of growth be comprehended within its material mass. If the soul that makes the body grow was herself a body, she should, on uniting with molecules of a nature similar to hers, develop a growth proportional to that of the organs. In this case, the molecules that will come to add themselves to the soul will be either animate or inanimate. If they are animate, how could they have become such, and from whom will they have received that characteristic? If they are not animate, how will they become such, and how will agreement between them and the first soul arise? How will they form but a single unity with her, and how will they agree with her? Will they not constitute a soul that will remain foreign to the former, who will not possess her requirements of knowledge? This aggregation of molecules that would thus be called soul will resemble the aggregation of molecules that form our body. She would lose parts, she would acquire new ones, she will not be identical. But if we had a soul that was not identical, memory and self-consciousness of our own faculties would be impossible. The soul is everywhere entire. That is not the case with the body. (J). The soul, being one and simple, is everywhere entire, and has parts that are identical to the whole. This is not the case with the body. If the soul is a body, she will have parts that are not identical with the whole, as every body is by nature divisible. If then the soul has a definite magnitude, of which she cannot lose anything without ceasing to be a soul, she will, by losing her parts, change her nature, as happens to every quantity. If, on losing some part of its magnitude, a body, notwithstanding, remains identical in respect to quality, it does not, nevertheless, become different from what it was, in respect to quantity, and it remains identical only in respect to quality, which differs from quantity. What shall we answer to those who insist that the soul is a body? Will they say that in the same body each part possesses the same quality as the total soul, and that the case is similar with the part of a part? Then quantity is no longer essential to the nature of the soul, which contradicts the hypothesis that the soul needed to possess a definite magnitude. Besides, the soul is everywhere entire. Now, it is impossible for a body to be entire in several places simultaneously, or have parts identical to the whole. If we refuse the name of soul to each part, the soul is then composed of inanimate parts. Besides, if the soul is a definite magnitude, she cannot increase or diminish without ceasing to be a soul. But it often happens that from a single conception, or from a single germ, are born two or more beings, as is seen in certain animals in whom the germs divide. In this case, each part is equal to the whole. However superficially considered, this fact demonstrates that the principle in which the part is equal to the whole is essentially superior to quantity, and must necessarily lack any kind of quantity. On this condition alone can the soul remain identical when the body loses its quantity, because she has need of no mass, no quantity, and because her essence is of an entirely different nature. The soul and the seminal reasons, therefore, possess no extension. The body could not possess sensation. 6 (k). The body could not possess either sensation, thought, or virtue. If the soul were a body, she would not possess either sensation, thought, science, virtue, nor any of the perfections that render her more beautiful. Here follows the proof. Impossibility for the body to have sensation. The subject that perceives a sense object must itself be single, and grasp this object in its totality by one and the same power. This happens when, by several organs, we perceive several qualities of a single object, or when by a single organ we embrace a single complex object in its totality, as for instance a face. It is not one principle that sees the face, and another one that sees the eyes. It is the same principle which embraces everything at once. Doubtless, we do receive a sense impression by the eyes, and another by the ears, but both of them must end in some single principle. How indeed could any decision be reached about the difference of sense impressions unless they all converged towards the same principle? The latter is like a center, and the individual sensations are like radii which from the circumference radiate towards the center of a circle. This central principle is essentially single. If it was divisible, and if sense impressions were directed towards 2 points at a distance from each other, such as the extremities of the same line, they would either still converge towards one and the same point, as for instance the middle of the line, or one part would feel one thing and another something else. It would be absolutely as if I felt one thing and you felt another, when placed in the presence of one and the same thing, as thought Aristotle, de anima. Facts, therefore, demonstrate that sensations center in one and the same principle, as visible images are centered in the pupil of the eye. Otherwise, how could we, through the pupil, see the greatest objects? So much the more, therefore, must the sensations that center in the Stoic directing principle resemble indivisible intuitions, and be perceived by an indivisible principle. If the latter possessed extension, it could, like the sense object, be divided. Each of its parts would thus perceive one of the parts of the sense object, and nothing within us would grasp the object in its totality. The subject that perceives must then be entirely one, otherwise how could it be divided? In that case, it could not be made to coincide with the sense object, as 2 equal figures superimposed on each other, because the directing principle does not have an extension equal to that of the sense object. How then will we carry out the division? Must the subject that feels contain as many parts as there are in the sense object? Will each part of the soul in its turn feel by its own parts, or will we decide that the parts of parts will not feel? Neither is that likely. If, on the other hand, each part feels the entire object, and if each magnitude is divisible to infinity, the result is that for a single object there will be an infinity of sensations in each part of the soul, and so much the more, an infinity of images in the principle that directs us. This, however, is the opposite of the actual state of affairs. Against the Stoics, sensations are not impressions of a seal on wax. Besides, if the principle that feels were corporeal, it could feel only so long as exterior objects produced in the blood or in the air some impression similar to that of a seal on wax. If they impressed their images on wet substances, as is no doubt supposed, these impressions would become confused as images in water, and memory would not occur. If, however, these impressions persisted, they would either form an obstacle to subsequent ones, and no further sensation would occur, or they would be effaced by the new ones, which would destroy memory. If then the soul is capable of recalling earlier sensations, and having new ones to which the former would form no obstacle, it is because she is not corporeal. Sensation cannot be relayed from sense organ to directing principle. 7. The same reflections may be made about pain, and one's feeling of it. When a man's finger is said to give him pain, this no doubt is a recognition that the seat of the pain is in the finger, and that the feeling of pain is experienced by the directing principle. Consequently, when a part of the spirit suffers, this suffering is felt by the directing principle and shared by the whole soul. How can this sympathy be explained? By relay transmission, the Stoic will answer. The sense impression is felt first by the animal spirit that is in the finger, and then transmitted to the neighboring part, and so on till it reaches the directing part. Necessarily, if the pain is felt by the first part that experiences it, it will also be felt by the second part to which it is transmitted, then by the third, and so on, until the one pain would have caused an infinite number of sensations. Last, the directing principle will perceive all these sensations, adding thereto its own sensation. Speaking strictly, however, each of these sensations will not transmit the suffering of the finger, but the suffering of one of the intermediate parts. For instance, the second sensation will relay the suffering of the hand, the third that of the arm, and so on, until there will be an infinity of sensations. The directing principle, for its part, will not feel the pain of the finger, but its own. It will know none but that. It will pay no attention to the rest, because it will ignore the pain suffered by the finger. Therefore, relayed sensation is an impossibility, nor could one part of the body perceive the suffering felt by another part, for the body has extension, and in every extension parts are foreign to each other. The opposite of the opinion of Cleanthes, Nemesius. Consequently, the principle that feels must everywhere be identical with itself, and among all beings, the body is that which is least suitable to this identity. The body cannot think. 8. If in any sense whatever the soul were a body, we could not think. Here is the proof. If feeling is explained as the soul's laying hold of perceptible things by making use of the body, thinking cannot also be making use of the body. Otherwise, thinking and feeling would be identical. Thus, thinking must consist in perceiving without the help of the body, as thought Aristotle. So much the more, the thinking principle cannot be corporeal. Since it is sensation that grasps sense objects, it must likewise be thought or intellection that grasps intelligible objects. Though this should be denied, it will be admitted that we think certain intelligible entities, and that we perceive entities that have no extension. How could an entity that had extension think one that had no extension, or a divisible entity think an indivisible one? Could this take place by an indivisible part? In this case, the thinking subject will not be corporeal, for there is no need that the whole subject be in contact with the object. It would suffice if one of its parts reached the object, as Aristotle said against Plato. If then this truth be granted, that the highest thoughts must have incorporeal objects, the latter can be cognized only by a thinking principle that either is or becomes independent of body. Even the objection that the object of thought is constituted by the forms inherent in matter implies that these forces cannot be thought unless by intelligence they are separated from matter. It is not by means of the carnal mass of the body, nor generally by matter, that we can effect the abstraction of triangle, circle, line, or point. To succeed in this abstraction, the soul must separate from the body, and consequently the soul cannot be corporeal. The body cannot possess virtue. Neither do beauty or justice possess extension, I suppose, and their conception must be similar. These things can be cognized or retained only by the indivisible part of the soul. If the latter were corporeal, where indeed could virtues, prudence, justice, and courage exist? In this case, virtues, as Critias thought, would be no more than a certain disposition of the spirit, or blood, as Empedocles also thought. For instance, courage and temperance would respectively be no more than a certain irritability and a fortunate temperament of the spirit. Beauty would consist in the agreeable shape of outlines which cause persons in whom they occur to be called elegant and handsome. Under this hypothesis, indeed, the types of spirit might possess vigor and beauty. But what need would it have of temperance? On the contrary, the spirit would seek to be agreeably affected by the things it touches and embraces, to enjoy a moderate heat, a gentle coolness, and to be in contact only with sweet, tender, and smooth entities. What incentive would the spirit have to apportion rewards to those who had deserved them? If virtue were corporeal, it would be perishable. Are the notions of virtue and other intelligible entities by the soul thought eternal, or does virtue arise and perish? If so, by what being and how will it be formed? It is the same problem that remains to be solved. Intelligible entities must, therefore, be eternal and immutable, like geometrical notions, and consequently cannot be corporeal. Further, the subject in whom they exist must be of a nature similar to theirs, and therefore not be corporeal, for the nature of body is not to remain immutable, but to be in a perpetual flow. Bodies are active only by means of incorporeal powers. (9). There are men who locate the soul in the body, so as to give her a foundation in some sphere of activity. To account for the various phenomena in the body, such as getting hot or cold, pushing on or stopping, and the like. They evidently do not realize that bodies produce these effects only through incorporeal powers, and that those are not the powers that we attribute to the soul, which are thought, sensation, reasoning, desire, judiciousness, propriety, and wisdom, all of them entities that cannot possibly be attributes of a corporeal entity. Consequently, those materialists attribute to the body all the faculties of incorporeal essences, and leave nothing for the latter. Why bodies are activated by incorporeal powers. The proof that bodies are activated only by incorporeal faculties may be proved as follows. Quantity and quality are two different things. Every body has a quantity, but not always a quality, as in the case of matter, according to the Stoic definition, that it was a body without quality, but possessing magnitude. Granting this, you, Stoic, will also be forced to admit that as quality is something different from quantity, it must consequently be different from the body. Since then every body has a quantity, how could quality, which is no quantity, be a body? Besides, as we said above, every body and mass is altered by division. Nevertheless, when a body is cut into pieces, every part preserves the entire quality without undergoing alteration. For instance, every molecule of honey possesses the quality of sweetness as much as all the molecules taken together. Consequently, that sweetness cannot be corporeal, and other qualities must be in a similar case. Moreover, if the active powers were corporeal, they would have to have a material mass proportional to their strength or weakness. Now, there are great masses that have little force, and small ones that have great force, demonstrating that power does not depend on extension, and should be attributed to some substance without extension. Finally, you may say that matter is identical with body, and produces different beings only by receiving different qualities. The Stoics, considering that even the divinity was no more than modified matter, their two principles being matter and quality, the latter, however, was also considered as body. How do you, Stoics, not see that qualities thus added to matter are reasons that are primary and immaterial? Do not object that when the spirit, breath, and blood abandon animals, they cease to live; for if these things are necessary to life, there are for our life many other necessities, even during the presence of the soul, as thought Nemesius. Besides, neither spirit nor blood are distributed to every part of the body. The soul can penetrate the body, but two bodies cannot penetrate each other. (10). The soul penetrates the whole body, while an entire body cannot penetrate another entire body. Further, if the soul is corporeal and pervades the whole body, she will, with the body, form, as Alexander of Aphrodisia pointed out, a mixture similar to the other bodies that are constituted by a mixture of matter and quality, as the Stoics taught. Now, as none of the bodies that enter into a mixture is in actualization the soul, instead of being in actualization in the bodies, would be in them only potentially. Consequently, she would cease to be a soul, as the sweet ceases to be sweet when mingled with the bitter. We would, therefore, have no soul left. If, when one body forms a mixture with another body, total penetration occurs, so that each molecule contains equal parts of two bodies, and that each body be distributed equally in the whole space occupied by the mass of the other, without any increase of volume, nothing that is not divided will remain. Indeed, mixture operates not only between the larger parts, which would be no more than a simple juxtaposition, but the two bodies must penetrate each other mutually, even if smaller. It would indeed be impossible for the smaller to equal the greater; still, when the smaller penetrates the larger, it must divide it entirely. If the mixture operates in this manner in every part, and if no undivided part of the mass remain, the body must be divided into points, which is impossible. Indeed, were this division pushed to infinity, since every body is fully divisible, bodies will have to be infinite, not only potentially, but also in actuality. It is therefore impossible for one entire body to penetrate another in its entirety. Now, as the soul penetrates the entire body, the soul must be incorporeal, as thought Nemesius. The Stoic development from habit to soul and intelligence would make the perfect arise from the imperfect, an impossibility. (11). If, as Stoics claim, man first was a certain nature called habit, then a soul, and last an intelligence, the perfect would have arisen from the imperfect, which is impossible. To say that the first nature of the soul is to be a spirit, and that this spirit became soul only after having been exposed to cold, and as it were became soaked by its contact, because the cold subtilized it, this is an absurd hypothesis. Many animals are born in warm places, and do not have their soul exposed to action of cold. Under this hypothesis, the primary nature of the soul would have been made dependent on the concourse of exterior circumstances. The Stoics therefore posit as principle that which is less perfect, the soul, and trace it to a still less perfect earlier thing, called habit, or form of inorganic things. Intelligence, therefore, is posited in the last rank, since it is alleged to be born of the soul, while, on the contrary, the first rank should be assigned to intelligence, the second to the soul, the third to nature, and, following natural order, consider that which is less perfect as the posterior element. In this system, the divinity, by the mere fact of his possessing intelligence, is posterior and begotten, possessing only an incidental intelligence. The result would therefore be that there was neither soul, nor intelligence, nor divinity, for never can that which is potential pass to the condition of actualization without the prior existence of some actualized principle. If what is potential were to transform itself into actualization, which is absurd, its passage into actualization will have to involve, at the very least, a contemplation of something which is not merely potential, but actualized. Nevertheless, on the hypothesis that what is potential can permanently remain identical, it will of itself pass into actualization, and will be superior to the being which is potential only because it will be the object of the aspiration of such a being. We must therefore assign the first rank to the being that has a perfect and incorporeal nature, which is always in actualization. Thus intelligence and soul are prior to nature. The soul, therefore, is not a spirit, and consequently no body. Other reasons for the incorporeality of the soul have been advanced, but the above suffices, as thought Aristotle. End of Ennead 4, Book 7, Part 1. Ennead 4, Book 7, Part 2, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. 2. The soul is neither the harmony nor entelechy of the body. The soul is the harmony of the body. Against the Pythagoreans. Brackets 12. A. Since the soul is not corporeal, its real nature must be ascertained. Shall we assert that she is something distinct from the body, but dependent thereon, as for instance a harmony? Pythagoras indeed used this word in a technical sense, and after him the harmony of the body has been thought to be something similar to the harmony of a lyre. As tension produces in the lyre strings an affection, or manner of being or state, that is called harmony, likewise, as contrary elements are mingled in our body, an individual mixture produces life and soul, which therefore is only an individual affection of this mixture. Why the soul is not a harmony? As has already been said above, this hypothesis is inadmissible for several reasons. To begin with, the soul is prior to the body, and the harmony is posterior thereto. Then the soul dominates the body, governs it, and often even resists it, which would be impossible if the soul were only a harmony. The soul indeed is a being, which harmony is not. When the corporeal principles of which we are composed are mingled in just proportions, their temperament constitutes health, but not a being, such as the soul. Besides, every part of the body, being mingled in a different manner, should form a different harmony, and consequently a different soul, so that there would be several of them. The decisive argument, however, is that this soul that constitutes a harmony presupposes another soul which would produce this harmony, as a lyre needs a musician who would produce harmonic vibrations in the strings, because he possesses within himself the reason according to which he produces the harmony. The strings of the lyre do not vibrate of themselves, and the elements of our body cannot harmonize themselves. Nevertheless, under this hypothesis, animated and orderly being would have been made up out of inanimate and disordered entities, and these orderly beings would owe their order and existence to chance. That is as impossible for parts as for the whole. The soul, therefore, is no harmony. The soul is not the entelechy of the body. Polemic against Aristotle. Aristotle's statement of the problem. Brackets 13 b. Now let us examine the opinion of those who call the soul an entelechy. They say that in the composite, the soul plays the part of form in respect to matter; in the body, the soul animates. The soul, however, is not said to be the form of any body, nor of the body as such, but of the natural body that is organized and which possesses life potentially. If the soul is an entelechy, she is a different one than Aristotle's. If the soul's relation to the body is the same as that of the statue to the metal, the soul will be divided with the body, and on cutting a member, a portion of the soul would be cut along with it. According to this teaching, the soul separates from the body only during sleep, since she must inhere in the body of which she is the entelechy, in which case sleep would become entirely inexplicable. If the soul be an entelechy, the struggle of reason against the passions would become entirely impossible. The entire human being will experience but one single sentiment, and never be in disagreement with itself. If the soul be an entelechy, there will perhaps still be sensations, but mere sensations. Pure thoughts will have become impossible. Consequently, the peripateticians themselves are obliged to introduce into human nature another soul, namely the pure intelligence which they consider immortal. The rational soul, therefore, would have to be an entelechy in a manner different from their definition thereof, if indeed this name is at all to be used. If an entelechy be granted, it is inseparable from the body. The sense soul, which preserves the forms of sense objects previously perceived, must preserve them without the body. Otherwise, these forms would inhere in the body like figures and corporeal shapes. Now, if the forms inhered in the sense soul in this manner, they could not be received therein otherwise than as corporeal impressions. That is why, if we do grant the existence of an entelechy, it must be inseparable from the body. Even the faculty of appetite, not indeed that which makes us feel the need of eating and drinking, but that which desires things that are independent of the body, could not either be an entelechy. Neither could the soul of growth be an entelechy. The soul's faculty of growth remains to be considered. This at least might be thought an inseparable entelechy, but neither does that suit her nature. For if the principle of every plant is in its root, and if growth takes place around and beneath it, as occurs in many plants, it is evident that the soul's faculty of growth, abandoning all the other parts, has concentrated in the root alone. It therefore was not distributed all around the soul like an inseparable entelechy. Add that this soul, before the plant grows, is already contained in the small body of the seed. If then, after having vivified a great plant, the soul's faculty of growth can condense into a small space, and if later it can, from this small space, again spread over a whole plant, it is evidently entirely separable from the plant's matter. The entelechy is not a form of the body, as the soul transmigrates. Besides, as the soul is indivisible, the entelechy of the divisible body could not become divisible as is the body. Besides, the same soul passes from the body of one animal into the body of some other. How could the soul of the first become that of the second, if she were only the entelechy of a single one? The example of animals that metamorphose demonstrates the impossibility of this theory. The soul, therefore, is not the simple form of a body. She is a genuine being which does not owe its existence merely to her being founded on the body, but which, on the contrary, exists before having become the soul of some individual animal. It is therefore not the body that begets the soul. The soul is an incorporeal and immortal essence. The soul, being none of corporeal possibilities, must be incorporeal. C. What then can be the nature of the soul if she is neither a body nor a corporeal affection, while, nevertheless, all the active force, the productive power, and the other faculties reside in her, or come from her? What sort of a being, indeed, is this soul that has an existence independent of the body? She must evidently be a veritable being. Indeed, everything corporeal must be classified as generated and excluded from genuine being, because it is born and perishes, never really exists, and owes its salvation exclusively to participation in the genuine existence, and that only in the measure of its participation therein. The persistence of the changeable implies the eternal in the background. 9. (14). It is absolutely necessary to postulate the existence of a nature different from bodies, by itself, fully possessing genuine existence, which can neither be born nor perish; otherwise all other things would hopelessly disappear, as a result of the destruction of the existence which preserves both the individuals and the universe, as their beauty and salvation. The soul, indeed, is the principle of movement, as Plato thought in the Phaedrus. It is the soul that imparts movement to everything else; the soul moves herself. She imparts life to the body she animates, but alone she possesses life, without ever being subject to losing it, because she possesses it by herself. All beings, indeed, live only by a borrowed life; otherwise we would have to proceed from cause to cause unto infinity. There must therefore exist a nature that is primarily alive, necessarily incorruptible and immortal, because it is the principle of life for everything else. It is thereon that must be founded all that is divine and blessed, that lives and exists by itself, that lives and exists supremely, which is immutable in its essence, and which can neither be born nor perish. How indeed could existence be born or perish? If the name of existence really suited it, it must exist forever, just as whiteness is not alternately black and white. If whiteness were existence itself, it would, with its being, or nature, which is to be whiteness, possess an eternal existence; but in reality it is no more than whiteness. Therefore the principle that possesses existence in itself and in a supreme degree will always exist. Now, this primary and eternal existence cannot be anything dead like a stone or a piece of wood; it must live, and live with a pure life, as long as it exists within itself. If something of it mingles with what is inferior, this part meets obstacles in its aspiration to the good; but it does not lose its nature, and resumes its former condition on returning to a suitable condition, as thought Plato in his Phaedo. The soul is incorporeal because of her kinship with the divine. 10 (15). The soul has affinities with the divine and eternal nature. This is evident because, as we have demonstrated it, she is not a body, has neither figure nor color, and is impalpable. Consider the following demonstration. It is generally granted that everything that is divine and that possesses genuine existence enjoys a happy and wise life. Now let us consider the nature of our soul, in connection with that of the divine. Let us take a soul, not one inside of a body, which is undergoing the irrational motions of appetite and anger, and the other affections born of the body, but a soul that has eliminated all that, and which, so far as possible, had no intercourse with the body. Such a soul would show us that vices are something foreign to the nature of the soul, and come to her from elsewhere, and that, inasmuch as she is purified, she, in her own right, possesses the most eminent qualities, wisdom, and the other virtues, as thought Plato. If the soul, when re-entering into herself, is such, how could she not participate in this nature that we have acknowledged to be suitable to everything that is eternal and divine? As wisdom and real virtue are divine things, they could not dwell in a vile and mortal entity. the existence that receives them is necessarily divine, since it participates in divine things by their mutual affinity and community. Anyone who thus possesses wisdom and virtue in his soul differs little from the superior beings. He is inferior to them only by the fact of his having a body. If all men, or at least if many of them, held their soul in this disposition, no one would be skeptic enough to refuse to believe that the soul is immortal. But as we consider the soul in her present condition of being soiled by vices, no one imagines that her nature is divine and immortal. The soul, like other things, should be judged in her purest condition. Now, when we consider the nature of some being, it should be studied in its rarest condition, since extraneous additions hinder it from being rightly judged. The soul must be therefore considered only after abstraction of foreign things, or rather, he who makes this abstraction should observe himself in that condition. He then will not doubt that he is immortal when he sees himself in the pure world of intelligence. He will see his intelligence occupied not in the observation of some sense object that is mortal, but in thinking the eternal by an equally eternal faculty. He will see all the entities in the intelligible world, and he will see himself become intelligible, radiant, and illuminated by the truth emanating from the Good, which sheds the light of truth on all intelligible entities. Then, like Empedocles in Diogenes Laertes, he will have the right to say, "Farewell, I am now an immortal divinity." For he has ascended to the divinity, and has become assimilated thereto. As purification permits one to know the better things, so the notions we have within us, and which constitute real science, are made clear. Indeed, it is not by an excursion among external objects that the soul attains the intuition of wisdom and virtue, but by re-entering into herself, in thinking herself in her primitive condition. Then she clears up and recognizes in herself the divine statues soiled by the rust of time. Likewise, if a piece of gold were animated and released itself from the earth by which it was covered, after first having been ignorant of its real nature because it did not see its own splendor, it would admire itself when considering itself in its purity. It would find that it had no need of a borrowed beauty, and would consider itself happy to remain isolated from everything else. Even on the Stoic hypothesis, the soul must be immortal. 11 (16). What sensible man, after having thus considered the nature of the soul, could still doubt of the immortality of a principle which derives life from naught but itself, and which cannot lose it? How could the soul lose life, since she did not borrow it from elsewhere, and since she does not possess it as fire possesses heat? For, without being an accident of fire, the heat nevertheless is an accident of its matter, for fire can perish. But in the soul, life is not an accident that comes to add itself to a material subject to constitute a soul. In fact, there is here an alternative. Either life is a genuine being which is alive by itself, in which case this being is the soul that we are seeking to discover, and immortality cannot be refused her, or the soul is a composite, and she must be decomposed until we arrive at something immortal, which moves by itself, and such a principle could not be subject to death. Further, when Stoics say that life is only an accidental modification of matter, they are thereby forced to acknowledge that the principle that imparted this modification to matter is immortal, and incapable of admitting anything contrary to what it communicates, that is, life, as said Plato in his Phaedo. But there is only a single nature that possesses life in actualization. There is no conceivable way in which soul could perish. 12 (17). The Stoics indeed claim that every soul is perishable. In this case, everything should long since have been destroyed. Others might say that our soul were mortal, while the universal soul were immortal. On them, however, is the burden of proof of a difference between the individual and universal souls. Both of them indeed are a principle of movement; both live by themselves; both grasp the same object by the same faculty, either by thinking the things contained in heaven, or by considering the nature, being, of each being, ascending unto the first principle. Since our soul thinks absolute essences either by the notions she finds within herself, or by reminiscence, she evidently is prior to the body. Possessing knowledge of eternal entities, she herself must be eternal. All that dissolves, existing only by its compositeness, can naturally dissolve in the same manner that it became composite. But the soul is a single, simple actualization whose essence is life. Not in this manner, therefore, can the soul perish. Neither could the soul perish by division into a number of parts; for, as we have shown, the soul is neither a mass nor a quantity. As little could the soul perish by alteration; for, when alteration destroys anything, it may remove its form, but leaves its matter. Alteration, therefore, is a characteristic of something composite. Consequently, as the soul cannot perish in any of these ways, she is imperishable. Descent into the body need not conflict with the eternity of soul. 13 (18). If intelligible entities are separated from sense objects, how does it happen that the soul descends into a body? So long as the soul is a pure and impassible intelligence, so long as she enjoys a purely intellectual life like the other intelligible beings, she dwells among them, for she has neither appetite nor desire. But that part which is inferior to intelligence, and which is capable of desires, follows their impulsion, proceeds and withdraws from the intelligible world. Wishing to ornament matter on the model of the ideas she contemplated in intelligence, in haste to exhibit her fruitfulness and to manifest the germs she bears within her, as said Plato in the Banquet, the soul applies herself to produce and create, and as result of this application she is, as it were, oriented or in tension towards sense objects. With the universal soul, the human soul shares the administration of the whole world, without, however, entering it. Then, desiring to administer some portion of the world on her own responsibility, she separates from the universal soul and passes into a body. But even when she is present with the body, the soul does not devote herself entirely to it, as some part of her always remains outside of it. That is how her intelligence remains impassible. The soul as the artist of the universe. The soul is present in the body at some times, and at other times is outside of it. When, indeed, following her own inclination, she descends from first-rank entities, that is, intelligible entities, to third-rank entities, that is, earthly entities, she proceeds by virtue of the actualization of intelligence, which, remaining within herself, embellishes everything by the ministration of the soul, and which itself, being immortal, ordains everything with immortal power. For intelligence exists continuously by a continuous actualization. All souls have immortality, even if sunk into animals or plants. 14 (19). What about the souls of animals inferior to man? The rational souls that have strayed so far as to descend into the bodies of animals are nevertheless still immortal. Souls of a kind other than rational souls cannot proceed from anything else than the living nature of the universal Soul, and they necessarily are the principles of life for all animals. The case is the same with the souls that inhere in plants. Indeed, all souls have issued from the same principle, the universal Soul. All have an individual life, and are indivisible and incorporeal essences, beings. Even if the soul has different parts, the original parts survive. To the objection that the human soul must decompose because she contains three parts, it may be answered that, when souls issue from here below, those that are purified leave what had been added to them in generation, the irrational soul, while the other non-purified souls do free themselves therefrom with time. Besides, this lower part of the soul does not itself perish, for it exists as long as the principle from which it proceeds. Indeed, nothing that exists is annihilated. The historic evidence for immortality of the soul. 15 (20). This, then, is our answer to those who seek a philosophical demonstration. Those who are satisfied with the testimony of faith and sense may be referred to those extracts from history which furnish numerous proofs thereof. We may also refer to the oracles given by the divinities who order an appeasement of the souls who were victims of some injustice, and to honor the dead, and to the rites observed by all towards those who live no more, which presupposes that their souls are still conscious beyond. Even after leaving their bodies, many souls who lived on the earth have continued to grant benefits to men. By revelation of the future and rendering other services, they themselves prove that the other souls cannot have perished. End of Ennead 4, Book 7. Ennead 4, Book 8, by PLOTINUS. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fourth Ennead, Book 8th. Of the Descent of the Soul into the Body. The experience of ecstasy leads to questions. 1. On waking from the slumber of the body to return to myself, and on turning my attention from exterior things so as to concentrate it on myself, I often observe an alluring beauty, and I become conscious of an innate nobility. Then I live out a higher life, and I experience atonement with the divinity. Fortifying myself within it, I arrive at that actualization which raises me above the intelligible. But if, after this sojourn with the divinity, I descend once more from intelligence to the exercise of my reasoning powers, I am wont to ask myself how I ever could actually again descend, and how my soul ever could have entered into a body, since, although she actually abides in the body, she still possesses within herself all the perfection I discover in her. Heraclitus, the originator of these questions, answers them obscurely. Heraclitus, who recommends this research, asserts that there are necessary changes of contraries into each other. He speaks of ascensions and of a descent, says that it is a rest to change, a fatigue to continue unremittingly in the same kinds of work, and to be overwrought. He thus reduces us to conjectures, because he does not explain himself definitely, and he would even force us to ask how he himself came to discover what he propounds. Empedocles, as a poet, tells of Pythagorean myths. Empedocles teaches that it is a law for souls that have sinned to fall down here below, and that he himself, having withdrawn from the divinity, came down to the earth to become the slave of furious discord. It would seem that he limited himself to advancing the ideas that Pythagoras and his followers generally expressed by symbols, both on this and other subjects. Besides, Empedocles is obscure because he uses the language of poetry. Plato says many contradictory things that are beautiful and true. Last, we have the divine Plato, who has said so many beautiful things about the soul. In his dialogues, he often spoke of the descent of the soul into the body, so that we have the right to expect from him something clearer. Unfortunately, he is not always sufficiently in agreement with himself to enable one to follow his thought. In general, he depreciates corporeal things. He deplores the dealings between the soul and the body, insists that the soul is chained down to it, and that she is buried in it as in a tomb. He attaches much importance to the maxim taught in the Mysteries that the soul here below is as in a prison. What Plato calls the cavern, and Empedocles calls the grotto, means no doubt the sense world. To break her chains and to issue from the cavern means the soul's rising to the intelligible world. In the Phaedrus, Plato asserts that the cause of the fall of the soul is the loss of her wings, that after having once more ascended on high, she is brought back here below by the periods, that there are souls sent down into this world by judgments, fates, conditions, and necessity. Still, at the same time, he finds fault with the descent of the soul into the body. But, speaking of the universe in the Timaeus, he praises the world and calls it a blissful divinity. He states that the demiurgic creator, being good, gave it a soul to make it intelligent, because without the soul, the universe could not have been as intelligent as it ought to have been. Consequently, the purpose of the introduction of the universal soul into the world, and similarly of each of our souls, was only to achieve the perfection of the world. For it was necessary for the sense world to contain animals equal in kind and numbers to those contained in the intelligible world. Questions raised by Plato's theories. 2. Plato's theories about the soul lead us to ask how, in general, the soul has, by her nature, been led to enter into relations with the body. Other questions arise. What is the nature of the world where the soul lives thus, either voluntarily, or necessarily, or in any other way? Does the demiurge act without meeting any obstacle, or is it with him as with our souls? Human bodies are more difficult to manage than the world body. To begin with, our souls, charged with the administration of bodies less perfect than the world, had to penetrate within them profoundly in order to manage them, for the elements of these bodies tend to scatter and to return to their original location, while in the universe all things are naturally distributed in their proper places. Besides, our bodies demand an active and vigilant foresight because, by the surrounding objects, they are exposed to many accidents, for they always have a crowd of needs, as they demand continual protection against the dangers that threaten them. But the body of the world is complete and perfect. It is self-sufficient, it has nothing to suffer contrary to its nature, and consequently it acts on a mere order of the universal soul. That is why the universal soul can remain impassible, feeling no need, remaining in the disposition desired by her own nature. That is why Plato says that when our soul dwells with this perfect soul, she herself becomes perfect, soaring in the ethereal region and governing the whole world. So long as a human soul does not withdraw from the universal soul to enter into a body and to belong to some individual, she easily administers the world in the same manner and together with the universal soul. Communicating to the body essence and perfection is therefore, for the soul, not an unmixed evil, because the providential care granted to an inferior nature does not hinder him who grants it from himself remaining in a state of perfection. How the twofold soul exerts a twofold providence. In the universe there are indeed two kinds of providences. The first providence regulates everything in a royal manner, without performing any actions or observing the details. The second, operating somewhat like an artisan, adjusts its creative power to the inferior nature of creatures by getting in contact with them. Now, as the divine soul, or the principal power, always administers the whole world in the first or regal way, dominating the world by her superiority, and by injecting into the world her lowest power, nature, we could not accuse the divinity of having given a bad place to the universal soul. Indeed, this universal soul was never deprived of her natural power, possessing it always, because this power is not contrary to her being, possessing it uninterruptedly from all eternity. Star souls, like unincarnate souls, govern the world untroubledly. Plato further states that the relation of the souls of the stars to their bodies is the same as that of the universal soul to the universe, where he makes the stars participate in the movements of the universal soul. He thus grants to those souls the blessedness which is suitable to them. The intercourse of the soul with the body is usually blamed for two things, because it hinders the soul from busying herself with the conceptions of intelligence, and then because it exposes her to agreeable or painful sensations which fill her with desires. Now, neither of these two results affect the soul that has not entered into a body, and which does not depend thereon by belonging to some particular individual. Then, on the contrary, she possesses the body of the universe which has no fault, no need, which can cause her neither fears nor desires, because she has nothing to fear. Thus, no anxiety ever forces her to descend to terrestrial objects, or to distract herself from her happy and sublime contemplation. Entirely devoted to divine things, she governs the world by a single power, whose exercise involves no anxiety. Differences between human and cosmic incarnation. 3. Consider now the human soul, which undergoes numberless ills, while in the body, eking out a miserable existence, a prey to griefs, desires, fears, sufferings of all kinds, for whom the body is a tomb, and the sense world a cave or grotto. This difference of opinions about the condition of the universal soul and the human soul is not contradictory, because these two souls do not have the same reasons for descent into a body. To begin with, the location of thought that we call the intelligible world contains not only the entire universal intelligence, but also the intellectual powers, and the particular intelligences comprised within the universal intelligence, since there is not only a single intelligence, but a simultaneously single and plural intelligence. Consequently, it must also have contained a single soul, and a plurality of souls, and it was from the single soul that the multiple particular and different souls had to be born, as from one and the same genus are derived species that are both superior and inferior, and more or less intellectual. Indeed, in the intelligible world there is, on one hand, the universal intelligence, which, like some great animal, potentially contains the other intelligences. On the other hand, are the individual intelligences, each of which possess in actualization what the former contains potentially. We may illustrate by a living city that would contain other living cities. The soul of the universal city would be more perfect and powerful, but nothing would hinder the souls of the other cities from being of the same kind. Similarly, in the universal fire, there is on one hand a great fire, and on the other small fires, while the universal being is the being of the universal fire, or rather is the source from which the being of the universal fire proceeds. The rational soul possesses also an individuality. The function of the rational soul is to think, but she does not limit herself to thinking. Otherwise, there would be no difference between her and intelligence. Besides her intellectual characteristics, the soul's characteristic nature, by virtue of which she does not remain mere intelligence, has a further individual function, such as is possessed by every other being. By raising her glance to what is superior to her, she thinks. By bringing them down to herself, she preserves herself. By lowering them to what is inferior to her, she adorns it, administers it, and governs it. All these things were not to remain immovable in the intelligible world, to permit of a successive issue of varied beings, which no doubt are less perfect than that which preceded them, but which nevertheless exist necessarily during the persistence of the principle from which they proceed. Incarnate souls weaken because they contemplate the individual. 4. There are individual souls which, in their conversion towards the principle from which they proceed, aspire to the intelligible world, and which also exercise their power on inferior things. Just as light, which does not disdain to throw its rays down to us, though remaining suspended to the sun on high. These souls must remain sheltered from all suffering so long as in the intelligible world they remain together with the universal Soul. They must besides in heaven share with it the administration of the world, like kings who, being colleagues of the great King of the universe, share the government with him, without themselves descending from their thrones, without ceasing to occupy a place as elevated as he. But when they pass from this state in which they live with the universal Soul to a particular and independent existence, when they seem weary of dwelling with another, then each of them returns to what belongs to her individually. Now, when a soul has done that for a long while, when she withdraws from the universal Soul, and distinguishes herself therefrom, when she ceases to keep her glances directed towards the intelligible world, then, isolating herself in her individual existence, she weakens and finds herself overwhelmed with a crowd of cares, because she directs her glance at something individual. Having therefore separated herself from the universal Soul, as well as from the other souls that remain united thereto, and having attached herself to an individual body, and concentrating herself exclusively on this object, which is subjected to the destructive action of all other beings, she ceases to govern the whole, to administer more carefully a part, the care of which forces her to busy herself and mingle with external things, to be not only present in the body, but also to interpenetrate it. This process explains the classic expressions about her condition. Thus, in the common expression, she has lost her wings, and is chained by the bonds of the body, because she gave up the calm existence she enjoyed when with the universal Soul she shared the administration of the world. For, when she was above, she spent a much happier life. The fallen soul is therefore chained or imprisoned, obliged to have recourse to the senses, because she cannot first make use of intelligence. She is, as it is said, buried in a tomb or cavern. But by her conversion towards thought, she breaks her bonds; she returns upwards towards higher regions, when, starting from the indications of reminiscence, she rises to the contemplation of the essences. For even after her fall, she always preserves something superior to the body. Souls as amphibians. Souls, therefore, are necessarily amphibians, since they alternately live in the intelligible world and in the sense world. staying longer in the intelligible world, when they can remain united to Supreme Intelligence more permanently, or staying longer or preponderatingly here below, when nature or destiny imposes on them a contrary fate. That is the secret meaning of Plato's words to the effect that the divinity divides the seeds of the souls formed by a second mixture in the cup, and that he separates them into two parts. He also adds that they must necessarily fall into generation after having been divided into a definite number. Plato's statement that the divinity sowed the souls, as well as the divinity's address to the other deities, must be taken figuratively. For, in reference to the things contained in the universe, this implies that they are begotten or produced. For successive enumeration and description implies an eternal begetting, and that those objects exist eternally in their present state. Souls descending to help are sent by God. 5. Without any inherent contradiction, it may therefore be asserted either that the souls are sowed into generation, that they descend here below for the perfection of the universe, or that they are shut up in a cavern as the result of a divine punishment, that their fall is simultaneously an effect of their will and of necessity, as necessity does not exclude voluntariness, and that they are in evil so long as they are incarnate in bodies. Again, as Empedocles says, they may have withdrawn from the divinity and have lost their way, and have committed some fault that they are expiating, or, as says Heraclitus, that rest consists in flight from heaven and descent here below, and that the descent of souls is neither entirely voluntary nor involuntary. Indeed, no being ever falls voluntarily, but as it is by his own motion that he descends to lower things and reaches a less happy condition, it may be said that he bears the punishment of his conduct. Besides, as it is by an eternal law of nature that this being acts and suffers in that manner, we may, without contradiction or violence to the truth, assert that the being who descends from his rank to assist some lower thing is sent by the divinity. In spite of any number of intermediate parts, which separate a principle from its lower part, the latter may still be ascribed to the former. The two possible faults of the soul. Here there are two possible faults for the soul. The first consists in the motive that determines her to descend. The second is the evil she commits after having descended here below. The first fault is expiated by the very condition of the soul after she has descended here below. The punishment of the latter fault, if not too serious, is to pass into other bodies more or less promptly according to the judgment delivered about her deserts, and we speak of a judgment to show that it is the consequence of the divine law. If, however, the perversity of the soul passes all measure, she undergoes, under the charge of guardians in charge of her chastisement, the severe punishments she has incurred. Prompt flight here below leaves the soul unharmed by her stay here. Thus, although the soul have a divine nature or being, though she originate in the intelligible world, she enters into a body. Being a lower divinity, she descends here below by a voluntary inclination, for the purpose of developing her power, and to adorn what is below her. If she flee promptly from here below, she does not need to regret having become acquainted with evil, and knowing the nature of vice, nor having had the opportunity of manifesting her faculties, and to manifest her activities and deeds. Indeed, the faculties of the soul would be useless if they slumbered continuously in incorporeal being without ever becoming actualized. The soul herself would ignore what she possesses if her faculties did not manifest by procession. For everywhere it is the actualization that manifests the potentiality. Otherwise, the latter would be completely hidden and obscured, or rather, it would not really exist, and would not possess any reality. It is the variety of sense effects which illustrates the greatness of the intelligible principle, whose nature publishes itself by the beauty of its works. Continuous procession necessary to the Supreme. 6. Unity was not to exist alone. For if unity remained self-enclosed, all things would remain hidden in unity without having any form, and no beings would achieve existence. Consequently, even if constituted by beings born of unity, plurality would not exist unless the inferior natures, by their rank destined to be souls, issued from those beings by the way of procession. Likewise, it was not sufficient for souls to exist; they also had to reveal what they were capable of begetting. It is likewise natural for each essence to produce something beneath it, to draw it out from itself by a development similar to that of a seed, a development in which an indivisible principle proceeds to the production of a sense object, and where that which precedes remains in its own place, at the same time as it begets that which follows by an inexpressible power, which is essential to intelligible natures. Now, as this power was not to be stopped or circumscribed in its actions by jealousy, there was need of a continuous procession until, from degree to degree, all things had descended to the extreme limits of what was possible. For it is the characteristic of an inexhaustible power to communicate all its gifts to everything, and not to permit any of them to be disinherited, since there is nothing which hinders any of them from participating in the nature of the good in the measure that it is capable of doing so. Since matter has existed from all eternity, it was impossible that from the time since it existed, it should not participate in that which communicates goodness to all things according to their receptivity thereof. If the generation of matter were the necessary consequence of anterior principles, still it must not be entirely deprived of the good by its primitive impotence, when the cause which gratuitously communicated being to it remained self-enclosed. Sense objects are necessary as revealers of the eternal. The excellence, power, and goodness of intelligible essences are therefore revealed by sense objects, and there is an eternal connection between intelligible entities that are self-existent and sense objects, which eternally derive their existence therefrom by participation, and which imitate intelligible nature to the extent of their ability. The soul's nature is of an intermediate kind. 7. As there are two kinds of being or existence, one of sensation and the other intelligible, it is preferable for the soul to live in the intelligible world. Nevertheless, as a result of her nature, it is necessary for her also to participate in sense affairs. Since she occupies only an intermediate rank, she must not feel wronged at not being the best of beings. Though, on one hand, her condition be divine, on the other she is located on the limits of the intelligible world, because of her affinity for sense nature. She causes this nature to participate in her powers, and she even receives something therefrom, when, instead of managing the body without compromising her own security, she permits herself to be carried away by her own inclination, to penetrate profoundly within it, ceasing her complete union with the universal Soul. Besides, the soul can rise above the body after having learned to feel how happy one is to dwell on high, by the experience of things seen and suffered here below, and after having appreciated the true good by the comparison of contraries. Indeed, the knowledge of the good becomes clearer by the experience of evil, especially among souls which are not strong enough to know evil before having experienced it. The procession of intelligence is an excursion downwards and upwards. The procession of intelligence consists in descending to things that occupy the lowest rank, and which have an inferior nature, for intelligence could not rise to the superior nature. Obliged to act outside of itself, and not being able to remain self-enclosed, by a necessity and by a law of its nature, intelligence must advance unto the soul where it stops. Then, after having communicated of itself to that which immediately follows it, intelligence must return to the intelligible world. Likewise, the soul has a double action in her double relation with what is below and above her. By her first action, the soul manages the body to which she is united; by the second, she contemplates the intelligible entities. These alternatives work out, for individual souls, with the course of time, and finally there occurs a conversion which brings them back from the lower to the higher natures. The universal Soul, however, is not disturbed by the urgencies below her. The universal Soul, however, does not need to busy herself with troublesome functions, and remains out of the reach of evils. She considers what is below her in a purely contemplative manner, while at the same time remaining related to what is above her. She is therefore enabled simultaneously on one side to receive, and on the other to give, since her nature compels her to relate herself closely with the objects of sense. The soul does not entirely enter into the body. 8. Though I should set myself in opposition to popular views, I shall set down clearly what seems to me the true state of affairs. Not the whole soul enters into the body. By her higher part, she ever remains united to the intelligible world, as by her lower part she remains united to the sense world. If this lower part dominates, or rather, if it be dominated by sensation and troubled, it hinders us from being conscious of what the higher part of the soul contemplates. Indeed, that which is thought impinges on our consciousness only in case it descends to us, and is felt. In general, we are conscious of what goes on in every part of the soul only when it is felt by the entire soul. For instance, appetite, which is the actualization of lustful desire, is by us cognized only when we perceive it by the interior sense, or by discursive reason, or by both simultaneously. Every soul has a lower part turned towards the body, and a higher part turned towards divine intelligence. The universal Soul manages the universe by her lower part without any kind of trouble, because she governs her body, not as we do, by any reasoning, but by intelligence, and consequently in a manner entirely different from that adopted by art. The individual souls, each of whom administers a part of the universe, also have a part that rises above their body, but they are distracted from thought by sensation, and by a perception of a number of things which are contrary to nature, and which come to trouble them and afflict them. Indeed, the body that they take care of constitutes but a part of the universe, is incomplete, and is surrounded by exterior objects. That is why it has so many needs, why it desires luxuriousness, and why it is deceived thereby. On the contrary, the higher part of the soul is insensible to the attraction of these transitory pleasures, and leads an undisturbed life. End of Ennead 4, Book 8. Ennead 4, Book 9, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fourth Ennead, Book 9. Whether all souls form a single one. If all souls be one in the world soul, why should they not together form one? 1. Just as the soul of each animal is one, because she is entirely present in the whole body, and because she is thus really one, because she does not have one part in one organ, and some other part in another, and just as the sense soul is equally one in all the beings which feel, and just as the vegetative soul is everywhere entirely one in each part of the growing plants, why then should your soul and mine not form a single unity? Why should not all souls form but a single one? Why should not the universal Soul, which is present in all beings, be one, because she is not divided in the manner of a body, being everywhere the same? Why indeed should the soul in myself form but one, and the universal Soul likewise not be one, similarly, since no more than my own is this universal Soul either material extension or a body? If both my soul and yours proceed from the universal Soul, and if the latter be one, then should my soul and yours together form but a single one. Or again, on the supposition that the universal Soul and mine proceed from a single soul, even on this hypothesis would all souls form but a single one? We shall have to examine in what this soul, which is but one, consists. Souls may not form a numeric unity, but may form a generic unity. Let us first consider if it may be affirmed that all souls form but one, in the sense in which it is said that the soul of each individual is one. It seems absurd to pretend that my soul and yours form but one in this numerical sense, for then you would be feeling simultaneously with my feeling, and you would be virtuous when I was, and you would have the same desires as I, and not only would we both have the same sentiments, but even the identical sentiments of the universal soul, so that every sensation felt by me would have been felt by the entire universe. If in this manner all the souls form but one, why is one soul reasonable and the other unreasonable? Why is the one in an animal and the other in a plant? On the other hand, if we do not admit that there is a single soul, we will not be able to explain the unity of the universe, nor find a single principle for human souls. The unity of the principle of several souls need not imply their being identical. 2. In the first place, if the souls of myself and of another man form but one soul, this does not necessarily imply their being identical with their principle. Granting the existence of different beings, the same principle need not experience in each the same affections. Thus humanity may equally reside in me, who am in motion, as in you, who may be at rest, although in me it moves, and it rests in you. Nevertheless, it is neither absurd nor paradoxical to insist that the same principle is both in you and in me, and this does not necessarily make us feel the identical affections. Consider a single body. It is not the left hand which feels what the right one does, but the soul which is present in the whole body. To make you feel the same as I do, our two bodies would have to constitute but a single one. Then, being thus united, our souls would perceive the same affections. Consider also that the All remains deaf to a multitude of impressions experienced by the parts of a single and same organism, and that so much the more as the body is larger. This is the state of affairs, for instance, with the large whales, which do not feel the impression received in some one part of their body, because of the smallness of the movement. Sympathy does not force identity of sensation. It is therefore by no means necessary that when one member of the universe experiences an affection, the latter be clearly felt by the all. The existence of sympathy is natural enough, and it could not be denied, but this does not imply identity of sensation. Nor is it absurd that our souls, while forming a single one, should be virtuous and vicious, just as it would be possible that the same essence be at motion in me, but at rest in you. Indeed, the unity that we attribute to the universal Soul does not exclude all multiplicity, such a unity as befits intelligence. We may, however, say that the soul is simultaneously unity and plurality, because she participates not only in divisible essence in the bodies, but also in the indivisible, which consequently is one. Now, just as the impression perceived by one of my parts is not necessarily felt all over my body, while that which happens to the principal organ is felt by all the other parts, likewise the impressions that the universe communicates to the individual are clearer, because usually the parts perceive the same affections as the all, while it is not evident that the particular affections that we feel would be also experienced by the whole. Unity of all beings implied by sympathy, love, and magic enchantment. 3. On the other hand, observation teaches us that we sympathize with each other, that we cannot see the suffering of another man without sharing it, that we are naturally inclined to confide in each other and to love, for love is a fact whose origin is connected with the question that occupies us. Further, if enchantments and magic charms mutually attract individuals, leading distant persons to sympathize, these effects can only be explained by the unity of soul. It is well known that words pronounced in a low tone of voice telepathically affect a distant person, and make him hear what is going on at a great distance. Hence appears the unity of all beings, which demands the unity of the soul. What of the differences of rationality, if the soul be one? If, however, the soul be one, why is some one soul reasonable, another irrational, or some other one merely vegetative? The indivisible part of the soul consists in reason, which is not divided in the bodies, while the part of the divisible soul in the bodies, which, though being one in herself, nevertheless divides herself in the bodies, because she sheds sentiment everywhere, must be regarded as another power of the soul, the sensitive power. Likewise, the part which fashions and produces the bodies is still another power, the vegetative power. Nevertheless, this plurality of powers does not destroy the unity of the soul. For instance, in a grain of seed there are also several powers. Nevertheless, this grain of seed is one, and from this unity is born a multiplicity which forms a unity. The powers of the soul are not exercised everywhere, because they differ. But why do not all the powers of the soul act everywhere? Now, if we consider the soul, which is one, everywhere, we find that sensation is not similar in all its parts, that is, in all the individual souls; that reason is not in all, but in certain souls exclusively; and that the vegetative power is granted to those beings who do not possess sensation, and that all these powers return to unity when they separate from the body. The body's power of growth is derived from the whole, and the soul, but not from our soul. If, however, the body derive its vegetative power from the whole, and from this universal soul which is one, why should it not derive it also from our soul? Because that which is nourished by this power forms a part of the universe which possesses sensation only at the price of suffering. As to the sense power which rises as far as the judgment, and which is united to every intelligence, there was no need for it to form what had already been formed by the whole; but it could have given its forms if these forms were not parts of the whole which produces them. The unity of the souls is a condition of their multiplicity. 4. Such justifications will preclude surprise at our deriving all souls from unity; but completeness of treatment demands explanation how all souls are but a single one. Is this due to their proceeding from a single soul, or because they all form a single one? If all proceed from a single one, did this one divide herself, or did she remain whole while begetting the multitude of souls? In this case, how could an essence beget a multitude like her, while herself remaining undiminished? We shall invoke the help of the divinity in solving this problem, and say that the existence of the one single soul is the condition of the existence of the multitude of souls, and that this multitude must proceed from the soul that is one. The soul can beget many because she is an incorporeal essence. If the soul were a body, then would the division of this body necessarily produce the multitude of souls, and this essence would be different in its different parts. Nevertheless, as this essence would be homogeneous, the souls between which it would divide itself would be similar to each other, because they would possess a single identical form in its totality, but they would differ by their body. If the essence of these souls consisted in the bodies which would serve them as subjects, they would be different from each other. If the essence of these souls consisted in their form, they would in form be but one single form. In other terms, there would be but one same single soul in a multitude of bodies. Besides, above this soul, which would be one, but which would be spread abroad in the multitude of bodies, there would be another soul, which would not be spread abroad in the multitude of bodies. It would be from her that would proceed the soul which would be the unity in plurality, the multiple image of the single soul in a single body, like a single seal, by impressing the same figure to a multitude of pieces of wax, would be distributing this figure in a multitude of impressions. In this case, if the essence of the soul consisted in her form, the soul would be something incorporeal, and as she would consist in an affection of the body, there would be nothing astonishing in that a single quality, emanating from a single principle, might be in a multitude of subjects simultaneously. Last, if the essence of the soul consisted in being both things, being simultaneously a part of a homogeneous body and an affection of the body, there would be nothing surprising if there were a unity of essence in a multitude of subjects. We have thus shown that the soul is incorporeal and an essence. We must now consider the results of this view. How an essence can be one in a multitude of souls is illustrated by seed. 5. How can an essence be single in a multitude of souls? Either this one essence is entire in all souls, or this one and entire essence begets all souls, while remaining undiminished in itself. In either case, the essence is single. It is the unity to which the individual souls are related. The essence gives itself to this multitude, and yet simultaneously the essence does not give itself. It can give of itself to all individual souls, and nevertheless remain single. It is powerful enough to pass into all simultaneously, and to be separated from none. Thus its essence remains identical, while being present in a multitude of souls. This is nothing astonishing. All of science is entirely in each of its parts, and it begets them without itself ceasing to remain entire within itself. Likewise, a grain of seed is entire in each of its parts, in which it naturally divides itself. Each of its parts has the same properties as the whole seed. Nevertheless, the seed remains entire without diminution, and if the matter in which the seed resides offer it any cause of division, all the parts will not any the less form a single unity. This miracle is explained by the use of the conception of potentiality. It may be objected that in science a part is not the total science. Doubtless, the notion which is actualized and which is studied to the exclusion of others, because there is special need of it, is only partially an actualization. Nevertheless, in a latent manner, it potentially comprises all the other notions it implies. Thus, all the notions are contained in each part of the science, and in this respect, each part is the total science, for what is only partially actualized potentially comprises all the notions of science. Each notion that one wishes to render explicit is at one's disposition, and this in every part of the science that is considered. But if it be compared with the whole science, it seems to be there only potentially. It must not, however, be thought that the particular notion does not contain anything of the other notions. In this case, there would be nothing systematic or scientific about it. It would be nothing more than a sterile conception. Being a really scientific notion, it potentially contains all the notions of the science, and the genuine scientist knows how to discover all its notions in a single one, and how to develop its consequences. The geometrical expert shows in his demonstrations how each theorem contains all the preceding ones, to which he harks back by analysis, and how each theorem leads to all the following ones by deduction. Difficult as these explanations are, they are clear intelligibly. These truths excite our incredulity, because here below our reason is weak, and it is confused by the body. In the intelligible world, however, all the verities are clear, and each is evident by itself. End of Ennead 4, Book 9. Ennead 5, Book 1, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fifth Ennead, Book 1. The three principal hypostases, or forms of existence. Audacity, the cause of human apostasy from the divinity. 1. How does it happen that souls forget their paternal divinity? Having a divine nature, and having originated from the divinity, how could they ever misconceive the divinity or themselves? The origin of their evil is audacity; generation, the primary diversity; and the desire to belong to none but themselves. As soon as they have enjoyed the pleasure of an independent life, and by largely making use of their power of self-direction, they advanced on the road that led them astray from their principle, and now they have arrived at such an apostasy, distance from the divinity, that they are even ignorant that they derive their life from Him. Like children that were separated from their family since birth, and that were long educated away from home, finally lose knowledge of their parents and of themselves, so our souls, no longer seeing either the divinity or themselves, have become degraded by forgetfulness of their origin, have attached themselves to other objects, have admired anything rather than themselves, have, like prodigals, scattered their esteem and love on exterior objects, and have, by breaking the bond that united them, to the divinities, disdainfully wandered away from it. Their ignorance of the divinity is therefore caused by excessive valuation of external objects, and their scorn of themselves. The mere admiration and quest after what is foreign implies, on the soul's part, an acknowledgment of self-depreciation. As soon as a soul thinks that she is worth less than that which is born and which perishes, and considers herself as more despicable and perishable than the object she admires, she could no longer even conceive of the nature and power of the divinity. Conversion is effected by depreciation of externalities, and appreciation of the soul herself. Souls in such conditions may be converted to the divinity and raised to the supreme principle, to the One, to the First, by being reasoned with in two ways. First, they may be led to see the worthlessness of the objects they at present esteem. Then they must be reminded of the origin and dignity of the soul. The demonstration of the latter point logically precedes that of the former, and if clearly done, should support it. Kinship of the human soul with the divine. It is the second point, therefore, that we shall here discuss. It is related to the study of the object we desire to know, for it is the soul that desires to know that object. Now the soul must first examine her own nature in order to know whether she possess the faculty of contemplating the divinity, if this study be suited to her, and if she may hope for success therein. For indeed, if the soul be foreign to divine things, the soul has no business to ferret out their nature. If, however, a close kinship obtains between them, she both can and should seek to know them. Souls are divine because the world was created by the universal Soul. 2. This is the first reflection of every soul. By an influx of the spirit of life, the universal Soul produced all the animals upon earth, in the air, and in the sea, as well as the divine stars, the sun, and the immense heaven. It was the universal Soul that gave form to the heavens, and which presides over their regular revolutions, and she effects all that without mingling with the being to whom she communicates form, movement, and life. The universal Soul is far superior to all created things. While the latter are born or die in the measure that she imparts to them or withdraws from them their life, she herself is being and eternal life, because she could not cease being herself. To understand how life can simultaneously be imparted to the universe and to each individual, we must contemplate the universal Soul. To rise to this contemplation, the soul must be worthy of it by nobility, must have liberated herself from error, and must have withdrawn from the objects that fascinate the glances of worldly souls, must have immersed herself in a profound meditation, and she must have succeeded in effecting the silence, not only of the agitations of the body that enfolds her, and the tumult of sensations, but also of all that surrounds her. Therefore, let silence be kept by all, namely, earth, air, sea, and even heaven. Then let the soul represent to herself the great Soul which, from all sides, overflows into this immovable mass, spreading within it, penetrating into it intimately, illuminating it as the rays of the sun light and gild a dark cloud. Thus the universal Soul, by descending into this world, redeemed this great body from the inertia in which it lay, imparting to it movement, life, and immortality. Eternally moved by an intelligent power, heaven became a being full of life and felicity. The presence of the Soul made an admirable whole from what before was no more than an inert corpse, water and earth, or rather darkness of matter, which, as Homer says, was an object of horror for the divinities. Soul power revealed in the simultaneity of control over the world. The nature and power of the Soul reveal themselves still more gloriously in the way she embraces and governs the world at will. She is present in every point of this immense body. She animates all its parts, great and small. Though these may be located in different parts, she does not divide as they do. She does not split up to vivify each individual. She vivifies all things simultaneously, ever remaining whole and indivisible, resembling the intelligence from which she was begotten by her unity and universality. It is her power which contains this world of infinite magnitude and variety within the bonds of unity. Only because of the presence of the Soul are heaven, sun, and stars divinities. Only because of her are we anything, for a corpse is viler than the vilest dunghill. As life transfigures matter, so the universal Soul glorifies us. But if the deities owe their divinity to the universal Soul, she herself must be a divinity still more venerable. Now our soul is similar to the universal Soul. Strip her of all coverings, consider her in her pristine purity, and you will see how precious is the nature of the Soul, how superior she is to everything that is body. Without the Soul, no body is anything but earth. Even if you add to earth fire, water, and air, still there is nothing that need claim your veneration. If it be the Soul that imparts beauty to the body, why should we forget the souls within ourselves while prostituting our admiration on other objects? If it be the Soul that you admire in them, why do you not admire her within yourselves? The Soul as the hypostatic actualization of intelligence. 3. Since the nature of the Soul is so divine and precious, you may be assured of being able to reach the divinity through her. With her you can ascend to Him. You will not need to search for Him far from yourself, nor will there be several intermediaries between yourself and Him. To reach Him, take as guide the divinest and highest part of the Soul, the power from which she proceeds, and by which she impinges on the intelligible world. Indeed, in spite of the divinity which we have attributed to her, the Soul is no more than an image of intelligence. As the exterior word, speech, is the image of the interior word, of thought of the Soul, the Soul herself is the word and actualization of intelligence. She is the life which escapes from intelligence to form an other hypostatic form of existence, just as the fire contains the latent heat which constitutes its essence, being, and also the heat that radiates from it outside. Nevertheless, the soul does not entirely issue from within intelligence. She does partly reside therein, but also forms a nature distinct therefrom. As the soul proceeds from intelligence, she is intelligible, and the manifestation of her intellectual power is discursive reason. From intelligence the soul derives her perfection, as well as her existence. Only in comparison with intelligence does the soul seem imperfect. The soul, therefore, is the hypostatic substance that proceeds from intelligence, and when the soul contemplates intelligence, the soul is reason actualized. Indeed, while the soul contemplates intelligence, the soul intimately possesses the things she thinks. From her own resources she draws the actualizations she produces. These intellectual and pure actualizations are indeed the soul's only characteristic activities. Those of an inferior nature really proceed from a foreign principle. They are passions. The soul's relation to intelligence is that of matter to form. Intelligence, therefore, makes the soul diviner, because intelligence, as a father, begets the soul and grants its helpful presence to the soul. Nothing intervenes between them but the distinction between their natures. The soul is to intelligence in the same relation as that obtaining between form and matter. Now, the very matter of intelligence is beautiful because it has an intellectual form and is simple. How great, then, must intelligence be if it be still greater than the soul? The intelligible world is the archetype of ours. 4. The dignity of intelligence may be appreciated in still another way. After having admired the magnitude and beauty of the sense world, the eternal regularity of its movement, the visible or hidden divinities, the animals and plants it contains, we may, taking our direction from all this, rise to this world's archetype, a more real world. There we may contemplate all the intelligible entities which are as eternal as the intelligible world, and which there subsist within perfect knowledge and life. There preside pure intelligence and ineffable wisdom. There is located the real Saturnian realm, which is nothing else than pure intelligence. This indeed embraces every immortal essence, every intelligence, every divinity, every soul. Everything there is eternal and immutable. Since its condition is blissful, why should intelligence change? Since it contains everything, why should it aspire to anything? Since it is sovereignly perfect, what need of development would it have? Its perfection is so much completer since it contains nothing but perfect things, and since it thinks them not because it seeks to know them, but because it possesses them. Its felicity is not in any way contingent on anything else. Itself is true eternity, of which time furnishes a moving image of the sphere of the soul. Indeed, the soul's action is successive and divided by the different objects that attract its attention. Now it thinks Socrates, and then it thinks a horse. Never does it grasp but one part of reality, while intelligence always embraces all things simultaneously. Intelligence, therefore, possesses all things immovable in identity. It is. It never has anything but the present. It has no future, for it already is all it could ever later become. It has no past, for no intelligible entity ever passes away. All of them subsist in an eternal present. All remain identical, satisfied with their present condition. Each one is both intelligence and existence. Altogether, they are universal intelligence, universal existence. Above intelligence and existence is their simultaneous principle. Intelligence exists as intelligence because it thinks existence. Existence exists as existence because, on being thought, it makes intelligence exist and thinks. There must therefore exist something else which makes intelligence think, and existence exist, and which consequently is their common principle. In existence they are contemporaneous and substantial, and can never fail each other. As intelligence and existence constitute a duality, their common principle in this consubstantial unity that they form, and which is simultaneously existence and intelligence, the thinking subject and the object thought, intelligence as thinking subject, and existence as object thought. For thought simultaneously implies difference and identity. The six categories from which all things are derived. The first principles, therefore, are existence and intelligence, identity and difference, movement and rest. Rest is the condition of identity. Movement is the condition of thought, since the latter presupposes the differences of the thinking subject and of the object thought, and because it is silent if reduced to unity. The elements of thought, subject and object, must thus stand in the relation of differences, but also in that of unity, because they form a consubstantial unity, and because there is a common element in all that is derived therefrom. Besides, here difference is nothing else than distinction. The plurality formed by elements of thought constitutes quantity and number, and the characteristic of every element, quality. From these first principles, the categories that are the genera of being, all things are derived. The soul as number connected with intelligence. 5. Thus, the human soul is full of this divinity, of intelligence. She is connected therewith by these categories, unless the soul purposely withdraws from that intelligence. The soul approaches intelligence, and thus, having been unified, the soul wonders, who has begotten this unity? It must be He who is simple, who is prior to all multiplicity, who imparts to intelligence its existence and manifoldness, and who consequently produces number. Number indeed is not something primitive, for the one is prior to the pair. The latter ranks only second, being begotten and defined by unity, by itself being indefinite. As soon as it is defined, it is a number insofar as it is a being, for these are the grounds on which the soul also is a number. Thought is actualization of sight, and both form but one thing. Besides, everything that is a mass or a magnitude could not occupy the first rank in nature. Those gross objects which are by sensation considered beings must be ranked as inferior. In seeds, it is not the moist element that should be valued, but the invisible principle, number, and the seminal reason. Number and pair are only names for the reasons, ideas, and intelligence. The pair is indeterminate so far as it plays the part of substrate in respect to unity. The number that is derived from the pair and the one constitute every kind of form, so that intelligence has a shape which is determined by the ideas begotten within it. Its shape is derived in one respect from the one, and in another respect from itself, just like actualized sight. Thought, indeed, is actualized sight, and both these entities, the faculty and the actualization, form but one. Mystery, or derivation of second from first. 6. How does intelligence see, and what does it see? How did the second issue from the first? How was it born from the first, so as that the second might see the first? For the soul now understands that these principles must necessarily exist. She seeks to solve the problem often mooted by ancient philosophers. If the nature of the One be such as we have outlined, how does everything derive its hypostatic substance, or form of existence, manifoldness, duality, and number from the first? Why did the first not remain within himself? Why did he allow the leakage of manifoldness seen in all beings, and which we are seeking to trace back to the first? We shall tell it, but we must, to begin with, invoke the divinity, not by the utterance of words, but by raising our souls to him in prayer. Now, the only way to pray is for a person, when alone, to advance towards the One who is entirely alone. To contemplate unity, we must retire to our inner sanctuary, and there remain tranquil above all things in ecstasy. Then we must observe the statues, which, as it were, are situated outside of soul and intelligence, and in front of everything, the statue that shines in the front rank, unity, contemplating it in a manner suitable to its nature in the mysteries. Generation is the radiation of an image. All that is moved must have a direction towards which it is moved. We must therefore conclude that that which has no direction towards which it is moved must be at a standstill, and that anything born of this principle must be born without causing this principle to cease being turned towards itself. We must, however, remove from our mind the idea of a generation operated within time, for we are here treating of eternal things. When we apply to them the conception of generation, we mean only a relation of causality and effect. What is begotten by the One must be begotten by Him without any motion on the part of the One. If He were moved, that which was begotten from Him would, because of this movement, be ranked third instead of second. Therefore, since the One is immovable, He produces the hypostatic form of existence, which is ranked second, without volition, consent, or any kind of movement. What conception are we then to form of this generation of intelligence by this immovable cause? It is a radiation of light which escapes without disturbing its quietness, like the splendor which emanates perpetually from the sun, without affecting its quietness, which surrounds it without leaving it. Thus all things, in so far as they remain within existence, necessarily draw from their own essence, being, and produce externally a certain nature that depends on their power, and that is the image of the archetype from which it is derived. Thus does fire radiate heat; thus snow spreads cold. Perfumes also furnish a striking example of this process. So long as they last, they emit exhalations in which everything that surrounds them participates. Everything that has arrived to its point of perfection begets something. That which is eternally perfect begets eternally, and that which it begets is eternal, though inferior to the generating principle. What then should we think of Him who is supremely perfect? Does He not beget? On the contrary, He begets that which after Him is the greatest. Now, that which after Him is the most perfect is the second rank principle, intelligence. Intelligence contemplates unity and needs none but Him, but the unity has no need of intelligence. That which is begotten by the principle superior to intelligence can be nothing if not intelligence, for it is the best after the One, since it is superior to all other beings. The soul, indeed, is the word and actualization of intelligence, just as intelligence is word and actualization of the One. But the soul is an obscure word. Being an image of intelligence, she must contemplate intelligence, just as the latter, to subsist, must contemplate the One. Intelligence contemplates the One, not because of any separation therefrom, but only because it is after the One. There is no intermediary between the One and intelligence any more than between intelligence and the soul. Every begotten being desires to unite with the principle that begets it, and loves it, especially when the begetter and the begotten are alone. Now, when the begetter is supremely perfect, the begotten must be so intimately united to him as to be separated from him only in that it is distinct from him. Intelligible rest is the determination and form by which they subsist. 7. We call intelligence the image of the One. Let us explain this. It is His image because intelligence is in a certain respect begotten by unity, because intelligence possesses much of the nature of its Father, and because intelligence resembles Him as light resembles the sun. But the One is not intelligence. How then can the hypostatic form of existence begotten by the One be intelligence? By its conversion towards the One, intelligence sees Him. Now, it is this vision which constitutes intelligence. Every faculty that perceives another being is sensation or intelligence. But sensation is similar to a straight line, while intelligence resembles a circle. Nevertheless, the circle is divisible, while intelligence is indivisible. It is one, but while being one, it also is the power of all things. Now, thought considers all these things, of which intelligence is the power, by separating itself, so to speak, from this power. Otherwise, intelligence would not exist. Indeed, intelligence has a consciousness of the reach of its power, and this consciousness constitutes its nature. Consequently, intelligence determines its own nature by the means of the power it derived from the One, and at the same time intelligence sees that its nature, being, is a part of the entities which belong to the One and that proceed from Him. Intelligence sees that it owes all its force to the One, and that it is due to Him that intelligence has the privilege of being a being or essence. Intelligence sees that as it itself is divisible, it derives from the One which is indivisible all the entities it possesses, life and thought, because the One is not any of these things. Everything, indeed, is derived from the One, because it is not contained in a determinate form. It simply is the One, while in the order of beings, intelligence is all things. Consequently, the One is not any of the things that intelligence contains. It is only the principle from which all of them are derived. That is why they are being, for they are already determined, and each has a kind of shape. Existence should be contemplated not in indetermination, but on the contrary in determination and rest. Now, for intelligible entities, rest consists in determination and shape by which they subsist. Myths of Saturn, Jupiter, and Rhea. The intelligence that deserves to be called the purest intelligence, therefore, cannot have been born from any source other than the first principle. It must from its birth have begotten all beings, all the beauty of ideas, all the intelligible deities, for it is full of the things it has begotten. It devours them in the sense that it itself retains all of them, that it does not allow them to fall into matter, nor be born of Rhea. That is the meaning of the mysteries and myths. Saturn, the wisest of the divinities, was born before Jupiter and devoured his children. Here Saturn represents intelligence, big with its conceptions, and perfectly pure. They add Jupiter, as soon as he was grown, in his turn begat. As soon as intelligence is perfect, it begets the soul, by the mere fact of its being perfect, and because so great a power cannot remain sterile. Here, again, the begotten being had to be inferior to its principle, had to represent its image, had by itself to be indeterminate, and had later to be determined and formed by the principle that begat it. What intelligence begets is a reason, a hypostatic form of existence whose nature it is to reason. The latter moves around intelligence, is the light that surrounds it, the ray that springs from it. On the one hand, it is bound to intelligence, fills itself with it, enjoys it, participates in it, deriving its intellectual operations from it. On the other hand, it is in contact with inferior things, or rather begets them. Being thus begotten by the soul, these things are necessarily less good than the soul, as we shall further explain. The sphere of divine things ends with the soul. Plato teaches three spheres of existence. 8. This is how Plato establishes 3 degrees in the hierarchy of being. Everything is around the King of all. He is here speaking of first-rank entities. He adds, what is of the second order is around the second principle, and what is of the third order is around the third principle. Plato further says that God is the father of the cause. By cause, he means intelligence, for in the system of Plato, it is intelligence which plays the part of demiurgic creator. Plato adds that it is this power that forms the soul in the cup. As the cause is intelligence, Plato applies the name of Father to the absolute good, the principle superior to intelligence and superior to being. In several passages, he calls the idea existence and intelligence. He therefore really teaches that intelligence is begotten from the good, and the soul from intelligence. This teaching indeed is not new. It has been taught from the most ancient times, but without being brought out in technical terms. We claim to be no more than the interpreters of the earlier philosophers, and to show by the very testimony of Plato that they held the same views as we do. This doctrine taught by Parmenides. The first philosopher who taught this was Parmenides, who identified existence and intelligence, and who does not place existence among sense objects, for thought is the same thing as existence. He adds that existence is immovable, although being thought. Parmenides thus denies all corporeal movement in existence, so as that it might always remain the same. Further, Parmenides compares existence to a sphere because it contains everything, drawing thought not from without, but from within itself. When Parmenides, in his writings, mentions the One, he means the cause, as if he recognized that this unity of the intelligible being implied manifoldness. In the dialogue of Plato, he speaks with greater accuracy and distinguishes three principles: the first, the absolute One; the second, the manifold One; the third, the one and the manifold. He therefore, as we do, reaches three natures. Anaxagoras teaches the same thing. 9. Anaxagoras, who teaches a pure and unmingled intelligence, also insists that the first principle is simple, and that the One is separated from sense objects. But as he lived in times too ancient, he has not treated this matter in sufficient detail. Heraclitus also taught the same thing. Heraclitus also taught the eternal and intelligible One, for Heraclitus holds that bodies are ceaselessly becoming, that is, developing, and that they are in a perpetual state of flux. Empedocles taught the same thing. In the system of Empedocles, discord divides and concord unites. Now, this second principle is posited as incorporeal, and the elements play the part of matter. Aristotle taught the same thing. Aristotle, who lived at a later period, says that the first principle is separated from sense objects, and that it is intelligible. But when Aristotle says that he thinks himself, Aristotle degrades him from the first rank. Aristotle also asserts the existence of other intelligible entities in a number equal to the celestial spheres, so that each one of them might have a principle of motion. About the intelligible entities, therefore, Aristotle advances a teaching different from that of Plato, and as he has no plausible reason for this change, he alleges necessity. A well-grounded objection might here be taken against him. It seems more reasonable to suppose that all the spheres coordinated in a single system should, all of them, stand in relation to the One and the first. About Aristotle's views, this question also might be raised. Do the intelligible entities depend on the One and first, or are there several principles for the intelligible entities? If the intelligible entities depend on the one, they will no doubt be arranged symmetrically, as in the sense sphere are the spheres, each of which contains another, and of which a single one, exterior to the others, contains them and dominates them all. Thus, in this case, the first intelligible entity will contain all entities up there, and will be the intelligible world, just as the spheres are not empty, as the first is full of stars, and as each of the others also is full of them. So above, their motors will contain many entities, and everything will have a more real existence. On the other hand, if each of the intelligible entities is a principle, all will be contingent. How then will they unite their action, and will they by agreement contribute in producing a single effect, which is the harmony of heaven? Why should sense objects in heaven equal in number their intelligible motors? Again, why are there several of these, since they are incorporeal, and since no matter separates them from each other? What the Pythagoreans taught on the subject. Among ancient philosophers, those who most faithfully followed the doctrine of Pythagoras, of his disciples, and of Pherecydes have specially dealt with the intelligible. Some of them have committed their opinions to their written works; others have set them forth only in discussions that have not been preserved in writing. There are others of them also who have left us nothing on the subject. To the three principles in the universe must correspond three principles in us. 10. Above existence, therefore, is the One. This has by us been proved as far as could reasonably be expected, and as far as such subjects admit of demonstration. In the second rank are existence and intelligence; in the third, the soul. But if these three principles, the One, intelligence, and the soul, as we have said, obtain in nature, three principles must also obtain within us. I do not mean that these three principles are in sense objects, for they are separate therefrom. They are outside of the sense world, as the three divine principles are outside of the celestial sphere, and according to Plato's expression, they constitute the interior man. Our soul, therefore, is something divine. It has a nature different from sense nature, which conforms to that of the universal soul. Now, the perfect soul possesses intelligence, but we must distinguish between the intelligence that reasons, the discursive reason, and the intelligence that furnishes the principles of reasoning, pure intelligence. The discursive reason of the soul has no need for operation of any bodily organ. In its operations, it preserves all its purity, so that it is capable of reasoning purely. When separated from the body, it must without any hesitation be ranked with highest intellectual entities. There is no need of locating it in space, for if it exists within itself, outside of body, in an immaterial condition, it is evidently not mingled with the body, and has none of its nature. Consequently, Plato says, "The divinity has spread the soul around the world." What he here means is that a part of the soul remains in the intelligible world. Speaking of our soul, he also says, "She hides her head in heaven." He also advises us to wean the soul from the body, and he does not refer to any local separation which nature alone could establish. He means that the soul must not incline towards the body, must not abandon herself to the phantoms of imagination, and must not thus become alienated from reason. He means that the soul should try to elevate to the intelligible world her lower part, which is established in the sense world, and which is occupied in fashioning the body. There must be an objective justice and beauty to which we are intimately united. 11. Since the rational soul makes judgments about what is just or beautiful, and decides whether some object is beautiful, whether such an action be just, there must exist an immutable justice and beauty from which discursive reason draws its principles. Otherwise, how could such reasonings take place? If the soul at times reasons about justice and beauty, but at times does not reason about them, we must possess within ourselves the intelligence which, instead of reasoning, ever possesses justice and beauty. Further, we must within us possess the cause and principle of intelligence, the divinity which is not divisible, which subsists not in any place, but in himself, who is contemplated by a multitude of beings, by each of the beings fitted to receive him, but which remains distinct from these beings, just as the center subsists within itself, while all the radii come from the circumference to center themselves in it. Thus, we ourselves, by one of the parts of ourselves, touch the divinity, unite ourselves with him, and are, so to speak, suspended from him, and we are founded upon him. We are edified by him when we turn towards him. These principles last ever, even though we are distracted from them. 12. How does it happen that we possess principles that are so elevated almost in spite of ourselves, and for the most part without busying ourselves about them? For there are even men who never notice them. Nevertheless, these principles, that is, intelligence, and the principle superior to intelligence, whichever remains within itself, that is, the One, these two principles are ever active. The case is similar with the soul. She is always in motion, but the operations that go on within her are not always perceived. They reach us only when they succeed in making themselves felt. When the faculty that is active within us does not transmit its action to the power that feels, this action is not communicated to the entire soul. However, we may not be conscious thereof, because, although we possess sensibility, it is not this power, but the whole soul that constitutes the man. So long as life lasts, each power of the soul exercises its proper function by itself, but we know it only when communication and perception occur. In order to perceive the things within us, we have to turn our perceptive faculties towards them, so that our soul may apply her whole attention thereto. The person that desires to hear one sound must neglect all others, and listen carefully on its approach. Thus we must here close our senses to all the noises that besiege us, unless necessity force us to hear them, and to preserve our perceptive faculty pure and ready to listen to the voices that come from above. End of Ennead 5, Book 1. Ennead 5, Book 2, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fifth Ennead, Book 2, of Generation and of the Order of Things that rank next after the first. Why, from unity, this manifold world was able to come forth. 1. The One is all things, and is none of these things. The principle of all things cannot be all things. It is all things only in the sense that all things coexist within it, but in it they are not yet, but only will be. How then could the manifoldness of all beings issue from the One, which is simple and identical, which contains no diversity or duality? It is just because nothing is contained within it that everything can issue from it. In order that essence might exist, the One could not be merely essence, but had to be the Father of essence, and essence had to be its first begotten. As the One is perfect and acquires nothing, and has no need or desire, he has, so to speak, superabounded, and this superabundance has produced a different nature. This different nature of the One turned towards him, and by its conversion arrived at the fullness of essence. Then it had the potentiality of contemplating itself, and thus determined itself as intelligence. Therefore, by resting near the One, it became essence, and by contemplating itself, became intelligence. Then, by fixing itself within itself to contemplate itself, it simultaneously became essence and intelligence. By similar effusion of superabundance, intelligence created the soul. Just like the One, it was by effusion of its power that intelligence begat something similar to itself. Thus from intelligence emanated an image, just as intelligence emanated from the One. The actualization that proceeds from essence and intelligence is the universal soul. She is born of intelligence and determines herself without intelligence issuing from itself, just as intelligence itself proceeded from the One without the One ceasing from his repose. Similarly, the universal soul by procession begets nature. Nor does the universal soul remain at rest, but enters in motion to beget an image of herself. On the one hand, it is by contemplation of the principle from which she proceeds that she achieves fullness. On the other hand, it is by advancing on a path different from and opposed to the contemplation of intelligence that she begets an image of herself, sensation, and the nature of growth. Nevertheless, nothing is detached or separated from the superior principle which begets her. Thus, the human soul seems to reach down to within that of plant growth. She descends therein inasmuch as the plant derives growth from her. Nevertheless, it is not the whole soul that passes into the plant. Her presence there is limited to her descent towards the lower region, and insofar as she produces another hypostatic substance, by virtue of her procession, which occurs by her condescension to care for the things below her. But the higher part of the soul, that which depends on intelligence, allows the intelligence to remain within itself. What then does the soul, which is in the plant, do? Does she not beget anything? She begets the plant in which she resides. This we shall have to study from another standpoint. Procession is universal from highest to lowest. 2. We may say that there is a procession from the first to the last, and in this procession each occupies its proper place. the begotten being is subordinated to the begetting being. On the other hand, it becomes similar to the thing to which it attaches, so long as it remains attached thereto. When the soul passes into the plant, there is one of her parts that unites thereto the power of growth; but besides, it is only the most audacious and the most senseless part of her that descends so low. When the soul passes into the brute, it is because she is drawn thereto by the predominance of the power of sensation. When she passes into man, it is because she is led to do so by the exercise of discursive reason, either by the movement by which she proceeds from intelligence, because the soul has a characteristic intellectual power, and consequently has the power to determine herself to think, and in general to act. The soul is nowhere, but in a principle that is everywhere and nowhere. Now let us retrace our steps. When we cut the twigs or the branches of a tree, where goes the plant soul that was in them? She returns to her principle, for no local difference separates her therefrom. If we cut or burn the root, whither goes the power of growth present therein? It returns to the plant power of the universal soul, which does not change place, and does not cease being where it was. It ceases to be where it was only when returning to its principle; otherwise it passes into another plant, for it is not obliged to contract or to retire within itself. If, on the contrary, it retires within the superior power. Where in her turn does the latter reside? Within intelligence, and without changing location, for the soul is not within any location, and intelligence still less. Thus the soul is nowhere; she is in a principle which, being nowhere, is everywhere. The soul may remain in an intermediate life. If, while returning to superior regions, the soul stops before reaching the highest, she leads a life of intermediary nature. All these things are in intelligence without constituting it. All these entities, the universal Soul and her images, are intelligence, though none of them constitutes intelligence. They are intelligence in this respect, that they proceed therefrom; they are not intelligence in this respect, that only by dwelling within itself intelligence has given birth to them. The whole universe is one immense concatenation of all things. Thus, in the universe, life resembles an immense chain in which every being occupies a point, begetting the following being, and begotten by the preceding one, and ever distinct, but not separate from the upper generating being, and the lower begotten being into which it passes without being absorbed. End of Ennead 5, Book 2. Ennead 5, Book 3, Part 1, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fifth Ennead, Book 3. The Self-Consciousnesses, and what is above them. Is knowledge dependent on the compositeness of the knower? 1. Must thought and self-consciousness imply being composed of different parts, and on their mutual contemplation? Must that which is absolutely simple be unable to turn towards itself, to know itself? Is it, on the contrary, possible that for that which is not composite to know itself? Self-consciousness indeed does not necessarily result from a thing's knowing itself, because it is composite, and that one of its parts grasps the other. as, for instance, by sensation we perceive the form and nature of our body. In this case, the whole will not be known, unless the part that knows the others to which it is united also knows itself. Otherwise, we would find the knowledge of one entity through another, instead of one entity through itself. A simple principle can have self-consciousness. While therefore asserting that a simple principle does know itself, we must examine into the possibility of this. Otherwise, we would have to give up hope of real self-knowledge. But to resign this would imply many absurdities. For if it be absurd to deny that the soul possesses self-knowledge, it would be still more absurd to deny it of intelligence. How could intelligence have knowledge of other beings if it did not possess the knowledge and science of itself? Indeed, exterior things are perceived by sensation, and even, if you insist, by discursive reason and opinion, but not by intelligence. It is indeed worth examining whether intelligence does or does not have knowledge of such external things. Evidently, intelligible entities are known by intelligence. Does intelligence limit itself to knowledge of these entities, or does it, while knowing intelligible entities, also know itself? In this case, does it know that it knows only intelligible entities, without being able to know what itself is? While knowing that it knows what belongs to it, is it unable to know what itself the knower is? Or can it at the same time know what belongs to it, and also know itself? Then, how does this knowledge operate, and how far does it go? This is what we must examine. The sense power of the soul deals only with exterior things. 2. Let us begin by a consideration of the soul. Does she possess self-consciousness? By what faculty? And how does she acquire it? It is natural for the sense power to deal only with exterior objects, for even in the case in which it feels occurrences in the body, it is still perceiving things that are external to it, since it perceives passions experienced by the body over which it presides. Functions of the discursive reason of the soul. Besides the above, the soul possesses the discursive reason, which judges of sense representations, combining and dividing them. Under the form of images, she also considers the conceptions received from intelligence, and operates on these images as on images furnished by sensation. Finally, she still is the power of understanding, since she distinguishes the new images from the old, and harmonizes them by comparing them, whence indeed our reminiscences are derived. Can discursive reason turn upon itself? That is the limit of the intellectual power of the soul. Is it, besides, capable of turning upon itself and cognizing itself? Or must this knowledge be sought for only within intelligence? If we assign this knowledge to the intellectual part of the soul, we will be making an intelligence out of it, and we will then have to study in what it differs from the superior intelligence. If again we refuse this knowledge to this part of the soul, we will, by reason, rise to intelligence, and we will have to examine the nature of self-consciousness. Further, if we attribute this knowledge both to the inferior and to the superior intelligences, we shall have to distinguish self-consciousness according as it belongs to the one or to the other. For If there were no difference between these two kinds of intelligence, discursive reason would be identical with pure intelligence. Does discursive reason, therefore, turn upon itself? Or does it limit itself to the comprehension of the types received from both sense and intelligence? And in the latter case, how does it achieve such comprehension? This latter question is the one to be examined here. The highest part of discursive reason receives impressions from intelligence. 3. Now, let us suppose that the senses have perceived a man and have furnished an appropriate image thereof to discursive reason. What will the latter say? It may say nothing, limiting itself to taking notice of him. However, it may also ask itself who this man is, and, having already met him, with the aid of memory, decide that he is Socrates. If, then, discursive reason develop the image of Socrates, then it divides what imagination has furnished. If discursive reason add that Socrates is good, it still deals with things known by the senses. But that which it asserts thereof, namely his goodness, it has drawn from itself, because within itself it possesses the rule of goodness. But how does it, within itself, possess goodness? Because it conforms to the good, and receives the notion of it from the intelligence that enlightens itself. For discursive reason, this part of the soul, is pure, and receives impressions from intelligence. Why discursive reason should belong to the soul rather than to intelligence? But why should this whole soul part that is superior to sensation be assigned to the soul rather than to intelligence? Because the power of the soul consists in reasoning, and because all these operations belong to the discursive reason. But why can we not simply assign to it, in addition, self-consciousness, which would immediately clear up this inquiry? Because the nature of discursive reason consists in considering exterior things and in scrutinizing their diversity, while to intelligence we attribute the privilege of contemplating itself and of contemplating its own contents. But what hinders discursive reason, by some other faculty of the soul, from considering what belongs to it? Because, in this case, instead of discursive reason and reasoning, we would have pure intelligence. But what, then, hinders the presence of pure intelligence within the soul? Nothing, indeed. Shall we, then, have a right to say that pure intelligence is a part of the soul? No, indeed, but still we would have the right to call it ours. It is different from and higher than discursive reason, and still it is ours, although we cannot count it among the parts of the soul. In one respect it is ours, and in another is not ours. For at times we make use of it, and at other times we make use of discursive reason. Consequently, intelligence is ours when we make use of it, and it is not ours when we do not make use of it. But what is the meaning of making use of intelligence? Does it mean becoming intelligence and speaking in that character? Or does it mean speaking in conformity with intelligence? For we are not intelligence. We speak in conformity with intelligence by the first part of discursive reason, the part that receives impressions from intelligence. We feel through sensation, and it is we who feel. Is it also we who conceive, and who simultaneously are conceived? Or is it we who reason, and who conceive the intellectual notions which enlighten discursive reason. We are indeed essentially constituted by discursive reason. The actualizations of intelligence are superior to us, while those of sensation are inferior. As to us, we are the principal part of the soul, the part that forms a middle power between these two extremes, now lowering ourselves towards sensation, now rising towards intelligence. We acknowledge sensibility to be ours because we are continually feeling. It is not as evident that intelligence is ours because we do not make use of it continuously, and because it is separated, in this sense that it is not intelligence that inclines towards us, but rather we who raise our glances towards intelligence. Sensation is our messenger, intelligence is our king. We can think in conformity with intelligence in two ways. 4. We ourselves are kings when we think in conformity with intelligence. This, however, can take place in two ways. Either we have received from intelligence the impressions and rules which are, as it were, engraved within us, so that we are, so to speak, filled with intelligence, or we can have the perception and intuition of it, because it is present with us. When we see intelligence, we recognize that by contemplation of it, we ourselves are grasping other intelligible entities. This may occur in two ways, either because by the help of this very power we grasp the power which cognizes intelligible entities, or because we ourselves become intelligence. The man who thus knows himself is double. Either he knows discursive reason, which is characteristic of the soul, or rising to a superior condition, he cognizes himself and is united with intelligence. Then, by intelligence, that man thinks himself, no more indeed as being man, but as having become superior to man, as having been transported into the intelligible reason, and drawing thither with himself the best part of the soul, the one which alone is capable of taking flight towards thought, and of receiving the fund of knowledge resulting from his intuition. But does discursive reason not know that it is discursive reason, and that its domain is the comprehension of external objects? Does it not, while doing so, know that it judges? Does it not know that it is judging by means of the rules derived from intelligence, which itself contains? Does it not know that above it is a principle which possesses intelligible entities, instead of seeking merely to know them? But what would this faculty be if it did not know what it is, and what its functions are? It knows, therefore, that it depends on intelligence, that it is inferior to intelligence, and that it is the image of intelligence, that it contains the rules of intelligence, as it were, engraved within itself, such as intelligence engraves them, or rather has engraved them on it. Man is self-conscious by becoming intelligence. Will he who thus knows himself content himself therewith? Surely not. Exercising a further faculty, we will have the intuition of the intelligence that knows itself, or seizing it, inasmuch as it is ours and we are its, we will thus cognize intelligence and know ourselves. This is necessary for our knowledge of what, within intelligence, self-consciousness is. The man becomes intelligence when, abandoning his other faculties, he by intelligence sees intelligence, and he sees himself in the same manner that intelligence sees itself. Intelligence is not divisible, and in its existence is identical with thought. 5. Does pure intelligence know itself by contemplating one of its parts by means of another part? Then one part will be the subject, and another part will be the object of contemplation. Intelligence will not know itself. It may be objected that if intelligence be a whole composed of absolutely similar parts, so that the subject and the object of contemplation will not differ from each other, then, by the virtue of this similitude, on seeing one of its parts, with which it is identical, intelligence will see itself, for in this case the subject does not differ from the object. To begin with, it is absurd to suppose that intelligence is divided into several parts. How indeed would such a division be carried out? Not by chance, surely. Who will carry it out? Will it be the subject or object? Then, how would the subject know itself if, in contemplation, it located itself in the object, since contemplation does not belong to that which is the object? Will it know itself as object rather than as subject? In that case, it will not know itself completely and in its totality as subject and object. For what it sees is the object, and not the subject of contemplation. It sees not itself, but another. In order to attain complete knowledge of itself, it will, besides, have to see itself as subject. Now, if it see itself as subject, it will at the same time have to see the contemplated things. But is it the Stoic types, or impressions of things, or the things themselves that are contained in the actualization of contemplation? If it be these impressions, we do not possess the things themselves. If we do possess these things, it is not because we separate ourselves into subject and object. Before dividing ourselves in this way, we already saw and possessed these things. Consequently, contemplation must be identical with that which is contemplated, and intelligence must be identical with the intelligible. Without this identity, we will never possess the truth. Instead of possessing realities, we will never possess any more than their impressions, which will differ from the realities. Consequently, this will not be the truth. Truth, therefore, must not differ from its object, it must be what it asserts. Thought is identical with the intelligible, which is an actualization. On one hand, therefore, intelligence, and on the other the intelligible and existence, form but one and the same thing, namely, the primary existence and primary intelligence, which possesses realities, or rather which is identical with them. But if the thought object and the thought together form but a single entity, how will the thinking object thus be able to think itself? Evidently, thought will embrace the intelligible, or will be identical therewith. But we still do not see how intelligence is to think itself. Here we are. Thought and the intelligible fuse into one, because the intelligible is an actualization and not a simple power, because life is neither alien nor incidental to it, because thought is not an accident for it, as it would be for a brute body, as for instance for a stone, and finally because the intelligible is primary being. Now, if the intelligible be an actualization, it is the primary actualization, the most perfect thought, or substantial thought. Now, as this thought is supremely true, as it is primary thought, as it possesses existence in the highest degree, it is primary intelligence. It is not, therefore, mere potential intelligence. There is no need to distinguish within it the potentiality from the actualization of thought. Otherwise, its substantiality would be merely potential. Now, since intelligence is an actualization, and as its being also is an actualization, it must fuse with its actualization. But existence and the intelligible also fuse with their actualization. Therefore, intelligence, the intelligible, and thought will form but one and the same entity. Since the thought of the intelligible is the intelligible, and as the intelligible is intelligence, intelligence will thus think itself. Intelligence will think by the actualization of the thought to which it is identical, the intelligible to which it also is identical. It will think itself so far as it is thought, and in so far as it is the intelligible which it thinks by the thought to which it is identical. Self-consciousness more perfect in intelligence than in the soul. 6. Reason therefore demonstrates that there is a principle which must essentially know itself. But this self-consciousness is more perfect in intelligence than in the soul. The soul knows herself in so far as she knows that she depends on another power, while intelligence, by merely turning towards itself, naturally cognizes its existence and being. By contemplating realities, it contemplates itself. This contemplation is an actualization, and this actualization is intelligence, for intelligence and thought form but a single entity. The entire intelligence sees itself entire, instead of seeing one of its parts by another of its parts. Is it in the nature of intelligence, such as reason conceives of it, to produce within us a simple conviction? No. Intelligence necessarily implies certitude, and not mere persuasion. For necessity is characteristic of intelligence, while persuasion is characteristic of the soul. Here below, it is true, we rather seek to be persuaded than to see truth by pure intelligence. When we were in the superior region, satisfied with intelligence, we used to think and to contemplate the intelligible, reducing everything to unity. It was intelligence which thought and spoke about itself. The soul rested and allowed intelligence free scope to act. But since we have descended here below, we seek to produce persuasion in the soul, because we wish to contemplate the model in its image. The soul must be taught self-consciousness by conversion. We must, therefore, teach our soul how intelligence contemplates itself. This has to be taught to that part of our soul which, because of its intellectual character, we call reason, or discursive intelligence, to indicate that it is a kind of intelligence, that it possesses its power by intelligence, and that it derives it from intelligence. This part of the soul must therefore know that it knows what it sees, that it knows what it expresses, and that if it were identical with what it describes, it would thereby know itself. But since intelligible entities come to it from the same principle from which it itself comes, since it is a reason, and as it receives from intelligence entities that are kindred by comparing them with the traces of intelligence it contains, it must know itself. This image it contains must therefore be raised to true intelligence, which is identical with the true intelligible entities, that is, to the primary and really true beings, for it is impossible that this intelligence should originate from itself. If then intelligence remain in itself and with itself, if it be what it is in its nature to be, that is, intelligence, for intelligence can never be unintelligent, it must contain within it the knowledge of itself, since it does not issue from itself, and since its function and its being or true nature consist in being no more than intelligence. It is not an intelligence that devotes itself to practical action obliged to consider what is external to it, and to issue from itself to become cognizant of exterior things. For it is not necessary that an intelligence which devotes itself to action should know itself. As it does not give itself to action, for being pure it has nothing to desire, it operates a conversion towards itself, by virtue of which it is not only probable, but even necessary for it to know itself. Otherwise, what would its life consist of, inasmuch as it does not devote itself to action, and as it remains within itself? Whatever intelligence may be thought to do, it must know itself. 7. It may be objected that the intelligence contemplates the divinity. If, however, it be granted that the intelligence knows the divinity, one is thereby forced to admit that it also knows itself, for it will know what it derives from the divinity, what it has received from him, and what it still may hope to receive from him. By knowing this, it will know itself, since it is one of the entities given by the divinity, or rather, since it is all that is given by the divinity. If then it know the divinity, it knows also the powers of the divinity. It knows that itself proceeds from the divinity, and that itself derives its powers from the divinity. If intelligence cannot have a clear intuition of the divinity, because the subject and object of an intuition must be the same, this will turn out to be a reason why intelligence will know itself, and will see itself, since seeing is being what is seen. What else indeed could we attribute to intelligence? Rest, for instance. For intelligence, rest does not consist in being removed from itself, but rather to act without being disturbed by anything that is alien. The things that are not troubled by anything alien need only to produce their own actualization, especially when they are in actualization and not merely potential. That which is in actualization, and which cannot be in actualization for anything foreign, must be an actualization for itself. When thinking itself, intelligence remains turned towards itself, referring its actualization to itself. If anything proceed from it, it is precisely because it remains turned towards itself that it remains in itself. It had indeed to apply itself to itself before applying itself to anything else, or producing something else that resembled it. Thus fire must first be fire in itself, and be fire in actualization, in order later to impart some traces of its nature to other things. Intelligence in itself, therefore, is an actualization. The soul, on turning herself towards intelligence, remains within herself. On issuing from intelligence, the soul turns towards external things. On turning towards intelligence, she becomes similar to the power from which she proceeds. On issuing from intelligence, she becomes different from herself. Nevertheless, she still preserves some resemblance to intelligence, both in her activity and productiveness. When active, the soul still contemplates intelligence. When productive, the soul produces forms, which resemble distant thoughts, and are traces of thought and intelligence, traces that conform to their archetype, and which reveal a faithful imitation thereof, or which, at least, still preserve a weakened image thereof, even if they do occupy only the last rank of beings. What intelligence looks like in the intelligible. 8. What qualities does intelligence display in the intelligible world? What qualities does it discover in itself by contemplation? To begin with, we must not form of intelligence a conception showing a figure or colors, like bodies. Intelligence existed before bodies. The seminal reasons which produce figure and color are not identical with them, for seminal reasons are invisible. So much the more are intelligible entities invisible. Their nature is identical with that of the principles in which they reside, just as seminal reasons are identical with the soul that contains them. But the soul does not see the entities she contains, because she has not begotten them. Even she herself, just like the reasons, is no more than an image of intelligence. The principle from which she comes possesses an evident existence, that is genuine and primary; consequently, that principle exists of and in itself. But this image, which is in the soul, is not even permanent, unless it belong to something else and reside therein. Indeed, the characteristic of an image is that it resides in something else, since it belongs to something else, unless it remain attached to its principle. Consequently, this image does not contemplate, because it does not possess a light that is sufficient; and even if it should contemplate, as it finds its perfection in something else, it would be contemplating something else instead of contemplating itself. The same case does not obtain in intelligence. There the contemplated entity and contemplation coexist, and are identical. Who is it, therefore, that declares the nature of the intelligible? The power that contemplates it, namely intelligence itself. Here below, our eyes see the light because our vision itself is light, or rather because it is united to light, for it is the colors that our vision beholds. On the contrary, intelligence does not see through something else, but through itself, because what it sees is not outside of itself. It sees a light with another light, and not by another light. It is therefore a light that sees another, and consequently it sees itself. This light, on shining in the soul, illuminates her, that is, intellectualizes her, assimilates her to the superior light, namely, in intelligence. If by the ray with which this light enlightens the soul, we judge of the nature of this light, and conceive of it as still greater, more beautiful, and more brilliant, we will indeed be approaching intelligence and the intelligible world; for by enlightening the soul, intelligence imparts to her a clearer life. This life is not generative, because intelligence converts the soul towards intelligence, and instead of allowing the soul to divide, causes the soul to love the splendor with which she is shining. Neither is this life one of the senses, for though the senses apply themselves to what is exterior, they do not on that account learn anything beyond themselves. He who sees that superior light of the verities sees much better things that are visible, though in a different manner. It remains therefore that the intelligence imparts to the soul the intellectual life, which is a trace of her own life, for intelligence possesses the realities. It is in the life and the actualization which are characteristic of intelligence that here consists the primary light, which from the beginning illumines itself, which reflects on itself, because it is simultaneously enlightener and enlightened. It is also the true intelligible entity, because it is also at the same time thinker and thought. It sees itself by itself without having need of anything else. It sees itself in an absolute manner, because within it the known is identical with the knower. It is not otherwise in us. It is by intelligence that we know intelligence. Otherwise, how could we speak of it? How could we say that it was capable of clearly grasping itself, and that by it we understand ourselves? How could we, by these reasonings, to intelligence reduce our soul, which recognizes that it is the image of intelligence, which considers its life a faithful imitation of the life of intelligence, which thinks that when it thinks, it assumes an intellectual and divine form? Should one wish to know which is this intelligence that is perfect, universal and primary, which knows itself essentially, the soul has to be reduced to intelligence, or at least the soul has to recognize that the actualization by which the soul conceives the entities of which the soul has the reminiscence is derived from intelligence. Only by placing herself in that condition does the soul become able to demonstrate that inasmuch as she is the image of intelligence, she, the soul, can by herself see it, that is, by those of her powers which most exactly resemble intelligence, namely by pure thought, which resembles intelligence in the degree that a part of the soul can be assimilated to it. We can reach a conception of intelligence by stripping the soul of every faculty except her intellectual part. 9. We must therefore contemplate the soul and her divinest part in order to discover the nature of intelligence. This is how we may accomplish it. From man, that is, from yourself, strip off the body, then that power of the soul that fashions the body, then sensation, appetite, and anger, and all the lower passions that incline you towards the earth. What then remains of the soul is what we call the image of intelligence, an image that radiates from intelligence, as from the immense globe of the sun radiates the surrounding luminary sphere. Of course, we would not say that all the light that radiates from the sun remains within itself around the sun. Only a part of this light remains around the sun from which it emanates. Another part, spreading by relays, descends to us on the earth. But we consider light, even that which surrounds the sun, as located in something else, so as not to be forced to consider the whole space between the sun and us as empty of all bodies. On the contrary, the soul is a light which remains attached to intelligence, and she is not located in any space, because intelligence itself is not spatially located. While the light of the sun is in the air, on the contrary, the soul, in the state in which we consider her here, is so pure that she can be seen in herself, by herself, and by any other soul that is in the same condition. The soul needs to reason in order to conceive of the nature of intelligence according to her own nature. But intelligence conceives of itself without reasoning, because it is always present to itself. We, on the contrary, are present both to ourselves and to intelligence when we turn towards it, because our life is divided into several lives. On the contrary, intelligence has no need of any other life, nor of anything else. What intelligence gives is not given to itself, but to other things. Neither does intelligence have any need of what is inferior to it, nor could intelligence give itself anything inferior, since intelligence possesses all things, instead of possessing in itself the primary images of things, as in the case of the soul, intelligence is these things themselves. Elevation of the soul may be gradual, if unable to attain immediate elevation. If one should find himself unable to rise immediately to pure thought, which is the highest or first part of the soul, he may begin by opinion, and from it rise to intelligence. If even opinion be out of the reach of his ability, he may begin with sensation, which already represents general forms; for sensation, which contains the forms potentially, may possess them even in actualization. If, on the contrary, the best he can do is to descend, let him descend to the generative power, and to the things it produces; then from the last forms one may rise again to the higher forms, and so on to the primary forms. End of Ennead 5, Book 3, Part 1. Ennead 5, Book 3, Part 2, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. The transcendent first principle has no need of seeing itself. 10. But enough of this. If the forms contained by intelligence are not created forms, otherwise the forms contained in us would no longer, as they should, occupy the lowest rank. If these forms in intelligence really be creative and primary, then either these creative forms and the creative principle fuse into one single entity, or intelligence needs some other principle. But does the transcendent principle, that is superior to intelligence, the One itself, also need some other further principle? No, because it is only intelligence that stands in need of such an one. Does the principle superior to intelligence, the transcendent One, not see himself? No, he does not need to see himself. This we shall study elsewhere. The contemplation of intelligence demands a higher, transcending unity. Let us now return to our most important problem. Intelligence needs to contemplate itself, or rather, it continually possesses this contemplation. It first sees that it is manifold, and then that it implies a difference, and further, that it needs to contemplate the intelligible, and that its very essence is to contemplate. Indeed, every contemplation implies an object, otherwise it is empty. To make contemplation possible, there must be more than an unity. Contemplation must be applied to an object, and this object must be manifold. For what is simple has no object on which it could apply its action, and silently remains withdrawn in its solitude. Action implies some sort of difference. Otherwise, to what would action apply itself? What would be its object? The active principle must, therefore, direct its action on something else than itself, or must itself be manifold to direct its action on itself. If indeed it direct its action on nothing, it will be at rest; and if at rest, it will not be thinking. The thinking principle, therefore, when thinking, implies duality. Whether the two terms be one exterior to the other, or united, thought always implies both identity and difference. In general, intelligible entities must simultaneously be identical with intelligence and different from intelligence. Besides, each of them must also contain within itself identity and difference. Otherwise, if the intelligible does not contain any diversity, what would be the object of thought? If you insist that each intelligible entity resembles a seminal reason, it must be manifold. Every intelligible entity, therefore, knows itself to be a compound and many-colored eye. If intelligence applied itself to something single and absolutely simple, it could not think. What would it say? What would it understand? If the indivisible asserted itself, it ought first to assert what it is not, and so, in order to be single, it would have to be manifold. If it said, "I am this," and if it did not assert that this was different from itself, it would be uttering untruth. If it asserted it as an accident of itself, it would assert of itself a multitude. If it says, "I am, myself, myself," then neither these two things will be simple, and each of them will be able to say "me," or there will be manifoldness, and consequently a difference, and consequently number and diversity. The thinking subject must therefore contain a difference, just as the object thought must also reveal a diversity because it is divided by thought. Otherwise, there will be no other thought of the intelligible, but a kind of touch, of unspeakable and inconceivable contact, prior to intelligence, since intelligence is not yet supposed to exist, and as the possessor of this contact does not think. The thinking subject, therefore, must not remain simple, especially when it thinks itself. It must split itself, even were the comprehension of itself silent. Last, that which is simple, the One, has no need of occupying itself with itself. What would it learn by thinking? Is it not what it is before thinking itself? Besides, knowledge implies that some one desires, that some one seeks, and that some one finds. That which does not within itself contain any difference, when turned towards itself, rests without seeking anything within itself, but that which develops is manifold. How intelligence became manifold. 11. Intelligence therefore becomes manifold when it wishes to think the principle superior to it. By wishing to grasp him in his simplicity, it abandons this simplicity because it continues to receive within itself this differentiated and multiplied nature. It was not yet intelligence when it issued from unity. It found itself in the state of sight when not yet actualized. When emanating from unity, it contained already what made it manifold. It vaguely aspired to an object other than itself, while simultaneously containing a representation of this object. It thus contained something that it made manifold, for it contained a sort of impress produced by the contemplation of the One. Otherwise, it would not receive the One within itself. Thus intelligence, on being born of unity, became manifold, and as it possessed knowledge, it contemplated itself. It then became actualized sight. Intelligence is really intelligence only when it possesses its object, and when it possesses it as intelligence. Formerly, it was only an aspiration, only an indistinct vision. On applying itself to the One and grasping the One, it becomes intelligence. Now, its receptivity to unity is continuous, and it is continuously intelligence, being thought, from the very moment it begins to think. Before that, it is not yet thought, since it does not possess the intelligible, and is not yet intelligence, since it does not think. The One is the principle of all, without being limited thereby. That which is above these things is their principle, without being inherent in them. The principle from which these things proceed cannot be inherent in them. That is true only of the elements that constitute them. The principle from which all things proceed, the One, is not any of them. It differs from all of them. The One, therefore, is not any of them. It differs from all of them. The One, therefore, is not any of the things of the universe. He precedes all these things, and consequently He precedes intelligence, since the latter embraces all things in its universality. On the other hand, as the things that are posterior to unity are universal, and as unity thus is anterior to universal things, it cannot be any one of them. Therefore it should not be called either intelligence or good, if by good you mean any object comprised within the universe. This name suits it only if it indicate that it is anterior to everything. If intelligence be intelligence only because it is manifold; if thought, though found within intelligence, be similarly manifold, then the first, the principle that is absolutely simple, will be above intelligence. For if he thinks, he would be intelligence, and if he be intelligence, he would be manifold. No manifoldness of any kind can exist in the first. 12. It may be objected that nothing would hinder the existence of manifoldness in the actualization of the first, so long as the being or nature remain unitary. That principle would not be rendered composite by any number of actualizations. This is not the case for two reasons. Either these actualizations are distinct from its nature, being, and the first would pass from potentiality to actuality, in which case, without doubt, the first is not manifold, but his nature would not become perfect without actualization; or the nature, being, is within him identical to his actualization, in which case, as the actualization is manifold, the nature would be such also. Now we do indeed grant that intelligence is manifold, since it thinks itself, but we could not grant that the principle of all things should also be manifold. Unity must exist before the manifold, the reason of whose existence is found in unity, for unity precedes all number. It may be objected that this is true enough for numbers which follow unity, because they are composite. But what is the need of a unitary principle from which manifoldness should proceed, when referring not to numerals, but to beings. This need is that without the One, all things would be in a dispersed condition, and their combinations would be no more than a chaos. Permanent actualizations are hypostases. Another objection is that from an intelligence that is simple, manifold actualizations can surely proceed. This then admits the existence of something simple before the actualizations. Later, as these actualizations become permanent, they form hypostatic forms of existence. Being such, they will have to differ from the principle from which they proceed, since the principle remains simple, and that which is born of it must in itself be manifold and be dependent thereon. Even if these actualizations exist only because the principle acted a single time, this already constitutes manifoldness. Though these actualizations be the first ones, if they constitute second rank nature, the first rank will belong to the principle that precedes these actualizations. This principle abides in itself, while these actualizations constitute that which is of second rank, and is composed of actualizations. The first differs from the actualizations he begets, because he begets them without activity; otherwise intelligence would not be the first actualization, nor should we think that the One first desired to beget intelligence, and later begat it, so that this desire was an intermediary between the generating principle and the generated entity. The One could not have desired anything, for if he had desired anything, he would have been imperfect, since he would not yet have possessed what he desired. Nor could we suppose that the One lacked anything, for there was nothing towards which he could have moved. Therefore, the hypostatic form of existence which is beneath him received existence from him, without ceasing to persist in its own condition. Therefore, if there is to be a hypostatic form of existence beneath him, he must have remained within himself in perfect tranquillity; otherwise he would have initiated movement, and we would have to conceive of a movement before the first movement, a thought before the first thought, and its first actualization would be imperfect, consisting in no more than a mere tendency. But towards what can the first actualization of the One tend, and attain, if according to the dictates of reason we conceive of that actualization originating from him, as light emanates from the sun? This actualization, therefore, will have to be considered as a light that embraces the whole intelligible world, at the summit of which we shall have to pause it, and over whose throne we shall have to conceive the rule of the immovable One, without separating him from the light that radiates from him. Otherwise, above this light we would have to posit another one, which, while remaining immovable, should enlighten the intelligible. Indeed, the actualization that emanates from the One, without being separated from him, nevertheless differs from him. Neither is its nature non-essential or blind. It therefore contemplates itself, and knows itself; it is consequently the first knowing principle. As the One is above intelligence, it is also above consciousness. As it needs nothing, neither has it any need of knowing anything. Cognition or consciousness, therefore, belongs only to the second rank nature. Consciousness is only an individual unity, while the One is absolute unity. Indeed, individual unity is not absolute unity, because the absolute is, or in and for itself, precedes the somehow determined, or individual. The Supreme is absolutely ineffable. 13. This principle, therefore, is really indescribable. We are individualizing it in any statement about it. That which is above everything, even above the venerable intelligence, really has no name, and all that we can state about him is that he is not anything, nor can he be given any name, since we cannot assert anything about him. We refer to him only as best we can. In our uncertainty, we say, what does he not feel? Is he not self-conscious? Does he not know himself? Then we must reflect that by speaking thus, we are thinking of things that are opposed to him, of whom we are now thinking. When we suppose that he can be known, or that he possesses self-consciousness, we are already making him manifold. Were we to attribute to him thought, it would appear that he needed this thought. If we imagine thought as being within him, thought seems to be superfluous. For of what does thought consist? Of the consciousness of the totality formed by the two terms that contribute to the act of thought, and which fuse therein. That is thinking oneself, and thinking oneself is real thinking. For each of the two elements of thought is itself an unity to which nothing is lacking. On the contrary, the thought of objects exterior to intelligence is not perfect, and is not true thought. That which is supremely simple and supremely absolute stands in need of nothing. The absolute that occupies the second rank needs itself, and consequently needs to think itself. Indeed, since intelligence needs something relatively to itself, it succeeds in satisfying this need, and consequently in being absolute, only by possessing itself entirely. It suffices itself only by uniting all the elements constituting its nature, being; only by dwelling within itself; only by remaining turned towards itself while thinking. For consciousness is the sensation of manifoldness, as is indicated by the etymology of the word consciousness or conscience. If supreme thought occur by the conversion of intelligence towards itself, it evidently is manifold. Even if it said no more than "I am existence," intelligence would say it as if making a discovery, and intelligence would be right because existence is manifold. Even though it should apply itself to something simple, and should say, "I am existence," this would not imply successful grasp of itself or existence. Indeed, when intelligence speaks of existence in conformity with reality, intelligence does not speak of it as of a stone, but merely in a single word expresses something manifold. The existence that really and essentially deserves the name of existence, instead of having of it only a trace, which would not be existence, and which would be only an image of it, such existence is a multiple entity. Will not each one of the elements of this multiple entity be thought? No doubt you will not be able to think it if you take it alone and separated from the others. But existence itself is in itself something manifold. Whatever object you name, it possesses existence; consequently, He who is supremely simple cannot think himself. If he did, he would be somewhere, which is not the case. Therefore he does not think, and he cannot be grasped by thought. We come sufficiently near to him to talk about him. 14. How then do we speak of him? Because we can assert something about him, though we cannot express him by speech. We could not know him nor grasp him by thought. How then do we speak of him if we cannot grasp him? Because, though he does escape our knowledge, he does not escape us completely. We grasp him enough to assert something about him without expressing him himself, to say what he is not without saying what he is. That is why, in speaking of him, we use terms that are suitable to designate only lower things. Besides, we can embrace him without being capable of expressing him, like men who, transported by a divine enthusiasm, feel that they contain something superior without being able to account for it. They speak of what agitates them, and they thus have some feeling of him who moves them, though they differ therefrom. Such is our relation with him. When we rise to him by using our pure intelligence, we feel that he is the foundation of our intelligence, the principle that furnishes being, and other things of the kind. We feel that he is better, greater, and more elevated than we, because he is superior to reason, to intelligence, and to the senses, because he gives these things without being what they are. Radiation of multiple unity. 15. How does he give them? Is it because he possesses them, or because he does not possess them? If it be because he does not possess them, how does he give what he does not possess? If it be because he does possess them, he is no longer simple. If he give what he does not possess, how is multiplicity born of him? It would seem as if only one single thing could proceed from him, unity. And even so, one might wonder how anything whatever could be born of that which is absolutely one. We answer, in the same way as from a light radiates a luminous sphere or fulguration. But how can the manifold be born from the one? Because the thing that proceeds from him must not be equal to him, and so much the less superior. For what is superior to unity, or better than him? It must therefore be inferior to him, and consequently be less perfect. Now it cannot be less perfect, except on condition of being less unitary, that is, more manifold. But as it must aspire to unity, it will be the manifold one. It is by that which is single that that which is not single is preserved, and is what it is. For that which is not one, though composite, cannot receive the name of existence. If it be possible to say what each thing is, it is only because it is one and identical. What is not manifold is not one by participation, but is absolute unity. It does not derive its unity from any other principle. On the contrary, it is the principle to which other things owe that they are more or less single, according as they are more or less close to it. Since the characteristic of that which is nearest to unity is identity, and is posterior to unity, evidently the manifoldness contained therein must be the totality of things that are single, For since manifoldness is therein united with manifoldness, it does not contain parts separated from each other, and all subsist together. Each of the things that proceed therefrom are manifold unity, because they cannot be universal unity. Universal unity is characteristic only of their principle, the intelligible being, because itself proceeds from a great principle, which is one, essentially and genuinely. That which by its exuberant fruitfulness begets is all. On the other hand, as this totality participates in unity, it is single, and consequently it is single totality, universal unity. The Supreme produces manifoldness because of its categories. We have seen that existence is all these things. Now, what are they? All those of which the One is the principle. But how can the One be the principle of all things? Because the One preserves their existence while affecting the individuality of each of them. Is it also because he gives them existence? And if so, does he do so by possessing them? In this case, the One would be manifold. No, it is by containing them without any distinction, yet having arisen among them. On the contrary, in the second principle, they are distinguished by reason, that is, they are logically distinguished because this second principle is an actualization, while the first principle is the power potentiality of all things, not in the sense in which we say that matter is potential in that it receives or suffers, but in the opposite sense, that the One produces. How then can the One produce what it does not possess, since unity produces that neither by chance nor by reflection? We have already said that what proceeds from unity must differ from it, and consequently cannot be absolutely one; that it must be duality, and consequently multitude, since it will contain the categories such as identity and difference, quality, and so forth. We have demonstrated that that which is born of the One is not absolutely one. It now remains for us to inquire whether it will be manifold, such as it is seen to be in what proceeds from the One. We shall also have to consider why it necessarily proceeds from the One. The good must be superior to intelligence and life. 16. We have shown elsewhere that something must follow the One, and that the One is a power and is inexhaustible, and this is so because even the last rank entities possess the power of begetting. For the present we may notice that the generation of things reveals a descending procession, in which, the further we go, the more does manifoldness increase, and that the principle is always simpler than the things it produces. Therefore, that which has produced the sense world is not the sense world itself, but intelligence and the intelligible world; and that which has begotten intelligence and the intelligible world is neither intelligence nor the intelligible world, but something simpler than them. Manifoldness is not born of manifoldness, but of something that is not manifold. If that which was superior to intelligence were manifold, it would no longer be the supreme principle, and we would have to ascend further. Everything must therefore be reduced to that which is essentially one, which is outside of all manifoldness, and whose simplicity is the greatest possible. But how can manifold and universal reason be born of the One, when very evidently the One is not a reason. As it is not a reason, how can it beget reason? How can the good beget a hypostatic form of existence which would be good in form? What does this hypostatic form of existence possess? Is it identity? But what is the relation between identity and goodness? Because, as soon as we possess the good, we seek identity and permanence, and because the good is the principle from which we must not separate, for if it were not the good, it would be better to give it up. We must therefore wish to remain united to the good. Since that is the most desirable for intelligence, it need seek nothing beyond, and its permanence indicates its satisfaction with the entities it possesses. Enjoying, as it does, their presence in a manner such that it fuses with them, it must then consider life as the most precious entity of all. As intelligence possesses life in its universality and fullness, this life is the fullness and universality of the soul and intelligence. Intelligence, therefore, is self-sufficient and desires nothing. It contains what it would have desired if it had not already possessed such desirable object. It possesses the good that consists in life and intelligence, as we have said, or in some one of the connected entities. If life and intelligence were the absolute good, there would be nothing above them. But if the absolute good be above them, the good of intelligence is this life which relates to the absolute good, which connects with it, which receives existence from it, and rises towards it, because it is its principle. The good, therefore, must be superior to life and intelligence. On this condition only does the life of intelligence, the image of him from whom all life proceeds, turn towards him. On this condition only does intelligence, the imitation of the contents of the One, whatever be his nature, turn towards him. The Supreme as superessential and superexistent. 17. What better thing is there then than this supremely wise life, exempt from all fault or error? What is there better than the intelligence that embraces everything? In one word, what is there better than universal life and universal intelligence? If we answer that what is better than these things is the principle that begat them, if we content ourselves with explaining how it begat them, and to show that one cannot discover anything better, we shall, instead of progressing in this discussion, ever remain at the same point. Nevertheless, we need to rise higher. We are particularly obliged to do this when we consider that the principle that we seek must be considered as the self-sufficient, supremely independent of all things. For no entity is able to be self-sufficient, and all have participated in the One. And since they have done so, none of them can be the One. Which then is this principle in which all participate, which makes intelligence exist, and is all things? Since it makes intelligence exist, and since it is all things, since it makes its contained manifoldness self-sufficient by the presence of unity, and since it is thus the creative principle of being and self-sufficiency, it must, instead of being being, be superbeing and superexistence. Ecstasy is intellectual contact with sudden light. Have we said enough, and can we stop here? Or does our soul still feel the pains of parturition? Let her therefore produce activity, rushing towards the One, driven by the pains that agitate her. No, let us rather seek to calm her by some magic charm, if any remedy therefore exist. But to charm the soul, it may perhaps be sufficient to repeat what we have already said. To what other charm, indeed, would it suffice to have recourse? Rising above all the truths in which we participate, this enchantment evanesces the moment we speak, or even think. For in order to express something, discursive reason is obliged to go from one thing to another, and successively to run through every element of its object. Now, what can be successively scrutinized in that which is absolutely simple? It is therefore sufficient to reach him by a sort of intellectual contact. Now, at the moment of touching the One, we should neither be able to say anything about him, nor have the leisure to speak of him. Only later is it possible to argue about him. We should believe that we have seen him when a sudden light has enlightened the soul, for this light comes from him and is himself. We should believe that he is present when, as another lower divinity, he illumines the house of him who calls on this divinity, for it remains obscure without the illumination of the divinity. The soul, therefore, is without light when she is deprived of the presence of this divinity. When illumined by this divinity, she has what she sought. The true purpose of the soul is to be in contact with this light, to see this light in the radiance of this light itself, without the assistance of any foreign light, to see this principle by the help of which she sees. Indeed, it is the principle by which she is enlightened that she must contemplate, as one gazes at the sun only through its own light. But how shall we succeed in this? By cutting off everything else. End of Ennead 5, Book 3. Ennead 5, Book 4, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fifth Ennead, Book 4. How what is after the first proceeds therefrom, of the One. Necessity of the existence of the first. 1. Everything that exists after the first is derived therefrom, either directly or mediately, and constitutes a series of different orders, such that the second can be traced back to the first, the third to the second, and so forth. Above all beings, there must be something simple and different from all the rest, which would exist in itself, and which, without ever mingling with anything else, might nevertheless preside over everything, which might really be the One, and not that deceptive unity which is only the attribute of essence, and which would be a principle superior even to being, unreachable by speech, reason, or science. For if it be not completely simple, foreign to all complexity and composition, and be not really one, it could not be a principle. It is sovereignly absolute only because it is simple and first. For what is not first is in need of superior things. What is not simple has need of being constituted by simple things. The principle of everything must therefore be one and only. If it were admitted that there was a second principle of that kind, both would constitute but a single one. For we do not say that they are bodies, nor that the one and first is a body. For every body is composite and begotten, and consequently is not a principle, for a principle cannot be begotten. Therefore, since the principle of everything cannot be corporeal, because it must be essentially one, it must be the first. The first necessarily begets a second, which must be perfect. If something after the one exist, it is no more the simple one, but the multiple one. Whence is this derived? Evidently from the first, for it could not be supposed that it came from chance. That would be to admit that the first is not the principle of everything. How then is the multiple one derived from the first? If the first be not only perfect, but the most perfect, if it be the first power, it must surely, in respect to power, be superior to all the rest, and the other powers must merely imitate it to the limit of their ability. Now we see that all that arrives to perfection cannot unfruitfully remain in itself, but begets and produces. Not only do beings capable of choice, but even those lacking reflection or soul have a tendency to impart to other beings what is in them, as, for instance, fire emits heat, snow emits cold, and plant juices dye and soak into whatever they happen to touch. All things in nature imitate the first principle by seeking to achieve immortality by procreation and by manifestation of their qualities. How then would he who is sovereignly perfect, who is the supreme good, remain absorbed in himself, as if a sentiment of jealousy hindered him from communicating himself, or as if he were powerless, though he is the power of everything? How then would he remain principle of everything? He must therefore beget something, just as what he begets must in turn beget. There must therefore be something beneath the first. Now this thing, which is immediately beneath the first, must be very venerable. First, because it begets everything else; then because it is begotten by the first, and because it must, as being the second, rank and surpass everything else. Intelligence cannot be the first, and ranks all else. 2. If the generating principle were intelligence, what it begot would have to be inferior to intelligence, and nevertheless approximate it, and resemble it more than anything else. Now, as the generating principle is superior to intelligence, the first begotten thing is necessarily intelligence. Why, however, is the generating principle not intelligence? Because the act of intelligence is thought, and thought consists in seeing the intelligible, for it is only by its conversion towards it that intelligence achieves a complete and perfect existence. In itself, intelligence is only an indeterminate power to see. Only by contemplation of the intelligible does it achieve the state of being determined. This is the reason of the saying, "The ideas and numbers, that is, intelligence, are born from the indefinite doubleness and the one." Consequently, instead of being simple, intelligence is multiple. It is composed of several elements. These are doubtless intelligible. But what intelligence sees is none the less multiple. In any case, intelligence is simultaneously the object thought and the thinking subject. It is therefore already double. The first and second, has higher and lower intelligible entities. But besides this intelligible entity, namely intelligence, there is another higher intelligible, the supreme intelligible, the first. In what way does the intelligence thus determined proceed from the first intelligible? The intelligible abides in itself, and has need of nothing else, while there is a need of something else in that which sees and thinks. That is, that which thinks has need of contemplating the supreme intelligible. But even while remaining within himself, the intelligible, one, is not devoid of sentiment. All things belong to him, are in him, and with him. Consequently, he has the conception of himself, a conception which implies consciousness, and which consists in eternal repose, and in a thought, but in a thought different from that of intelligence. If he begets something while remaining within himself, he begets it precisely when he is at the highest point of individuality. It is, therefore, by remaining in his own state that he begets what he begets. He procreates by individualizing. Now, as he remains intelligible, what he begets cannot be anything else than thought. Therefore, thought, by existing, and by thinking the principle whence it is derived, for it could not think any other object, becomes simultaneously intelligence and intelligible. But this second intelligible differs from the first intelligible, from which it proceeds, and of which it is but the image and the reflection. The second is the actualization of the potentiality of the first. But how is an actualization begotten from that self-limited intelligible? We shall have to draw a distinction between an actualization of being and an actualization out of the being of each thing. Actualized being and actualization emanating from being. Actualized being cannot differ from being, for it is being itself. But the actualization emanating from being, and everything necessarily has an actualization of this kind, differs from what produces it. It is as if, with fire, there is a difference between the heat which constitutes its being and the heat which radiates exteriorly, while the fire interiorly realizes the actualization which constitutes its being, and which makes it preserve its nature. Here also, and far more so, the first remains in his proper state, and yet simultaneously, by his inherent perfection, by the actualization which resides in him, has been begotten the actualization which, deriving its existence from so great a power, nay, from supreme power, has arrived at or achieved essence and being. As to the first, he was above being, for he was the potentiality of all things, already being all things. How the first is above all being. If this actualization begotten by the first, this external actualization, be all things, then that one is above all things, and consequently above being. If then this external actualization be all things, and be before all things, it does not occupy the same rank as the remainder of all other things, and must, in this respect also, be superior to being, and consequently also to intelligence, for there is something superior to intelligence. Essence is not, as you might say, dead. It is not devoid of life or thought, for intelligence and essence are identical. Intelligible entities do not exist before the intelligence that thinks them, as sense objects exist before the sensation which perceives them. Intelligence itself is the things that it thinks, since their forms are not introduced to them from without. From where, indeed, would intelligence receive these forms? Intelligence exists with the intelligible things. Intelligence is identical with them, is one with them. Reciprocally, intelligible entities do not exist without their matter, that is, intelligence. End of Ennead 5, Book 4. Ennead 5, Book 5, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fifth Ennead, Book 5. That intelligible entities are not external to the intelligence of the good. The subject of the quarrel between Amelius and Porphyry. Knowledge of the intelligible entities implies their presence. 1. Surely nobody could believe that the veritable and real intelligence could be deceived, and admit the existence of things that do not exist. Its very name guarantees its intelligent nature. It therefore possesses knowledge without being subject to forgetfulness, and its knowledge is neither conjectural, doubtful, nor borrowed, nor acquired by demonstration. Even if we did admit that some of its knowledge was derived from demonstration, no one will deny that it possesses certain knowledge from within itself. It would be wiser, however, to be entirely reasonable and say that it derives everything from within itself. Without this, it would be difficult to distinguish what knowledge it derived from itself, and what was derived from outside. Even the certainty of the knowledge derived from itself would vanish, and it would lose the right to believe that things really are such as it imagines. Indeed, though the things whose knowledge we derive from the senses seem capable of producing in us the highest evidential value, it may still be asked whether their apparent nature do not derive more from modifications in us than from the objects themselves. Even so, belief in them demands assent of the intelligence, or at least of the discursive reason. For, though we admit that things perceived by the senses exist in sensible objects, it is none the less recognized that what is perceived by sensation is only a representation of the exterior object, and that sensation does not reach to this object itself, since it remains exterior to sensation. But when intelligence cognizes and is cognizing intelligibles, intelligence could never even meet them if they are cognized as lying outside of intelligence. One explanation would be that intelligence does not at all meet them, nor cognize them. If it be by chance that intelligence meets them, the cognition of them will also be accidental and transient. The explanation that cognition operates by union of the intelligence with the intelligible depends on explanation of the bond that unites them. Under this hypothesis, the cognitions of the intelligible gathered by intelligence will consist of impressions or types of reality, and will consequently be only accidental impressions. Such, however, could not exist in intelligence, for what would be their form? As they would remain exterior to intelligence, their knowledge would resemble sensation. The only distinction of this knowledge from sensation would be that intelligence cognizes more tenuous entities. Intelligence would never know that it really perceives them. It would never really know for certain that a thing was good, just, or beautiful. In this case, the good, just, and beautiful would be exterior and foreign to it. Intelligence in itself will not possess any forms to regulate its judgments, and deserve its confidence. They, just as much as truth, would remain outside of it. Intelligence is annihilated by the theory that truth is external to it. On the other hand, the intelligible entities are either deprived of feeling, life, and intelligence, or they are intelligent. If they be intelligent, they, like truth, fuse with intelligence into the primary intelligence. In this case, we shall have to inquire into the mutual relations of intelligence, intelligible entity, and truth. Do these constitute but one single entity, or two? What in the world could intelligible entities be if they be without life or intelligence? They are surely neither propositions, axioms, nor words, because in this case they would be enunciating things different from themselves, and would not be things themselves. Thus, when you say that the good is beautiful, it would be understood that these two notions are foreign to each other. Nor can we think that the intelligibles, for instance beauty and justice, are entities that are simple, but completely separate from each other, because the intelligible entity would have lost its unity, and would no longer dwell within a unitary subject. It would be dispersed into a crowd of particular entities, and we would be forced to consider into what localities these diverse elements of the intelligible were scattered. Besides, how could intelligence embrace these elements and follow them in their vicissitudes? How could intelligence remain permanent? How could it fix itself on identical objects? What will be the forms or figures of the intelligibles? Will they be like statues of gold, or like images and effigies made of some other material? In this case, the intelligence that would contemplate them would not differ from sensation. What would be the differentiating cause that would make of one justice and of the other something else? Last and most important, an assertion that the intelligible entities are external to intelligence would imply that in thus contemplating objects exterior to itself, intelligence will not gain a genuine knowledge of them, having only a false intuition of them. Since, under this hypothesis, true realities will remain exterior to intelligence, the latter, while contemplating them, will not possess them, and in knowing them, will grasp only their images. Thus reduced to perceiving only images of truth, instead of possessing truth itself, it will grasp only deceptions, and will not reach realities. In this case, intelligence will be in the dilemma of either acknowledging that it grasps only deceptions, and thus does not possess truth, or intelligence will be ignorant of this, being persuaded it possesses truth when it really lacks it. By thus doubly deceiving itself, intelligence will by that very fact be still further from the truth. That is, in my opinion, the reason why sensation cannot attain the truth. Sensation is reduced to opinion because it is a receptive power, as indeed is expressed by the word opinion, and because sensation receives something foreign, since the object from which sensation receives what it possesses remains external to sensation. Therefore, to seek truth outside of intelligence is to deprive intelligence of truth, or verity of intelligence. it would amount to annihilating intelligence, and the truth which was to dwell within it will no longer subsist anywhere. The notion of intelligence implies its possession of all intelligibles. 2. Therefore, intelligible entities must not be regarded as exterior to intelligence, nor as impressions formed in it, nor must we deny it the intimate possession of truth. Otherwise, any cognition of intelligibles is made impossible, and the reality of both them and intelligence itself is destroyed. Intimate possession of all its essences is the only possible condition that will allow knowledge and truth to remain within intelligence, that will save the reality of the intelligibles, that will make possible the knowledge of the essence of everything, instead of limiting us to the mere notion of its qualities, a notion which gives us only the image and vestige of the object, which does not permit us to possess it, to unite ourselves with it, to become one with it. On this condition only can intelligence know, and know truly, without being exposed to forgetfulness or groping uncertainty. Can it be the location where truth will abide and essences will subsist? Can it live and think? All of which should belong to this blessed nature, and without which nowhere could be found anything that deserved our esteem and respect. On this condition only will intelligence be able to dispense with credulity or demonstration in believing realities, for intelligence itself consists in these very realities and possesses a clear self-consciousness. Intelligence sees that which is its own principle, sees what is below it, and to what it gives birth. Intelligence knows that in order to know its own nature, it must not place credence in any testimony except its own, that it essentially is intelligible reality. It therefore is truth itself, whose very being it is to conform to no foreign form, but to itself exclusively. Within intelligence fuses both being and that which affirms its existence. Thus reality justifies itself. By whom could intelligence be convinced of error? What demonstration thereof would be of any value? Since there is nothing truer than truth, any proof to the contrary would depend on some preceding proof, and, while seeming to declare something different, would in reality be begging the question. Supreme intelligence is divinity and supreme royalty. 3. Thus intelligence with the essences and truth form but one and single nature for us. It forms some great divinity, or rather, it is not some certain divinity, but total divinity, for intelligence judges it worthy of itself to constitute all these entities. Though this nature be divine, it is, nevertheless, but the second divinity, which manifests itself to us before we see the supreme divinity, unity. Intelligence forms the magnificent throne which the Supreme formed for himself, and whereon he is seated immovably. For it was not adequate that something inanimate should either develop within the breast of the divinity, nor support the supreme divinity when advancing towards us. Allegory of the royal procession. So great a king deserved to have dazzling beauty as the ostentatious van of his royal procession. In the course of rising towards him are first met the things which by their inferior dignity are classed among the first ranks of the procession, later those that are greater and more beautiful. Around the king stand those that are truly royal, while even those that follow him are of value. Then, after all these things, suddenly breaks in upon our view the king himself, and we who have remained behind after the departure of those who were satisfied with a view of the preliminaries, fall down and worship. A profound difference distinguishes the great king from all that precedes him, but it must not be supposed that he governs them as one man governs another. He possesses the most just and natural sovereignty. He possesses real royalty because he is the King of truth. He is the natural master of all these beings that he has begotten, and which compose his divine bodyguard. He is the King of the king and of the kings, and is justly called Father of the divinities. Jupiter himself, who is the universal soul, imitates him in this respect, that he does not stop at the contemplation of his Father, who is intelligence, and he rises to the actualization of his grandfather, and he penetrates into the hypostatic substance of his being. The course upwards is one of unification. For it has already been said that we must rise to the principle which is really one, and not one in the same way as are other things which, being in themselves multiple, are one only by participation. On the contrary, that principle is not one by participation, as are all those things which, being neutral, would just as like be multiple as one. We have also said that intelligence and the intelligible world are more unitary than the remainder, that they approach unity more than all other things, but that they are not purely one. To the extent of our ability, we are now going to examine in what the principle which is purely one consists, purely and essentially, and not accidentally from without. The theory of the unique, the pair, and the group. Rising therefore to the One, we must add nothing to him. We must rest in him, and take care not to withdraw from him, and fall into the manifold. Without this precaution, there will be an occurrence of duality which cannot offer us unity, because duality is posterior to unity. The One cannot be enumerated along with anything, not even with uniqueness, the monad, nor with anything else. He cannot be enumerated in any way, for he is measure without himself being measured. He is not in the same rank with other things, and cannot be added to other things, being incommensurable. Otherwise, he would have something in common with the beings along with which he would be enumerated. Consequently, he would be inferior to this common element, while on the contrary, he must have nothing above him, if he is to be the one first being. Neither essential, that is, intelligible number, nor the lower number, which refers to quantity, can be predicated of the unique. I repeat, neither the essential intelligible number, whose essence is identical with thought, nor the quantitative number, which, because all number is quantity, constitutes quantity concurrently with, or independently of other genera. Besides, quantitative number, by imitating the former essential intelligible numbers in their relation to the unique, which is their principle, finds its existence in its relation to real unity, which it neither shares nor divides. Even when the dyad or pair is born, it does not alter the priority of the monad or uniqueness. Nor is this uniqueness either of the unities that constitute the pair, nor either of them alone. For why should it be one of them rather than the other? If then the monad or uniqueness be neither of the two unities which constitute the pair, it must be superior to them, and, though abiding within itself, does not do so. In what, then, do these unities differ from the uniqueness or monad? What is the unity of the pair? Is the unity formed by the pair the same as that which is contained in each of the two unities constituting the pair? The unities which constitute the pair participate in the primary unity, but differ from it. So far as it is one, the pair also participates in unity, but in different ways. For there is no similarity between the unity of a house and the unity of an army. In its relation to continuity, therefore, the pair is not the same so far as it is one, and so far as it is a single quantity. Are the unities contained in a group of five in a relation to unity different from that of the unities contained in a group of 10? To answer this, we must distinguish two kinds of unity: the unity which obtains between a small and a great ship, and between one town and another, and between one army and another, obtains also between these two groups of 5 and of 10. A unity which would be denied as between these various objects would also have to be denied as obtaining between these two groups. Enough of this here. Further considerations will be studied later. Puns about Vesta, taken from the Cratylus of Plato. 5. Returning to our former assertion that the First ever remains identical, even though giving birth to other beings, the generation of numbers may be explained by the immanence of unity, and by the action of another principle which forms them as images of unity. So much the more must the principle superior to beings be immanent unity. But here it is the First himself who begets the beings, and not another principle who produces beings in the image of the First, while this First would abide within himself. Likewise, the form of unity which is the principle of numbers exists within all in different degrees, because the numbers posterior to unity participate therein unequally. Likewise, the beings inferior to the First contain something of his nature, which something constitutes their form. Numbers derive their quantity from their participation in unity. Likewise here beings owe their being to their containing the trace of the One, so that their being is the trace of the One. Not far from the truth would we be in holding that essence, which is the more common or plainer nomenclature of being, is derived from the word hen, which means one. Indeed, essence proceeded immediately from the One, and has differentiated from him but very little. Turning towards its own basis, it has settled, and both became and is the being of all. When a man pronounces essence on, and emphasizes it, he unconsciously approximates the sound meaning one, hen, demonstrating that essence proceeds from unity, as indeed is indicated so far as possible by the word "on," which means essence. That is why being, ousia, and essence, eini, imitate, so far as they can, the principle of the power from which they have emanated. The human mind, observing these similarities and guided by their contemplation, imitated what it grasped by uttering the words "on," "eini," "ousia," and "hestia." Indeed, these sounds try to express the nature of what has been begotten by unity, by means of the very effort made by the speaker, so as to imitate as well as possible the generation of being. The Supreme named Apollo. 6. Whatever be the value of these etymologies, as begotten being is a form, for it would be impossible to give any other designation to that which has been begotten by the One. As it is not a particular form, but all form without exception, it evidently results that the One is formless. As it possesses no form, it cannot be being, for this must be something individual or determinate. Now the One could not be conceived of as something determined, for then he would no longer be a principle; he would only be the determined thing attributed to him. If all things be in that which has been begotten, none of them could be unity. If the One be none of them, he cannot be what is above them. Consequently, as these things are essences and essence, the One must be above essence. Indeed, the mere statement that the One is above essence does not imply any determinateness on his part, affirms nothing concerning him, and does not even undertake to give him a name. It merely states that he is not this or that. It does not pretend to embrace him, for it would be absurd to attempt to embrace an infinite nature. Mere attempt to do so would amount to withdrawing from him, and losing the slight trace of him thereby implied. To see intelligible being, and to contemplate that which is above the images of the sense objects, none of these must remain present to the mind. Likewise, to contemplate Him who is above the intelligible, even all intelligible entities must be left aside to contemplate the One. In this manner, we may attain knowledge of His existence, without attempting to determine what He is. Besides, when we speak of the One, it is not possible to indicate His nature without expressing its opposite. It would indeed be impossible to declare what is a principle of which it is impossible to say that it is this or that. All that we human beings can do is to have doubts poignant enough to resemble pangs of childbirth. We do not know how to name this principle. We merely speak of the unspeakable, and the name we give him is merely for the convenience of referring to him as best we can. The name One expresses no more than negation of the manifold. That is why the Pythagoreans were accustomed among each other to refer to this principle in a symbolic manner, calling him Apollo, which name means denial of manifoldness. An attempt to carry out the name of One in a positive manner would only result in a greater obscuration of the name and object than if we abstained from considering the name of One as the proper name of the first principle. The object of the employment of this name is to induce the mind that seeks the first principle first to give heed to that which expresses the greatest simplicity, and consequently to reject this name which has been proposed as only the best possible. Indeed, this name is not adequate to designate this nature which can neither be grasped by hearing, nor be understood by any who hears it named. If it could be grasped by any sense, it would be by sight, though even so there must be no expectation of seeing any form, for thus one would not attain the first principle. Two methods of sight: the form and the light. 7. When intelligence is in actualization, it can see in two ways, as does the eye. First, the eye may see the form of the visible object. Second, it may see the light by which this object is seen. This light itself is visible, but it is different from the form of the object. It reveals the form, and is itself seen with this form, to which it is united. Consequently, it itself is not seen distinctly, because the eye is entirely devoted to the illuminated object. When there is nothing but light, it is seen in an intuitive manner, though it be still united to some other object. For if it were isolated from every other thing, it could not be perceived. Thus the light of the sun would escape our eye if its seat were not a solid mass. My meaning will best appear by considering the whole sun as light. Then light will not reside in the form of any other visible object, and it will possess no property except that of being visible, for other visible objects are not pure light. Likewise, in intellectual intuition, sight of the mind, intelligence sees intelligible objects by means of the light shed on them by the first, and the intelligence, while seeing these objects, really sees intelligible light. But as intelligence directs its attention to the enlightened object, it does not clearly see the principle that enlightens them. If, on the contrary, it forget the objects it sees, in the process of contemplating only the radiance that renders them visible, it sees both the light itself and its principle. But it is not outside of itself that that intelligence contemplates intelligible light. It then resembles the eye, which, without considering an exterior and foreign light, before even perceiving it, is suddenly struck by a radiance which is proper to it, or by a ray which radiates of itself, and which appears to it in the midst of obscurity. The case is still similar when the eye, in order to see no other objects, closes the eyelids so as to draw its light from itself, or when pressed by the hand, it perceives the light which it possesses within itself. Then, without seeing anything exterior, the eye sees even more than at any other moment, for it sees the light. The other objects which the eye heretofore saw, though they were luminous, were not light itself. Likewise, when intelligence, so to speak, closes its eye to the other objects, concentrating in itself, and seeing nothing, it sees not a foreign light that shines in foreign forms, but its own light, which suddenly radiates interiorly, with a clear radiance. Intelligible light, not being spatial, has nothing to do with place. 8. When intelligence thus perceives this divine light, it is impossible to discern whence this light comes, from within or from without. For when it has ceased shining, the subject first thinks that it came from within, and later that it came from without. But it is useless to seek the source of this light, for no question of location can be mooted in connection with it. Indeed, it could neither withdraw from us nor approach us; it merely appears or remains hidden. Therefore it cannot be sought. We must restfully wait till it appears, while preparing ourselves to contemplate it, just as the eye awaits the rising of the sun, which appears above the horizon, or as the poets say, which springs up from the ocean. God arises above the horizon of intelligence. Whence rises he whose image is our sun? Above what horizon must he rise, or appear, to enlighten us? He must appear above the contemplating intelligence. Thus intelligence must remain immovable in contemplation, concentrated and absorbed in the spectacle of pure beauty, which elevates and invigorates it. Then intelligence feels that it is more beautiful and more brilliant merely because it has approached the first. The latter does not come, as might be thought; he comes without really coming, in the proper sense of the word. He appears without coming from any place, because he is already present above all things, before intelligence approaches him. In fact, it is intelligence which approaches and withdraws from the first. It withdraws when it does not know where it should be, or where is the first. The first is nowhere, and if intelligence could also be nowhere, I do not wish to say in no place, for itself is outside of all place, that is, absolutely nowhere, it would always perceive the first; or rather, it would not perceive him, it would be within the first and fusing with him. By the mere fact that intelligence is intelligence, it perceives the first only by that part of itself which is not intelligence, that is, which is above intelligence. It doubtless seems surprising that the One could be present to us without approaching us, and be everywhere though being nowhere. This surprise is based on the weakness of our nature. But the man who knows the first would much more likely be surprised were the state of affairs different. It cannot indeed be otherwise. Wonder at it if you please, but what has been said nevertheless represents the real state of the case. Omnipresence is explained by possession of all things without being possessed by them. 9. All that is begotten by anything else resides either in the begetting principle, or in some other being, in the case of the existence of any being after or below the generating principle. For that which was begotten by something else, and which, to exist, needs something else everywhere, and must consequently be contained within something else. It is therefore natural that the things which contain the last rank should be contained in the things which precede them immediately, and that the superior things should be contained in those which occupy a still more elevated rank, and so on till the first principle. As there is nothing above him, he could not be contained within anything. Since he is not contained in anything, and as each other thing is contained in the one immediately preceding it, the first principle contains all the other beings. He embraces them without sharing himself with them, and possesses them without being shared by them. Since he possesses them without being possessed by them, he is everywhere, for unless he be present, he does not possess. On the other hand, If he be not possessed, he is not present. Consequently, he both is and is not present in this sense, that, not being possessed, he is not present, and that, finding himself independent of everything, he is not hindered from being nowhere. If indeed he were hindered from being somewhere, he would be limited by some other principle, and the things beneath him could no longer participate in him. Consequently, the divinity would be limited. He would no longer exist within himself, and would depend from inferior beings. All things contained within anything else are in the principle from which they depend. It is the contrary with those which are nowhere. There is no place where they are not. If indeed there be a place lacking the divinity, evidently this place must be embraced by some other divinity, and the divinity is in some other. Whence, according to this hypothesis, it is false that the divinity is nowhere. But as, on the contrary, it is true that the divinity is nowhere, and false that he is anywhere, because he could not be contained in any other divinity, the result is that the divinity is not distant from anything. If then he, being nowhere, be not distant from anything, then he will in himself be everywhere. One of his parts will not be here, while another is there. The whole of him will not be only in one or another place. The whole of him will therefore be everywhere, for there is no one thing which exclusively possesses him, or does not possess him. Everything is therefore possessed by him. Look at the world. As there is no other world but him, he is not contained in a world, nor in any place. No place, indeed, could exist anteriorly to the world. As to its parts, they depend from it, and are contained within it. The soul is not contained in the world. On the contrary, it is the soul that contains the world, for the locus of the soul is not the body, but intelligence. The body of the world is therefore in the soul, the soul in intelligence, and intelligence itself in some other principle. But this principle himself could not be contained in any other principle from which he would depend. He is therefore not within anything, and consequently he is nowhere. Where then are the other things? They are in the first principle. He is therefore not separated from other things, nor is he in them. There is nothing that possesses him, on the contrary, it is he who possesses all. That is why he is the good of all things, because all things exist by him, and are related to him, each in a different manner. That is why there are things which are better, one than the other, for some exist more intensely than others in relation with the good. The manner of perceiving the Supreme. 10. Do not seek to see this principle by the aid of other things. Otherwise, instead of seeing him himself, you will see no more than his image. Try rather to conceive the nature of the principle that must be grasped in himself, that is, pure and without any admixture, because all beings participate in him, without any of them possessing him. No other thing, indeed, could be such as he, but nevertheless such a being must exist. Who indeed could all at once embrace the totality of the power of this principle? If a being did so, how could this being differ from him? Would the being limit itself to embracing only a part of him? You might grasp this principle by an intuitive, simple intellection, but you will not be able to represent him to yourself in his totality. Otherwise, it is you who would be the thinking intelligence, if indeed you have reached that principle. But he is more likely to flee you, or more likely still, you will flee from him. When you consider the divinity, consider him in his totality. When you think him, know that what you remember of him is the good. For he is the cause of the wise intellectual life, because he is the power from which life and intelligence proceed. He is the cause of being and essence, because he is one. He is simple and first, because he is principle. It is from him that everything proceeds. It is from him that the first movement proceeds, without being in him. It is from him also that proceeds the first rest, because he himself has no need of it. He himself is neither in movement nor rest, for he has nothing in which he could rest or move. By his relation to what, towards what, or in what could he move or rest? Neither is he limited, for by what could he be limited? Neither is he infinite in the manner suggested by an enormous mass, for whither would he have any need of extending himself? Would he do so to get something? But he has need of nothing. It is his power that is infinite. He could neither change nor lack anything, for the beings which lack nothing owe this to him only. Progress towards him is wakening to true reality. 11. The first principle is infinite because he is one, and nothing in him could be limited by anything whatever. Being one, he is not subject to measure or number. He is limited neither by others nor by himself, since he would thus be double. Since he has neither parts nor form, he has no figure. Not by mortal eyes, therefore, must you seek to grasp this principle, such as reason conceives of him. Do not imagine that he could be seen in the way that would be imagined by a man who believes that everything is perceived by the senses, and thus annihilate the principle which is the supreme reality. The things to which the common people attribute reality do not possess it, for that which has extension has less reality than that which has no extension. Now, the first is the principle of existence, and is even superior to being. You must therefore admit the contrary of that which is asserted by those commonplace persons; otherwise you will be deprived of the divinity. You would resemble such men as in the sacred festivals gorge themselves with the foods from which one should abstain on approaching the divinities, and who, regarding this enjoyment as more certain than the contemplation of the divinity whose festival is being celebrated, depart without having participated in the mysteries. Indeed, as the divinity does not reveal himself in these mysteries, these gross men doubt his existence, because they consider real only what is visible by the physical eyes. Thus people who would spend their whole life in slumber would consider as certain and real the things they would see in their dreams. If they were to be waked and forced to open their eyes, they would place no credence in the testimony of their eyes, and would plunge themselves again into their somnolence. The good is superior to the beautiful, and is cognized by the mind as its sense. 12. We should not seek to perceive an object otherwise than by the faculty that is suitable to cognize it. Thus colors are perceived by the eyes, sounds by the ears, and other qualities by other senses. Analogy would assign to intelligence its proper function, so that thinking should not be identified with seeing and hearing. To act otherwise would be to resemble a man who would try to perceive colors by the ears, and who would deny the existence of sounds because he could not see them. We must never forget that men have forgotten the principle which, from the beginning until this day, has excited their desires and wishes. Indeed, all things aspire to the first principle, tend thither by a natural necessity, and seem to divine that they could not exist without him. The notion of the beautiful is given only to souls that are awake, and that already possess some knowledge. At sight of him, they are simultaneously dazed with his sublimity, and spurred on by love. From his very origin, on the contrary, the good excites in us an innate desire. He is present with us even in sleep. His view never dazes us with stupor, because he is always with us. Enjoyment of his presence demands neither reminiscence nor attention, because one is not deprived thereof even in sleep. When the love of the beautiful overwhelms us, it causes us anxieties, because the sight of the beautiful makes us desire it. As the love excited by the beautiful is only secondary, and as it exists only in such persons as possess already some knowledge, the beautiful evidently occupies only the second rank. On the contrary, the desire of the good is more original, and demands no preliminary knowledge. That surely demonstrates that the good is anterior and superior to the beautiful. Besides, all men are satisfied as soon as they possess the good. They consider that they have reached their goal. But not all think that the beautiful suffices them. They think that the beautiful is beautiful for itself rather than for them, as the beauty of an individual is an advantage only for himself. Last, the greater number of people are satisfied with seeming beautiful, even if they are not so in reality, but they are not satisfied with seeming to possess the good, which they desire to possess in reality. Indeed, all desire to have that which occupies the front rank, but they struggle, they engage in rivalry about the beautiful, in the opinion that it is born, just as they are, from development of circumstances. They resemble a person who would claim equality with another person who holds the first rank after the king, because both depend from the king. Such a person does not realize that though both are subject to the king, yet there is a great difference in hierarchical rank between them. The cause of this error is that both participate in a same principle, that the one is superior to both of them, and that lastly the good has no need of the beautiful, while the beautiful is in need of the good. The good is sweet, calm, and full of delights; we enjoy it at will. On the contrary, the beautiful strikes the soul with amazement, agitates it, and mingles pains with pleasures. In spite of ourselves, we are thereby often separated from the good, like a beloved object separates a son from the father. The good is more ancient than the beautiful, not in time, but in reality. Besides, it exerts superior power, because it is unlimited. That which is inferior to it possesses only an inferior and dependent power, instead of having a limitless power, as belongs to intelligence, which is inferior to the good. The divinity therefore is master of the power which is inferior to his own. He has no need of things that are begotten, for it is from him that all their contents are derived. Besides, he had no need of begetting. He still is such as he was before. Nothing would have been changed for him if he had not begotten. If it had been possible for other things to receive existence independently of himself, he would not have opposed it through jealousy. It is now no longer possible for anything to be begotten, for the divinity has begotten all that he could beget. Nor is he the universality of things, for thus he would stand in need of them. Raised above all things, he has been able to beget them, and to permit them to exist for themselves by dominating all. The supremacy of the Good implies he is superior to all possessions. 13. Being the Good himself, and not simply something good, the divinity cannot possess anything, not even the quality of being good. If he possessed anything, this thing would either be good or not good. Now, in the principle which is good in himself, and in the highest degree, there cannot be anything which is not good. On the other hand, the statement that the Good possesses the quality of being good is impossible. Since, therefore, the Good can possess neither the quality of being good or of not being good, the result is that he cannot possess anything, that he is unique and isolated from everything else. As all other things either are good without being the Good, or are not good, and as the Good has neither the quality of being good or of not being good, he has nothing, and this is the very thing that constitutes his goodness. To attribute to him anything, such as being, intelligence, or beauty, would be to deprive him of the privilege of being the Good. Therefore, when we deprive him of all attributes, when we affirm nothing about him, when one does not commit the error of supposing anything within him, he is left as simple essence, without attribution of things he does not possess. Let us not imitate those ignorant panegyrists who lower the glory of those they praise by attributing to them qualities inferior to their dignity, because they do not know how to speak properly of the persons they are trying to praise. Likewise, we should not attribute to the divinity any of the things beneath and after him. We should recognize him as their eminent cause, but without being any of them. The nature of the Good consists not in being all things in general, nor in being any of them in particular. In this case, indeed, the Good would form no more than one with all beings. Consequently, he would differ from them only by his own character, that is, by some difference, or by the addition of some quality. Instead of being one, he would be two things, of which the one, namely, what in him was common with the other beings, would not be the Good, while the other would be the Good, and would leave all beings evil. Under this hypothesis, he would be a mixture of good and of not good. He would no longer be the pure and primary good. The primary good would be that in which the other thing would particularly participate, a participation by virtue of which it would become the Good. This thing would be the Good only by participation, whilst that in which it would participate would be nothing in particular, which would demonstrate that the Good was nothing in particular. But if, in the principle under discussion, the good be such, that is, if there be a difference whose presence gives the character of goodness to the composite, this good must derive from some other principle, which must be the good uniquely and simply. Such a composite therefore depends on the pure and simple good. Thus the first, the absolute good dominates all beings, is uniquely the good, possesses nothing within himself, is mingled with nothing, is superior to all things, and is the cause of all things. The beautiful and that which is being could not derive from evil or from indifferent principles, for the cause, being more perfect, is always better than its effects. End of Ennead 5, Book 5. Ennead 5, Book 6, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Fifth Ennead, Book 6. The superessential principle does not think. Which is the first thinking principle, and which is the second? By thinking, intelligence passes from unity to duality. 1. One may think oneself or some other object. What thinks itself falls least into the duality inherent to thought. That which thinks some other object approaches identity less, for though it contain what it contemplates, it nevertheless differs therefrom by its nature. On the contrary, the principle that thinks itself is not by its nature separated from the object thought. It contemplates itself because it is intimately united to itself. The thinking subject and the object thought form but a single being within it, or it thus becomes two, while it is only one. It thinks in a superior manner because it possesses what it thinks. It occupies the first rank as thinking principle, because the thinking principle must simultaneously be unity and duality. If it were not unity, it would think some object other than itself. It would no longer be the first thinking principle. Indeed, that which thinks an object other than itself could not be the first thinking principle, since it does not think the object of its thought as belonging to its essence, and consequently it does not think itself. If, on the contrary, the thinking principle possess the object, if it be thought as belonging to its being or nature, then the two terms of the thought, the object and the subject, will be identical. The thinking principle, therefore, implies unity and duality simultaneously, for unless it join duality to unity, it will have nothing to think, and consequently it will not think. It must therefore be simple, and not simple simultaneously. We better understand the necessity of this double condition when, starting from the soul, we rise to intelligence, for within the latter it is easier to distinguish the subject from the object, and to grasp its duality. We may imagine two lights, of which the one, the soul herself, is less brilliant, and we may then posit as equal the light that sees and the light that is seen. Both of them having nothing further that distinguishes them, will form but a single thing, which thinks by virtue of its duality, and which sees by virtue of its unity. Here, by reason, which is the characteristic faculty of the soul, we have passed from duality to unity. But while thinking, intelligence passes from unity to duality. It becomes, or rather is, duality because it thinks, and is one because it thinks itself. A superthinking principle is necessary to the working of intelligence. 2. Since we have distinguished two principles, the one which is the first thinking principle, the intelligence, and the other which is the second, the soul, the principle superior to the first thinking principle must itself not think. In order to think, it would have to be intelligence. To be intelligence, it would have to think an object. To be the first thinking principle, it would have to contain this object. Now, it is not necessary that every intelligible entity should possess intelligence and should think. Otherwise, it would not only be intelligible, but even intelligence. Being thus dual, it would not be the first. On the other hand, intelligence cannot subsist if there be not a purely intelligible nature, being, which is intelligible for intelligence, but which in itself should be neither intelligence nor intelligible. Indeed, that which is intelligible must be intelligible for something else. As to intelligence, its power is quite vain. If it does not perceive and does not grasp the intelligible that it thinks, for it cannot think if it have no object to think, and it is perfect only when it possesses this. Now, before thinking, it must by itself be perfect by nature, being. Therefore, the principle through which intelligence is perfect must itself be what it is before it thinks. Consequently, it has no need to think, since before thinking it suffices to itself. It will, therefore, not think. The first thinking principle is the second principle. Therefore, the first principle, the one, does not think. The second, intelligence, is the first thinking principle. The third, the soul, is the second thinking principle. If the first principle thought, it would possess an attribute. Consequently, instead of occupying the first rank, it would occupy only the second. Instead of being one, it would be manifold, and would be all the things that it thought, for it would already be manifold, even if it limited itself to thinking itself. The first must be one exclusively, which would make thought impossible. 3. It might be objected that nothing in all this would hinder the first principle from being both single and manifold. We will answer that the manifold needs a single subject. The manifold cannot exist without the one from which it comes and in which it is. Without the one which is counted the first outside of other things, and which must be considered only in itself. Even on the supposition that it coexists with other things, it must, none the less, while being taken with the other things with which it is supposed to coexist, be considered as different from them. Consequently, it must not be considered as coexisting with other things, but be considered as their subject or substrate, and as existing in itself instead of coexisting with the other things of which it is the subject. Without something simple, nothing manifold could exist. Indeed, that which is identical in things other than the One may no doubt be similar to the One, but cannot be the One. The One must exist alone in itself, thus to be grasped in other things, unless we should claim that its nature consists in subsisting with other things. Under this hypothesis, there will not exist either anything absolutely simple, nor anything composite. Nothing absolutely simple will exist, since that which is simple could not subsist by itself. Neither could anything composite exist, since nothing simple will exist. For if no simple thing possess existence, if there be no simple unity subsisting by itself, which could serve as support to the composite, if none of these things be capable of existing by itself, let alone communicating to others, since it does not exist, we must conclude that that which of all these things is composite could not exist, since it would be made up out of elements that do not exist, and which are absolutely nothing. Therefore, if we insist on the existence of the manifold, we are implying the existence of the One before the manifold. Now, since that which thinks is multiple, the principle that is not manifold will not think. But as this principle is the first, then intelligence and thought are entities later than the first. Good, intelligence and soul are like light, sun and moon. 4. As the good must be simple and self-sufficient, it has no need to think. Now that which it does not need could not be within it, since nothing that is different from it exists in it. Consequently, thought does not exist in it, because it is essentially simple. Besides, the good is one thing, and intelligence another. By thinking, intelligence takes on the form of good. Besides, when in two objects unity is joined to something other than itself, it is not possible that this unity, which is joined to something else, should be unity itself. Unity in itself should exist in itself before this unity was joined to anything else. For the same reason, unity joined to something else presupposes absolutely simple unity, which subsists in itself and has nothing of what is found in unity joined to other things. How could one thing subsist in another if the principle from which this other thing is derived did not have an existence that was independent and prior to the rest? What is simple cannot derive anything from any other source, but what is manifold, or at least indicates plurality, is of derivative nature. The good may be compared to light, intelligence to the sun, and the soul to the moon that derives her light from the sun. The soul's intelligence is only borrowed, which intellectualizes her by coloring her with its light. On the contrary, intelligence in itself possesses its own light. It is not only light, but it is essentially luminous. The principle that illuminates intelligence, and which is nothing but light, is absolutely simple light, and supplies intelligence with the power to be what it is. How could it need anything else? It is not similar to what exists in anything else, for what subsists in itself is very different from what subsists in something else. As thought is inspiration to the good, intelligence implies the latter. 5. What is manifold needs to seek itself, and naturally desires to embrace itself and to grasp itself by self-consciousness. But that which is absolutely one could not reflect on itself, and need self-consciousness. The absolutely identical principle is superior to consciousness and thought. Intelligence is not the first. It is not the first either by its essence, nor by the majestic value of its existence. It occupies only the second rank. It existed only when the good already existed, and as soon as it existed, it turned towards the good. In turning towards the good, intelligence cognized the latter; for thought consists of conversion towards the good, and aspiration thereto. Aspiration towards the good, therefore, produced thought, which identifies itself with the good; for vision presupposes the desire to see. The good, therefore, cannot think, for it has no good other than itself. Besides, when something other than the good thinks the good, it thinks the good because it takes the form of the good and resembles the good. It thinks because itself becomes for itself a good and desirable object, and because it possesses an image of the good. If this thing always remain in the same disposition, it will always retain this image of the good. By thinking itself, intelligence simultaneously thinks the good, for it does not think itself as being actualized, yet every actualization has the good as its goal. The good, as supracognitive, is also supraactive. 6. If the above arguments be worth while, the good has no place for thought. What thinks must have its good outside of itself. The good, therefore, is not active; for what need to actualize would actualization have? To say that actualization actualizes is tautology. Even if we may be allowed to attribute something to actualizations which relate to some principle other than themselves, at least the first actualization, to which all other actualizations refer, must be simply what it is. This actualization is not thought; it has nothing to think, as it is the first. Besides, that which thinks is not thought, but what possesses thought. Thus there is duality in what thinks, but there is no duality in the first. Primary existence will contain thought, existence, and life. This may be seen still more clearly by considering how this double nature shows itself in all that thinks in a clearer manner. We assert that all essences, as such, that all things that are by themselves and that possess true existence, are located in the intelligible world. This happens not only because they always remain the same, while sense objects are in a perpetual flow and change, although indeed there are sense objects, such as the stars, that remain the same, but rather because they, by themselves, possess the perfection of their existence. The so-called primary being must possess an existence which is more than an adumbration of existence, and which is complete existence. Now existence is complete when its form is thought and life. Primary being, therefore, will simultaneously contain thought, existence, and life. Thus the existence of essence will imply that of intelligence, and that of intelligence that of essence, so that thought is inseparable from existence, and is manifold instead of being one. That which is not manifold, the One, cannot therefore think. In the intelligible world we find man and the thought of man, horse and the thought of horse, the just man and the thought of the just man. Everything in it is duality; even the unity within it is duality; and in it duality passes into unity. The first is neither all things that imply duality, nor any of them; it contains no duality whatever. The first, therefore, being supracognitive, does not know itself. Elsewhere we shall study how duality issues from unity; here we merely insist that as the One is superior to "being," it must also be superior to thought. It is therefore reasonable to insist that it does not know itself, that it does not contain anything to be known because it is simple. Still less will it know other beings. It supplies them with something greater and more precious than knowledge of beings, since it is the good of all beings. From it they derive what is more important than mere cognition, the faculty of identifying themselves with it so far as possible. End of Ennead 5, Book 6.